like I first discovered Jay in 2020 from he was on something called the Boiler Room, and if you don't know what that is, I don't think it even exists anymore. It was this like very sort of like Gen X era like conspiracy show that I guess it was like on some Peacock or something like that. It was like a podcast only. It was not YouTube. So you had to go and you had to like specifically subscribe to one of these like podcasts, Peacock, Spotify, one of those things, and you could listen to this show called Boiler Room, and they would actually like give really base takes, including Jay, right? Like Jay would say some things that were very black-pilled about politics, very black-pilled about like, you know, technology and the future, and he would say things that he is not saying now. Like he was very different. Jay Dyer circa 2018, 19, 2020 was very different from what he's become, and not in a good way. And I've seen very similar things happen to a lot of these other guys as Christian nationalism has coalesced into a movement. You got these people that a few years ago would say things like, don't trust in princes. It's all a psyop. It's all a scam. Politics is all there to distract you. Nothing ever gets done if you try to go that route, which is actually the biblical narrative, right? Like the Bible does say, trust not in princes. You're not going to find a political solution. You're not going to find a solution to your problems just by like voting for the right candidates or something. But the problem is that that's not what has ended up happening to this movement. Welcome, Neurojack.
Hello. Yeah, I just figured, let's. I would just love if like people like Andrew or Jay would just pop in here and like have a frank and honest discussion. But I don't think it'll happen. And like, I don't even blame them. Like, but like, I mean, I'm just old enough to have seen like the evolution of it all. So I guess like, I think I'm allowed to have a certain opinion of it. And like, the thing that bothers me the most is like, it's not personal. None of this should be personal yet. They like to take it and make it personal, and I think that to me is like and I'm not saying like all of them do that equally all the time, but what I'm saying is like, it seems that in certain circumstances, they and the people around them don't mind to make it personal. I think to me it's like, that tells me that there's something else afoot going on rather than just a bunch of people kind of coming to their own conclusion. But what exactly that means, I'm not sure, but that's just kind of my general like starting position based on, kind of what you're saying, like seeing people's opinions evolve in a very short or very long amount of time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've noticed that like it has been for some of these people a very quick downslide. Like, I mean, it's weird because like, so Jay in particular, right? Who again, I'm thinking, unfortunately, I don't know if you were there at the beginning of the video when I said this, but unfortunately, there was a scheduling issue that I didn't foresee ahead of time, in that Jay Dyer is streaming right now. So a lot of the people that would potentially be, the sorts of people who might come on and actually give me pushback are going to be watching Daddy stream. So hopefully, I think he's been streaming for a few hours. What's up?
Did you post? Did you post, or do you know anyone who could post in like the Crucible Discord? And the thing is, like, I'm not really trying to antagonize. Like, I think a lot of the time, like, they think, oh, you're just trying to like undermine what we're doing, and it's like, no. What I'm saying is like, if your goals are what you say they are, we need to be like, kind of like thinking or brainstorming, or at the very least, like having contentious discussions about very serious topics. I mean, like you said, it's like, as Christians, we shouldn't really have a political solution. But if we're going to delve into the political world, like, I do think it's, for both political and spiritual reasons, like, there is good reason to, have a discussion on like what's the right tactics, and you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, and I think the personal stuff is important too, like, you know, getting married and having kids and starting businesses, etc. But, you know, that's the thing is like we need a holistic approach. And what I'm saying is like I don't see from the bigger personalities like they don't have a, you know, we're supposed to have the universal faith as Christians, but we don't have a universal message that aligns politically or spiritually. And I just find that problematic, I guess I would say, right? So
Well, I mean,
that's
the
just
issue is that they're going, you know, the medium is the message, right? And they're going and the avenues that they're choosing to use to spread their message is basically going to like red pill manosphere dumbasses and trying to Trojan horse them into the movement by saying like, hey, like we believe in patriarchy, even though the problem with that, of course, is that the red pill dumbasses, they're not interested in any sort of actual like traditional adaptive Christian mindset. They're only in it because of right-wing politics and because they think they can like own feminists by adopting this veneer of Christian nationalism.
well, that's the crazy thing too. Is like I can potentially see a way that you might be able to subvert the red pill movement into an actual quote unquote Christian thing. And it would look something like what they're doing, but that's the reason why like I was getting involved, you know, well over a year and a half ago, because, you know, as someone who's, you know, been in very long-term relationships and failed and succeeded to different degrees, right? Like, you know, I just find the general rhetoric of the red pill stuff, like you said, is totally doing a disservice to Christians, men, society, women, children. I mean, you know what I mean? Like every angle you look at it at, and it's not necessarily that what they're saying is quote unquote untrue, but the thing is like truth just being spouted out to random people on the internet, like you said, the media is the message. Like that's not the. I mean, it's just not responsible to say the very least, right? I mean, from my point of view, it's wildly irresponsible just to say certain things to people who may not have the comprehension necessary to comprehend what's going on, right? But go ahead, sir.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like what ends up eventually happening is not that, and I've seen this happen because, you know, back in 2021, I was a member of Dyer Cord. I got booted eventually, but, you know, I saw this happening in real time when I was on the Discord server. Was I saw that as they were starting to do this stuff to try to appeal to like angry young men, rather than making these angry young men better Orthodox Christians, they just made Orthodox Christianity more a bunch of angry young men. You know what I mean? Like it was like it wasn't that they pulled these guys up, it was that they let these guys in and then these guys brought the whole thing down. And rather than
exactly.
Yeah, and rather than
no, go ahead.
I was saying rather than doing a service, they actually ended up doing a disservice to their own movement. And they now have this problem, which, you know, I don't know. I don't think people like Jay, people like Father Deacon Ananias, people like Church of the Eternal Logos necessarily even foresaw they were doing this. But the effect of it now is that they have a bunch of, you know, angry inkwells running around that are basically dominating the movement. They become the Orthodox version of GROYpers.
No, that's exactly my perception. And like, I was never into the Groyper thing, but I was into the alt right. You know, I have no problem admitting that because, you know, the thing I explained this yesterday to someone. Like, the alt right started out as a joke that I saw was using comedy to get truth to people who might otherwise be irresponsible with it. You understand? But then it got quickly turned into a quote unquote real movement. And that joke got played on the very people that were participating out of not hatred, but out of love, I guess, in my opinion, right? And I know that sounds complicated, but, you know, That's my experience. I think a lot of people were well-meaning, and the whole like the Jay stuff and the mean Mr. Mustache stuff was my experience of it was trying to get at the point of like expose the folly of victim mentality, right? And I think it served that purpose. And like there were people of every different faith communicating successfully, in my opinion. And I definitely some actors destroyed the potential of that movement to do any good. And what I'm saying is what you just said there with like the whole red pill versus Christ pill, as they're calling it now, which is extremely cringe in my opinion. But and I don't even like that word, but I mean, there's no other word I can think of to describe it. I mean, it's like the thing is this, like like I'll put it this way, like I don't know if you ever watched any of the red pill stuff back in like the 08s. Did you ever watch any of that stuff, like RSD?
The only thing that I've seen is I've seen John Anthony make fun of that stuff. So like that's my knowledge. My knowledge of like old red pill, old PUA stuff is that like the new PUAs do videos where they mock that stuff. Whoops. Uh-oh. And it would appear that he is gone. Well, in the meantime, I'll read some of these chats. A Marie 316 says, "Yo, I'm glad that you're back." Well, I'm glad to be back too. Let's hope that I stay back this time and don't get another strike or something stupid like that. Machine Lies says, "Live on my channel, over 10 watching." Thank you, Machine Lies. And I already posted in the Crucible Discord. Haha. I'm actually surprised, Machine Lies, that you're still in the Crucible Discord. I can't remember whether I left or I got kicked out, but I'm not in it anymore. And then Zyrax says, "Hello, gentlemen. How are you gents doing today?" Well, it is a rainy day, a rainy Memorial Day in an undisclosed location in the American South, where I'm streaming from my Bugman apartment complex. So I'd say I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself, Neurojack?
Similarly, it's kind of a gloomy, Scottish-looking day over here. But that's a bad accent, but you know what I mean. But I like it. I kind of like the gloom a little bit, which I guess is why I'm Scottish. But it's kind of, I don't know if anything that I said came through, but if it did, because I was losing service. Did you catch kind of what I was getting at?
Yeah, I think. Oh boy, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, we were talking about like the old red pill, right? Like this.
Yeah, like RSD, Tyler Durden, Owen Cook. You ever watch that dude?
Again, so like I'm familiar with all these guys only because of like later PUAs making fun of them. By the way, you're muted. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah, I mean, so my point in bringing that up is like, I think that there's a massive value in that movement as far as like the information that they're telling men about how to read body language, how to talk to women, how to court women in the modern times. And frankly, like you said, a lot of these kind of like ortho bro stuff, like it's very apparent to me that like they don't have experience with women, right? And again, like I'm not putting them down, like Machine's been married and he never dated, right? That's great, but I think that that's just not going to match up to the average person experience growing up in the Western countries right now. And I think that we have to kind of like meet people where they're at and like try and say like this is the situation, so how are we going to deal with it as both Christians and as a political situation? Because I think with the tech and the political situation, like we need very serious contemplation of the situation we're in. And I don't see that serious contemplation really happening. So,
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like I think that these guys think that they're trying that. Like I know that Jay in particular has done videos about like, well, here's how I think game ought to work. But the problem with that is that I've seen a little bit of it. The issue is that like his entire take seems to be like, man, things sure were awesome back in the 90s when this was way easier, which is all well and good, but the problem is it's not the 90s. So, like,
well, see, that's
really
the thing
help.
is like I don't necessarily know that it's easier in the 90s per se, because I feel like the competition was higher. I think now for the average man, like, you know, whether, you know, if you're looking for a mate, I think there's massive potential to find one. I mean, it's not going to be easy, but I think that it's also like there's a lot of potential. And like last night I was on a adjacent podcast of like, you know, someone affiliated with like the Crucible and stuff, and like the advice they were giving to general men is like, okay, you just need to be friends with like 20 hot women, and that'll open up doors for you, a massive opportunity. You might meet a future wife or whatever. And I'm just like, you know, like, look, I'm not saying that that's wholly bad advice, but the average man is not going to go out and just be friends platonically with 20 women and not come off as a creep. I mean, I'm just saying, like, it's
Yeah,
not
that's terrible advice. I mean,
awesome.
that's just, first of all, you know, the problem is that really it comes down to you need to get like a network of people that you know, because it's good to have a network, not just because you're trying to like get your dick wet. And by the way, you know, people can tell if you're approaching them just because you're trying to get your dick wet.
Yeah, women are way more savvy socially, in my opinion. I mean, you can't really. Women are tough to fool, and I think a lot of men just don't want to admit that. I think a lot of women know exactly what they're doing, and you know, men make themselves feel better by pretending that that's not the case, right? And I think that that's kind of where a lot of these little subtle, quote unquote, advice that people give is kind of missing the mark, because most men just have, you know, a ridiculously low social IQ, and I count myself among it, but I've learned through bitter experience. So you know what I mean? Like, you know, if you haven't gone through the experience, there's just no way that the average man is gonna.
Well, yeah, but that's the problem, is that's what the prescription then has to be, is really has to start with raising men's social IQs, which is not saying that these guys are going to talk about, because the reality is that their entire movements are full of autists.
No, exactly. And frankly, I mean, my opinion is the only way you're going to get men to break out of, you know, this autism, as you would call it, is basically they're going to have to go and date a bunch of women and try to work and start businesses with people who screw them over and fail and fail and fail. And then they'll probably break out of their autism just out of necessity. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I know that sounds weird, but like, I don't see any other possibility to, you know what I mean? Like, I just, from my experience, I don't see another way. And my general advice to this guy that I was talking about was like, you know, why don't men kind of support each other? Like, okay, let's say you get married at 20, you're divorced by 30, right? Well, you know, why don't we have systems in place to help men get through that, right? Like, that would be a great idea, because frankly, it's, you know, a 50-50 chance that that's where you're going to end up. So let's be prepared for it, right? Rather than just complaining about, well, women do this and men do this. It's like, well, I mean, we can complain about it, but I don't think we're going to change it through complaints, right? I mean, if we were a hot woman, it might work, but we're not. So, you know, so you see what I mean? It's like we're kind of using female methodology to solve, you know, societal problems, and that doesn't seem to be working too well. You know, so.
Well, that's the thing, and you know what these guys never want to talk about is that. Well, to be fair, actually, some of them do talk about this, right? Like they will admit, like, I don't know if you're familiar with that guy, David Arhan, but who I'm pretty sure is a self-admitted inkwell himself, but he will actually talk about this. He'll talk about, you know, like, yeah, it's great that there's this huge like youth movement towards becoming Orthodox Christians, until you realize that it's overwhelmingly male. And so basically it's become a movement for inkwells to sit and talk about theology and stay inkwells, because like something like, I don't know, the 80% of these, that might be a slightly high average, probably closer to about 2/3 or so of these recent converts to Orthodoxy are men, and the 1/3 that are women are usually married to some of the men, which leaves like what, about a third of these converts are just in inkwells.
Right. No, exactly. And I think that's the other thing is like a lot of these guys are advising, stay a virgin till you're 25, and you might possibly maybe find some woman who's stayed a virgin, or she's fucked one guy or whatever. I don't know if you want to cuss on these things, but
No, I do it all the time.
Okay. But they keep pushing the goalposts so far back. And again, like, I'm not trying to be like all Alex Jones, but the globalists are basically like, they're very far along in their Malthusian project. And the thing is, like, a lot of the things that people are talking about to say, oh, they're doing this to the food, or they're putting this in the medical procedures or whatever, is kind of missing the point of like a much larger cultural and anthropological project that they are pretty deep into, right? And I think that's where, like, I don't understand, like, they may not like you or me, but we're trying to help their supposed goals. Even if we're wrong, they can use it as a teaching moment to teach an audience where we're wrong. And I'm totally fine with that, right? But like, I just see, from my point of view, I see like these giant holes in the plot that they're weaving, and I'm like, this is going to lead to like total annihilation of everything that Western Europeans believed in for the last 2,000 years. And like, I don't think that they realize like the trap that I see them falling into now. So I don't know. That's just my personal point of view, and I'm like, I can't comprehend.
You still there? You're cutting out a bit. Well, it appears that Neuro is having a bit of tech issues, so I'm going to read over this comment over here. Has the Yarvin/Dyer show begun yet? Well, as far as I know, the two have never actually had a stream together or talked. The reason why I put the Curtis Yarvin and Jay Dyer's pictures together is because of the fact that there is a theory, and I think it's a decently solid one, that this neo-reactionary group that includes people like Curtis Yarvin / Menster Moldbug, it includes Nick Land, it includes Alexander Dugin. These guys, they're helping to influence and push the movement, the Christian nationalist movement, towards supporting their end goals. And I'll actually talk about that in a little bit, give more specific reasons why I think that might be the case. But it looks like we got the millennial fogey here as well. Welcome.
Hello.
How's it going?
Oh, it's going okay. Just sometimes feeling drained and low energy. That's kind of why it's been a little bit hard to like make a lot of streams and broadcast on here. And then I deal with the same problem you do, where my content gets like kind of shadow banned or doesn't have much of an audience. So I don't really have much of a chat to interact with sometimes.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I could tell you that I don't know when the last time you did a stream was, but if it was any time recently, I didn't get any notifications about it.
Oh, no, I haven't done one in months. I've been pretty busy, so I haven't really had the time to.
Well, I'm glad you could make it, despite the all the adversities.
Oh, it's fine. So what's the good evidence about the Christian nationalism being like a psychological operation? Because even if it's not like something people see on the surface, wouldn't it be something that's a psyop, at least on a more subliminal level?
Yeah, I would say that at the very least, and this I feel like, is not even controversial, and a lot of the Christian nationalists would admit this, which is that it's a conscious attempt to push the Overton window towards a particular vision of the future, which is not something I would necessarily have any problem with, except that what it always has ended up devolving into, at least every version of it that's been presented to me, whether it's Andrew Wilson's version, whether it's increasingly now Jay Dyer's version, whether it's Tim Gordon's version, whether it's Tucker Carlson's version, one thing they all have in common is that they're always, though, ultimately like tech optimists, and they borrow from this like progressive playbook whereby they want to essentially have a very, very modern society, just take out all the things they don't like about modernity, when the problem is that you can't do that. I don't believe that you can do that. I believe that, the problems that they see in modernity are not just problems because like woke leftists have taken over modernity. They're problems that are inherent to the entire project of modernity.
Well, just sorry, my brain's working a little fast. I just drink coffee, so if I keep interrupting, just tell me to shut up for a minute. But like, this is the thing. Like, it definitely feels like they're treating, like you said, they're treating their ideology like a little smorgasbord. Like we have a little bit of the stuff over here, and you can pick and choose. But the thing is, like, they're not being. And look, I'm not saying that I don't think that if we got to go on Piers Morgan or Joe Rogan tomorrow and we got to have this conversation on that, I would not say what I'm saying right now to the general population. I mean, even if I did, it probably wouldn't be smart, right? Like, I recognize that. But what I'm saying is, like, you have to create a narrative or a message that people can actually take action on. And this whole thing of like, well, we just got to live trad-based lives and maybe we'll outbreed our competition, or we might change the culture enough. It's like, with the technology, like, dude, we have a smartphone in every kid's hand, like in 4 billion people's hand right now. Okay. Like, probably more, 5 or 6 billion people, right? Like, you're not going to be able to outcompete that. Okay. Like, and again, like, I think that the truth is people want a more traditional lifestyle. Really, they do. But their volition is being stolen from them. Right. And so if you don't recognize that, you're not going to do that. And look, the multicultural aspect of this is also like insanely important, right? Like, you cannot give the same message to, a dude from, Nigeria as you would, the three of us from Western.
Oh, by the way, I don't want to interrupt because you're making really good points here, but Canuck Saram, I saw that you tried to join the stream, but it wasn't going to let you. I don't know what that's all about, but just so you know, I'm not trying to kick you out or anything. All right, let's see here. It is okay. Yeah, now you can join. Welcome. You can keep going there, Jack.
I mean, I have more points, but I guess what I'm just trying to say is, like, what you're pointing out about the whole, like, all these guys is like, and again, you can make strong arguments that this is being done on purpose via the right-wing movement, but it doesn't even have to be. I just assume all these guys want what's best, right? But the truth is, like, they're not addressing like these giant elephants in the room. And my personal opinion is, when you look at Twitter, for example, right, and you see all the shit that they're drumming up, the hatred of the Jays, and they're drumming up the outrage at the left mob, and it's like, you're not going to beat mob mentality with mob mentality. Okay, that's just not the way we're going to beat it. And then you're ignoring the very tools you're using to win the war, the very tools being used against you, and they own total proprietary ownership of all that technology. Okay, like, if we don't understand and comprehend that, we have no hope. And I think that that's the reason why people are getting black-pilled, is because they're rightfully noticing that all the solutions, quote unquote, that they're being given are wholly inadequate. So being black-pilled is not so irresponsible, because you're recognizing that you're being psyop, whether it's on purpose or whether it's just incidental, is kind of irrelevant in my opinion. But go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, no, and by the way, Canuck Saram, I don't know if I'm saying your name right, but feel
just
free to
call me
join
John
in.
or Canuck.
All right, so John, feel free to jump in at any point, but yeah, I would say that to concur and add on to your point, basically, the way I see it is that it is they're participating in this dialecticism that just a few years ago, when Jay Dyer was on Boiler Room, he was saying, don't do that. Don't get caught up in the phony dialectic. Well, now all of a sudden, now that he's, a successful kind of semi-big name on YouTube, now he's rubbing noses with all these guys that are doing exactly that. And he's just like part of the culture war. Now he's just another one of these guys. And now he and his movement that he's helped spawn are just another one of these movements. They're no different than like Sargon of Akkad for Christian right-wing people.
Can I offer a couple of ideas on the matter?
Sure.
Neuro, regarding what you were saying, I have a couple of observations that they're not mine. I didn't originate them, but they resonate with me. Technology in and of itself isn't bad, but we're seeing technology be used now as a force multiplier, or well, it's always been a force multiplier. What am I saying? It's allowing folks to scale up even further tools of mass control and mass conformity and mass management. We seem to be talking about everything except this, which is, I think, fundamental to the entire matter sweeping the globe right now with the global governance movement and all the factions being fomented and created and fermented to engage in discord with one another. And that is two fundamental foundational liberties we should have: the liberty or the right or the extreme and unviolable acknowledgement of your right to bodily autonomy and your right to freedom of conscience. And everywhere I look in the world today, of course, there are responsibilities attached with living in a society. I don't discount that or leave it unacknowledged. However, those fundamental rights, those of individuals to own and control your body, to own and control your mind, they're fundamental to anything I would recognize as being a healthy society. Society doesn't exist for the sake of I'm sorry, individuals do not exist for the sake of society. I'm not a collectivist. Society exists for the sake of individuals, meaning to mitigate violence and predation among us. And I see all of these movements, Christian nationalism, uh, the theosophy and one world religion building, the cult of Gaia that's unfolding around the world, as movements to group people into larger and larger subsets of controllable, identifiable populations that can be massaged into friction or accord through the selling of security, you know, induced by fear. And I think so many of us are talking about these things. We're worried about it. But in the wider population, as Neuro was saying, we can't just unload the torrent of information and threat on normies. They'll react with, you know, extreme fear or rejection of the possibility in a fit of, you know, cognitive dissonance. But ultimately, I think it does come down to those two foundational elements: bodily autonomy and mental autonomy, for want of a better word. I haven't thought of a better term, but I'll land my plane there.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's one of the issues, right? Is that these guys, these various controlled movements, they're always trying to pretend though that, well, we're the group that are actually going to give you that, right? Like it's always no, actually, yeah, don't listen to all the other cults, listen to my cult instead. When you surrender your autonomy to us, you're doing so for the collective good of baseness. And that's how they operate.
It is lots and lots of cults, and for anyone listening who has limited, and I don't mean that as a pejorative, but a limited or a recently unburnished understanding of the word cult, think of it as a secret society, a mafia, a clique instead of a cult. Right? The word cult is often used because there are a lot of connotations of mental control or social engineering or normative behaviors, but it is cliques of cliques of cliques within cliques, organized in cartels, cadres of associates. The mob structure in most, you know, pop culture mafia movies is a suitable template to consider.
Yeah, and look, here's the thing: is like just on that subject matter. I mean, and Jay Dyer talks about this a lot. He talked about espionage. He's talked to Sammy the Fool Gravano, whatever. You know, like I comprehend all that. And the thing is, like, if you actually wanted to have a successful quote unquote political movement, well, the past 2 to 3 or more thousand years, that's kind of how political power has worked. So I comprehend, like, maybe you think that that's the only way you're going to quote unquote get it. But the thing is, like, if one side of the equation has 3,000 years of experience potentially, and the other side has like 0 years experience, well, or maybe it's two different factions, right? And they're both experts. So either way that you look at it, the average person is not really in a position to participate of their own volition very easily, right? And so maybe that's part of the strategy. I don't know, but I mean, it's like there's like awareness, then there's experience, right? And then again, we're looking at intergenerational projects of philosophy and morality and ethics and
dynastic power, quite frankly, dynastic power. People who understand what power is. What is power? It's power, whatever it means in the context it exists in. If you have a store of food and everyone's starving and you have a well-defended position, you have power, right? If you're hyper wealthy in an economy that's been sacrificed on the altar of fiat currency, you have power. If you're a communist dictator who has the loyalty of troops committed to the ideology you foment and prosecute with them, and they have not wisened up to you, you have power. And there are dynastic power seekers. It's older than writing. We all know that. It's far older than even writing.
And it's that actually plays in with the general idea and how I came to the conclusion that this whole thing might be a psychological operation, albeit one that many of the people, the actors involved in, probably don't realize the extent to which it is. But, because I looked and I thought about like my own prescriptions for what ought to be done, ideally for the future. And I compare them with somebody like Andrew Wilson's, and it's very clear, my sort of pro-deceleration goal contrasted with his pro-accelerationist stance that he outlined in the debate that is no longer available that I had with him. The problem with that is that, the result of if the world went the way I proposed that it ought to go would be fewer opportunities for individual bad faith actors, Machiavellians, to take power. His worldview would empower unscrupulous people. I'm not saying that he himself is just an unscrupulous Machiavellian who wants power, but the problem is that he's promoting a worldview of basically opening up the possibility of further global domination. And he doesn't realize that he's being a patsy, I think, for these forces that want the same thing he does, but are not, but wouldn't even pretend that they're hiding it behind this guise of, well, I'm doing it to spread the gospel or something like that.
Well, and I just want to say two more things, and I'll jump off just to let the conversation develop a little bit more, and hopefully Machine will come back on, because I want to hear everybody else's take. But just briefly, I'll say this on the whole idea of the NPC meme, right? Like, there's definitely a program of dehumanizing people. And look, I mean, if you go out into the street and you see a lot of these people that are kind of behaving in a criminal manner, or they're behaving in an NPC manner, and they're, actively kind of destroying a way of life that you want to see perpetuated, I comprehend that. But I don't think that you can really make a Christian argument for that, right? And so maybe you can, I don't know, of making people essentially cannon fodder or eggs to put into your omelet. Okay. The whole wood chipper meme, right? Like, I'm just saying, like, we have to like be honest with ourselves at the very least, if we're not going to talk about it openly. But what I'm saying is, like, if we want to get certain things done, bad things are going to happen, and frankly, they're going to happen regardless if we act or not. And I think that that's really the thing. And all I'm trying to point out is, like, we're in a situation where, if we want to go Machiavelli, well, don't be surprised when everyone around you thinks they're a little mini Machiavelli, and you destroy everything that you're trying to build. So I'm just saying, like, it's a very dangerous thing that we're playing with, and hopefully everybody will kind of get what I'm saying. But I'll jump back.
Okay. Well, you know what? Thank you for coming on, Neurojack. It's been a while since we had a face-to-face conversation like this. So
yeah, I appreciate it. I'm coming back. I just want other people to talk, because I'll just keep interrupting. Okay. So I'll come back.
All right. Take care. No, it's fascinating. Like going based on what he was saying. Yeah, that's the issue, right? Is that this is why, I think that Jay was correct back in 2018, 2019, when he used to go on the boiler room and tell you not to trust in princes, because princes are untrustworthy. And people that are claiming that they're, oh no, I'm doing this for the collective good of humanity. It just so happens that it's empowering certain individuals at the behest of humanity. I think people that are doing that are also untrustworthy. And I think it's kind of weird that these people that in 2018, 2019, when they felt that they were totally disempowered, right? Back in a few years ago, it didn't look like there was much of a path forward for this sort of Christian nationalism. Now it does. And now you're starting to see that these people that a few years ago were saying one thing, were saying, no, actually, the whole system's fucked. Now all of a sudden they changed their tune. And now they're sort of edging slowly towards a, no, actually, I'm the solution. Just vote for me and I'll solve all your problems, which is a really dangerous place to be.
They are very eager theocrats. They look around at the world. They say, "Oh, the world is suffering from poison ideologies. It needs our ideology." But those men who founded the United States of America, I'm not an American, but I do quite admire the Constitution and the Declaration. They kind of offered everyone a hack. They said, "Here's a republic if you can keep it. Be vigilant, be educated, follow these rules, modify them according to your culture in your time with due reflection upon the past and where you're going, and don't let the wolves feed on you. It's a republic if you can keep it." We didn't keep it. A return to basic constitutionalism, at least within the American context, the North American context, would do wonders. And then restraining, of course, the attributes of personhood that we have allowed lawyers to grant to corporations.
Well, it's interesting. The original, at least Jeffersonian ideal. This is obviously the Federalists were slightly different, but the classic concept of Jeffersonian democracy, by definition, would have involved that we not develop this like modern hyper capitalist usurious system, right? Because the original idea was Jefferson wanted a nation of small farmers who could basically form like a local armed militia. That's why he was an anti-federalist. That's why he basically, his goal would be to have as close to possible to have individual states that were almost separate countries, and that would largely follow an agrarian model, because he understood, I think correctly, that if you deviate from that, if you start having this like high-tech, highly developed, urbanized, global trade-based society, you would end up actually signing off on a lot of the rights that the founding fathers fought for.
I agree. Within the context of his time, an agrarian model works. If we just kind of pull back the microscope a couple of orders of focus upwards, in our time, that would primarily mean being autonomous in the sense of you have access, or you have a secure supply of raw materials, your own food, you control your own labor, maximizing your sovereignty. And what he wanted was a maximization of sovereignty. And if maximization is too strong a word, then at least a principled and mindful awareness of the value of sovereignty. And we seem to have devalued that very much. We very eagerly in North America trade our liberties for what we are told is security. And we're encouraged to do that again and again and again. And it's
And
a
that's
trap.
how every dictator takes power doing that. Right? Like if you study the rise of any dictator, it's always the same way. It's always, we're going to keep you safe from whatever the real or imagined threat is out there.
Yeah, it's a very, very old technique. It's probably, it predates humans and goes into our primate past with primate troop dynamics. It has taken on different colors and strains and forms with human culture and language, of course. But ultimately, it is, trust the strong arm that's going to touch you when you don't want to get touched in exchange for safety and security from the dark. You want the dry cave? You got to pay the dry cave prices.
Yeah, which is, because obviously at a more local level, that could be not necessarily a bad thing, right? Like everybody, we are social animals and we do cooperate because it's in our best interest to do so. The problem is, though, that once you get the rise of a certain level of complexity, of cultural complexity, you are pretty much asking for a form of this to happen. And that's an issue. But as it's particularly an issue now when we have a level of complexity on a global level that's way out of bounds with what we've ever had, even like a century ago. And now it's almost impossible to imagine a world in which we're not basically enslaved coomers in the pod at this point.
I don't know if it's hard to imagine that world. I know we're kind of speaking off the cuff here, so I'm not trying to impugn your words as meaning something nefarious or unintelligent, but it's easily imaginable, I think, for people like you and I, or those listening, or people who have kind of decided to put aside that comfort of mind to actually look at the world now with older eyes, with some gray hair and soul wounds, earned, and realize, wow, this is a bad deal. I didn't realize how bad a deal it was. And we could either, double down on the bad deal and go back to sleep, or kind of wake up and go, you know what? I won't benefit directly from the major changes, but at least I can add a few grains of sand to the momentum to fix things. And maybe that's all we can do.
Oh, and by the way, so just so L7, I see you're in the chat, or sorry, you're trying to get in. I'm not familiar with the name L7, so I'm just going to ask you to like cam up real quickly, and then you only need to do it for a few seconds. I just need to be sure that you're not like a penis. Awesome, thank you. All right, I'll let you in, L7.
Thanks for not calling me a penis.
There we go. So, how's it going?
It's going good. How are you guys?
I'm doing well. The stream so far has been quite successful. I've got some interesting insights from all of y'all. Do you have anything in particular that you want to add to this conversation?
I wanted to listen and just be asked like certain questions, kind of like that. But
Okay,
I tuned in like
fair enough.
5 minutes ago and in and out. So
I see. Well, this is so far it's been fairly stream of consciousness. We're sort of just talking about this general idea of Christian nationalism and this movement that seems to have sprung up seemingly grassroots within the last 2 to 3 years or so, and how it's very strange. A lot of aspects of it are rather unsettling to people like myself who followed a lot of the individuals involved for longer than this movement's been around, right? So like for me specifically, seeing Jay Dyer about like 2022 versus Jay Dyer now, there has been a change, and it makes me sort of suspicious as to what exactly has happened that's made this change. Why is this guy that used to be, critical of most of these like modern manufactured solutions, now he's telling us to use like Bitcoin and things like that?
see, at the end of the day, it could be chalked up as opinion. Why? So
Oh, you mean like, because I think you were cutting out a little bit. You said that like it could be chalked up as opinion based.
like it could be chalked up as an opinion as to whatever reasons why anybody would do anything otherwise.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, I don't have hard proof that like. Oh, what's up?
I actually had never heard of Christian nationalism, to be honest, 100%. Like I don't watch the news, man. So, I learned I think I may have heard Jay Dyer's name in like 2017 or something, or I don't know, but like I never watched anything. But I am still familiar with the patterns that you guys have been suggesting for consideration.
Yeah, certainly, because I would say that like I'm focusing on Jay Dyer just because he's somebody that I'm familiar with and have been familiar with for years. But like this same thing is happening to a lot of other people. And to some extent, I think it might just be like the allure of the limelight, right? Because like these are people that at one point would have been relative unknowns. Like, you know, not that many people. Oh, what's up?
They're not under any other. They're not like under an unknown system. I think we all face the same. Like if like we were them and we woke up in the morning, like whatever, looked out their eyes, like it's not like we'd be facing a different system or anything.
Yeah, well, that's a point that I've made,
More
a number of times on this channel. Actually, is that like there's nothing. Their solutions aren't really that different from what they're trying to oppose. It's basically just like, well, I want a different flavor. Like I want a Christian nationalist flavor to the Great Reset. Like, and this is why I make the connection with the neo-reactionaries who are, as far as I know, not explicitly Christian at all, but they have this same general idea of let's actually harness these weapons that have been used against us in our favor, and let's do that in such a way that like basically we end up winning, so we get to be at the top of everything. So instead of you guys all have to live in the pod and eat the bugs because of like Klaus Schwab and these anti-natalist liberals, you will have to live in the pods and eat like whatever supplement, like chalk.com supplements, because
I get you on
us
that.
in power.
That was a great description, man. I definitely towards the end there understood what you're saying.
Yeah, because like I know in the communist ideology, they believe that technological progress will eventually result in freedom.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the same sort of idea. It's this Whiggish idea. Like basically the one word I can use to describe what all these things have in common is that's all Whiggishness. And the same thing with like most forms of like occult new age spirituality as well, right? It's always like we're always heading towards some sort of apotheosis whereby we leave the savagery of the past behind and go and through the aid of technology and scientific development, we become something like greater than ourselves. By the way, there's a couple more comments I want to read.
You know
here.
what that sounds like?
Oh, what's
real
up?
quick, man. Real quick. That sounds like you ever go to like a video arcade game or something, or like, and you ever go to like the fair and stuff, and they got the little water guns, and you're supposed to shoot it towards that target as best as you can, right?
Oh,
and
yes.
The first one in the line, and so they put people in line, and so like it's a natural weird type of competition because it's not. I mean, it is natural, but it isn't. So yeah, I don't know. It reminds me of like who's gonna get the horse to the top of the thing first, and then whoever that is gets a special. I'm a special admission boy. He gets a special ticket, and he gets to go take out his I don't know. Yeah, it's fleeting, kind of. In a way.
It's the golden ticket in Willy Wonka, right?
Yeah.
Here we go. So by the way, Silver Tongue Cavaliers says ask L7 about Owen Benjamin. What do you know about Owen Benjamin? I know a little, but not a lot.
Oh, from what I've seen, to sum it up, I would say maybe like, dude, I don't know, just maybe like 5 to 10 hours worth of, I don't know, maybe more than that. But yeah,
I used to watch
got a house. He's like, look at me, look at my family. He's like, look at my little farm. He's like, you guys should probably try to do this too. And by the way, like, here's some of the problems it's like there's things being solved at least. I feel like for family values and earthly values, I see that. I don't get where I've heard people say, like, oh, watch out for a scam or something. It's like, how is the dude going to scam you if you're just learning? You know what I mean? Or something. Like, I don't know. Seems like a funny dude to me. And I don't know. What do you know?
Yeah, I mean, my main knowledge of his, I think I first became familiar with him because of like Orthobro's telling me that he was bad because he has the wrong takes on theology or whatever. Because I guess he's a Unitarian or something, or he doesn't believe in the Trinity. So the Orthobros were really mad about that. And then I saw a video that he did, like where he was interviewed by a Muslim neo-Salafi YouTuber named Daniel Hakikachu, which was like
I saw
really
that
similar.
too, actually. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, it was interesting, but it was like what I objected to about it was that it was like the whole thing basically just devolved into this debate over the N-word.
Oh, I didn't even see that part. I don't see the N-word. I don't hear it. I just get it.
Well, it was about a third. I would, because I watched, I think the whole thing. That was about a third of it was like basically a debate over like whether it's ever acceptable to use the N-word, and which I thought was like, okay, this is not really. I mean, it's interesting, I guess, for a little while, but like it's not really solving any broader societal problems.
Right. I mean, really, true.
By the way, Uncle Fatty says I could see three different perspectives on the Christian nationalist, Christo-fascist, white power points of view. What is the theory of the resolve of this particular psyop? How is it being presented? Well, certainly some forms of it are being presented as honey traps, right? So like Neurojack at the beginning was talking about how the so-called alt-right started out as being this like sort of like this like big joke that we were all in on, this sort of like, well, I'm just going to basically it was like a big trolling scheme when it began with like stuff.
What is this? What is this trolling scheme?
I'm saying like the alt, like when the alt-right started.
Okay.
So like back in, I don't know, 2014, 2015, it was like basically just like, it was like the companion opposition to the woke ideas that were starting around the Great Awakening, right? It was like,
got you. Yeah, I see. So you're saying it's paid from both sides, which I would say that personally. I don't know, but it's someone's paying attention at least, you know.
Yeah. I guess that's a good way to put it, right? Like it was, because I think it maybe began as something grassroots. It was just like, you know, edgy teenagers on 4chan that were like sharing offensive memes because they wanted to like troll the SJWs or something. But what happened very quickly was that it started getting under the influence of these people like Ricardo Spencero, and it led to major. Well, I don't know what I could say on YouTube, but make his name less Spanish sounding, and you might know who I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. I don't, but it's all right. And they're just all interchangeable, honestly. Like they're faceless beings, but in the most respectful way, like with like the highest form of amnesia I've ever seen. But that's kind of how I see it.
That is a bit yeah, I guess that's a good way to put it, is that like, because, well, I mean, in the case of Mr. Ricardo Spencero, I think it's pretty much just at this point an open secret, if it's even a secret at all, that he was a Fed. So by the way, Wesley Curry II, I'm going to ask the same thing I asked L7 because I don't recognize the name. So just briefly cam up just so I know you're not a Willie. Thank you. All right. Welcome, Wesley Curry II. How's it going?
I'm okay. Yeah, I saw your, I guess the algorithm from YouTube threw your show in my face and thought I would call in.
All right. You got any thoughts?
Sorry about that.
First off, yeah, sure. Yeah, Jesus returned, and all the people that say they're Christians with their lips didn't confess and said it didn't happen. So no, they're not Christians. You know, if all the guys that are ministering in all the pulpits everywhere in America, they all saw Jesus and they heard Jesus and they all say it didn't happen. So no, none of them are Christians. Let's get our definitions right. Just saying I believe Jesus is God doesn't make you a Christian.
And that was a good point, man. Did I just say he gave me an idea that thought, like, how is science not involved in testing different religious backgrounded people on like how well their cells divide, or like how healthy and how well their systems are like assimilated? I think they probably do. They just probably do it in like a weird way I haven't thought of yet.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I just saw something. Well, never mind. Actually, you guys continue the conversation. I'll just be chatting here in the private chat.
Hey, Canuck, how are you, dude? North America, fuck yeah.
Okay, yeah. I don't know. A lot of what was on my mind was kind of unrelated to like what the stream is about. But I'll ask Chad Culture about it when he comes back.
What's the connection with? I mean, I know it doesn't matter what the actual connection is, but the framework that's being laid down for people to accept is very, man, it's very foolish. It's very foolish.
But you know, I don't really like follow too many internet movements these days, because regardless of where people stand ideologically, a lot of them don't really pan out to much in real life.
Yeah. Look, there's three things I want to talk about. One of them is how Satan told you some stuff. The other is when the last day of time is going to be before you are put into a hell of nuclear war and martial law and China overthrowing the United States. And the other is what Jesus is going to put upon you for denying that he is God. What the mark of the beast is, the omni mark. That's what I would like to talk about. I'd like to talk about how Satan told you in your minds, I will turn and toss you violently like a ball. On October 10, 2005, you were paralyzed in your beds. For a moment, you woke up and you could not move. The reason you could not move is because Jesus removed his forgiveness from you and allowed Satan to attack you. And Satan attacked you. And Satan pulled a fire down, and it felt like you were shocked, like an electric shock in your body of a different kind of electricity you hadn't felt before. And the voice said in your mind, I will turn and toss you violently like a ball. None of those people are Christians. Not one of them believes Jesus is God. Not even one.
We think that they're like actually just like atheists or Satanists.
Look, bring it down to earth. They don't sit in a room and go, how can we psychologically overtake these people? They're sitting in a room going, how can we make cash? And that's what it's about, and that's what they're after, and that's what's going on with
those. I would argue that it could be, I think in many of these people's cases, I'm not sure if they're 100% aware of what they're doing, right? Like I think that a lot of them are maybe allowing themselves to wander too deep into waters that they're not sure about, right? Like that they don't know necessarily what they're doing, right? Like, Father, forgive them, they know not what they do. It's this idea that like as these people become successful and as their movement becomes successful, it gets co-opted and they don't even see that as being co-opted. The same thing happened with, I guess, Christian Nationalism 1.0, which is the GRO wipers. They did the exact same thing. And, you know, Christian Nationalism 2.0, aka Andrew Wilson and all these like orthobros, they rightly called them out on all that crap last year, but now they're doing the same thing. By the way, I don't know if you have anything to say, Machine Lies, but welcome as always.
Yeah, they're selling the name Jesus for money. They're making it a fashionable thing as a rock and roll show on TV. Wow, we've got this new Nord keyboard and cameras on cranes, and we can make a show. And we've got music that's it says Jesus in it, but it's like indie rock, you know. So we're cool, you know, and send us your money, because we need to support our ministry to bring out the name Jesus to you. None of them believe Jesus is God, not even one. Selling Jesus for money is what they're doing. They couldn't get a job doing something else, so they figured, hey, yeah, let's sell Jesus for money. And none of them believe Jesus is God. And selling Jesus for money is called wizardry.
Well, it's interesting. I would say that, and then I do want to actually get the Machine Lies' take on all this. I would say that a lot of the critiques that you just made, actually, these Christian nationalists themselves would make the same critiques, because they're generally operating out of like either a Roman Catholic or an Eastern Orthodox tradition. So they would say the same thing, right? They'd say like, oh, these like dime store, non-denominational mega churches are completely, they're not, they've lost sight of the message.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. I'm sorry. That's wrong of me to interrupt. I should show some patience. Go ahead, please.
No, basically, like, they're not necessarily in opposition to what you just said, right? Like, I think probably everybody within the sphere can agree that there's something seriously off about like a rock concert in church, like, and about like these like mega church pastors that tell you like, just send your money to us and we'll heal all your sicknesses.
What a shame. What a scam. What a real scam that healing crap is. Seriously taking advantage of people and telling them they're being healed, and none of them are being healed. All imaginations, all for money. Look, they're going to be revealed. All those frauds, all those liars that are selling Jesus for money, who do not believe he is God, they're going to be revealed. There's going to be a national one world money order bank system. You all are going to be tempted along with it. And everyone that takes the Omni mark, a branded barcode, everyone that takes the $32,523 that you're going to be offered from Islam to be branded by laser with a barcode called the Omni, OMNI, on your right hand wrist or your forehead. All those false blasphemers of the Holy Spirit that say Jesus' name in pulpits, they're going to lead their flocks to taking that mark. They're going to lead their flocks to taking the mark of the beast, the 666, the Omni mark. Well, Jesus is going to finally say, I've had enough of your bullshit. And he's going to put on them gray scabs. And gray, dead-looking scabs are going to appear on their faces. And they're going to lose their houses, and they're going to be put into the streets in poverty. And then Jesus is going to say, I do not know you. And there's a pearl of light in every one of their souls. That's the Holy Spirit of Jesus. It looks about as big as a glowing bowling ball, as the color of snow. And it's in your belly. That's the Holy Ghost. That's the Holy Spirit of Jesus. He's going to remove that from all that take the Omni mark. And he's going to say, I do not know you. And when he removes that Holy Ghost from their bellies, millions and millions and millions worldwide are going to fall dead in the street. And
I can hear you.
They're going to fall like Ananias and Sapphira did.
Yo, if anybody did not hear that last like minute and a half, you need to go listen to that shit.
The omni mark is the mark of the beast. A lot of people who say Jesus, Jesus, Jesus are going to take the omni mark. Jesus is going to kill them in public.
Yeah.
Oh, see, well, I can hear you, but you're saying it's a
Sorry.
problem specific to your channel.
There's a light in your bellies. That light is the Holy Ghost of Jesus. There is a picture of what is in that light. That is the vision Jesus told you to tell. Those of us that tell it shall not need the omni mark. Those that will not tell that vision do not believe Jesus is God.
Okay, I think I have to do it this way. Okay, so I will have to do it this way, and then I'll have to full screen this screen. Okay, now you guys can hear me, I bet. So yeah, what I was basically saying was that Romans 13, if I could read it really quickly, it's a very important passage. Let me look this up really quick, but basically what it's saying is that it's laying out a relation between church and state, which is very important to recognize, and this is a very famous passage, Romans 13:1. Let me quickly, if I can, try to open this up and read it for you guys. What it says is, let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God. And those that exist have been instituted by God. Therefore, whoever resists the authorities resists what God has appointed. And those who resist will incur judgment. For rulers are not a terror to good conduct, but to bad. Would you have no fear of one? Would you have no fear of one who is in authority? Then it says, then do what is good, and you will receive his approval. So it's actually interesting. It's making a distinction between the earthly powers and the heavenly powers, the regulation of state affairs and the regulation of the affairs within the church. And it's saying that basically you have to obey the powers insofar as they allow you to concur with your religious practice. And he furthermore concludes that if you are good, then most of what the authorities do will fall in line with what you're doing. So it's actually very interesting sort of command, in terms of relating to power and justice, and there's theopolitical status in Judaism and Islam and other things. But the thing is that the theopolitical status within the Christian or Jewish teaching or Islamic teaching is distinguished from the earthly authorities. Therefore, it creates a strain on power, unless those earthly authorities can be matched with the heavenly authorities,
Yeah, that was really good. There's a lot actually just to go just even there. It's 13.
Look, there's going to be a wheel in the middle of the wheel the color of beryl. The mystery of that. It is the judgment of Jesus Christ against mankind. That Ezekiel wheel in the wheel, the color of beryl, is going to make a fire enfolding in itself. And it's going to make that fire enfolding in itself in the city of Chicago. And
I got a question real quick. Does this have anything to do with is Christian nationalism a psyop?
No, as a matter of fact, there's none of these false Christians that will tell you this.
Okay.
Not even
Well, I
one.
mean,
Good answer.
my goal with the stream is to specifically discuss this one particular topic.
I'm going to guess your goal is to play Nyanya against these phony asshole mouth that say they're Christian. I'm with you on that.
That's exactly right, Wesley. You know, this is not a stream against Christianity. It's a stream against the promulgation of Christian virtues in order to in order for a utilitarian goal, which is basically
right.
a political end, a constructed end that is not Christian, that actually falls way outside of the purview of anything within Christian morals or Christian teachings. What we're discussing is basically subterfuge, by people like Alex Jones and others that use these sort of theosophical concepts, such as the Great Awakening, and other people who use all sorts of arcane conceptions, like Nick Fuentes, who recently called himself a Christian futurist. You know what I mean? So these are promulgations that fall way outside the bounds of both Christian, eschatology, and also Christian virtue ethics. So what they are is they're actually political reconstructions of Christian teaching that fall inside the line of modernism, trying to bring about a European style Renaissance that has a lot to do with even foreign actors of influence. For example, the Orthodox Church is linked with Russian intelligence, going back to even the time of the KGB. There's other instances of issues like such as was mentioned on the other day. You have people like Reza Giorgiani, who is one of the architects of the alt-right movement, talking about Duginism and how Duginism has aligned itself with where the Christian Orthodox have lined themselves with Islamic, I guess parties and stuff, pro-Iranian.
God himself told the false Christians they have aligned themselves with Islam. Jesus himself told all the false Christians.
Yeah, but this live stream's not about eschatology. Like, that's not really the purpose of the discussion.
Yeah, that's true. All those false Christians this. No time to talk, Allah. You want war. That Jesus spoke to every one of those liars in the pulpit that used Jesus' name.
That's what we're talking about, though. The liars. Money. That's exactly it. People who use things in order to lie to gain some sort of a quote unquote logical advantage or something.
Yeah, and I wanna
I quit going to services. I don't go to any church services anymore. Mostly because of that.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, you got to study the Bible and talk to the religious officials and see what makes sense in your own heart. Obviously, the Holy Spirit is going to guide, who it needs to. And, but going off of that, in other words, there's a lot of other aspects to this, and I'll map it out. There's a movement within the Orthodox, circles called foundationalism, that's using a sort of a whole idea of Christian virtue ethics as being the basis or the forerunner for modern liberal society. There's also a movement called integralism within the Catholic circles that's trying to integrate or make a universal creed within and outside of Catholicism. There's also the Noahide laws, the movement for Noahide laws, or the Abrahamic. Hold on just a second, Wesley. Here, give me just a second, Wesley. You got the movement within the Noahide, that's being pushed by the Messianic Jews. So you have different aspects of how they're using different Christian and Jewish undercurrents. Still, you have this trip up by Steve Bannon where he uses the term Judeo-Christian in order to accomplish the same end. And Steve Bannon and Roger Stone and Alex Jones You know, they've been using Christianity clear and plain daylight as a psyop, you know, having all sorts of people from the, you know, foreign intelligence, you know,
Funneling.
yeah, funneling in all sorts of foreign intelligence. I think Jerome Corsi got up there and he said that to Alex Jones that he got a message from a higher up than the Mossad that's telling him that they approve of what Alex Jones is doing on his show. And then there's this whole understanding of
he got shocked in his bed by Satan, and Satan told him, "Don't."
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
Oh,
for
yeah.
sure. That sounds accurate as fuck. But yeah, the whole thing about it is how they're using these young people like Nick Fuentes, the Mexican child leader of the white race, you know what I mean? And other people like Sneak and Glow, Sneeko, you know, and also John Zerka, you know, in order to do these, you know, they're spreading these type of,
I feel like it's like narrative farming.
yeah, QAnon type of narrative farming. You know, Steve Pachenik was one of the top people who released information about the QAnon conspiracy on Alex Jones before the J6 thing happened. So, you know, they're cultivating minds in a certain direction, and the direction is basically based off of, and we could talk about the QAnon conspiracy, how they use Trump, the Trump and Cyrus coin, you know, and also the influence of Christian Zionism, because one of the good things that the Orthodox Christians are at least doing is that they're curtailing the influence of Christian Zionism that's coming from the evangelical sects. So, you know, you at least have to give them credit for that. But when you look at the entire picture of things, they're falling right into the trap, because they'll criticize Muslims, but they won't criticize the Zionists, right? So they're falling into the same basic trap of where they're criticizing certain groups while they're letting other groups go to the bank, if you know.
Yeah, or else if they do Christian, or if they do criticize Zionism, it'll always be like this very weak sauce critique, right? Like they'll maybe say like, oh, you know, it's ridiculous that we're being tarnished for saying Christ is king, but let's talk about the real issues, which is like how we can follow the Steve Turley plan to outbreed the opposition, and how we can, you know, stop all these other problems that are more important than the genocide that's currently going on in Gaza.
And I also thought it was funny when Steve
ready to happen. No, that's Disneyland compared to what's getting ready to happen, or what's happening in Gaza. It's going to be happening in every one of your.
You got a skill, Wesley. You have a real skill, bro. For real.
But anyways, I was about to say, it's just also funny how Steve Turley was cheerleading, like, you know, for example, the election of Georgia Maloney, saying like, oh, immigration is going to be taken care of. And then everybody on the dissident right is bitching and whining that immigration is still a big problem, even after her election.
Well, because where have these right-wing populist politicians ever actually changed anything? Like, name one right-wing populist politician who's managed to keep any of their promises. They don't. Like, they're just there because that's what populism is. Populism is telling people what they want to hear so they'll vote for you. That's why up until about 10 years ago, the word populism had an extremely negative connotation, because people understood that it was just demagoguery in order to get votes. And that's what it's always been. Every single one of these populists is just there to offer you the illusion that you're getting something different when you're not.
Yes, because and the reason why I see that is because they are topics. They're literally the top surface of the pick. Like, being popular to the population.
The ones
right, because the mayor, he did a very good video on populism, talking about how populism itself is really ineffective, and how societies and civilizations work is you always have like a very small, well-organized group of people that rule over a large, very disorganized group of people.
The only ones that fully,
I like what he said there, because he was following the point. He brought us back to that point.
The only ones on this day that fully believe Jesus is God are 144,000 young children whom never watch TV. They are the remnant. There's many false Christians that say,
Hey,
"Oh, we are the
The
remnant."
host of this show is his
Well-
name J.R. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. To bring it back to the topic, though, like it's interesting that these
Fighting.
groups. Oh, what's up?
All I see is fighting, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because like this whole, I mean, really, I guess what I'm saying, what I'm trying to articulate is that like this whole thing that we've seen for like all these past however many years is just, I think, working up to, we want to give a false hope to people that have woken up that there's something wrong. And the better they can sell their snake oil, the better they can actually control these people and make sure that they don't actually critique power and what's really going on.
Well, what's going on?
Yeah, because it's easier not to critique. Because I was going to say it's easier to get people to not critique power if you just serve them the slop that they're asking for, or just serve them you serve them all the window dressing they're asking for. And as long as the society looks and acts moral or has these certain ethics on quotation marks, nobody's going to know what's really like, behind. Nobody's really going to actually be aware of what's really happening.
By the way, so Wesley, I will unmute you if you can give me like a promise in the chat that you're going to stay on topic and not derail the conversation. So yeah, no, that's very true. And I mean, this is the issue that needs to be discussed. But the thing is that the people that discuss these sorts of things, the people that are talking about, wait a second, maybe this is all just false promises. Maybe these are just new rabbit holes for people to go down so that they don't actually make any effective change. Those people end up getting shadow banned. They end up getting everybody turns against them, and they end up, on far away corners of the internet shouting into a vacuum.
Yeah, I have another. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying really quick, you can't attack their sacred cows.
Yeah, that's right. Right. Yeah, and speaking of sacred cows, somebody I guess could point out that in Exodus it actually says that that Israel is the firstborn son of God. Now, how do they finagle this into saying that, well, Jesus means the same thing as Israel, right? Well, the whole thing is there within the Jay Dyer type of understanding, right? The CIA is evil, and so is the Catholic Church because of Operation Gladio, right? So the centers of power and control within the West are broken. So what you have to do is you have to overthrow the centers of power, but then the problem is that the entities you're now beholden to are they may let in influences from all sorts of foreign countries, such as the Russian Orthodox Church. Now, it's important to note that Jay Dyer said in his debate that or one of his main arguments, at least, is that the Jewish service that's done in the temple, that the Christian liturgy is a continuation of that. Right. So he's connecting himself to quote unquote Judeo-Christian, branding, whereas, he's also beholden to these people. For example, he's working on Alex Jones' show, right, who are then saying all of this type of, using the same type of branding with Ben Shapiro and Steve Bannon that are basically using this oxymoronic term, Judeo-Christian. This,
Yeah, well, it's interesting that
was great. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that a lot of what's happening right now is that it's almost like there is this push towards trying to find like common, like this common Abrahamic Prisca Theologica or something, right? Which is interesting because Jay Dyer in particular, will tell you that he opposes all this. Like he says, he's horrified at the that thing that they're doing in Abu Dhabi, where they're building like an Abrahamic faith center, and that this is a sign that the Catholic Church has gone off the deep end and all this stuff. But at the same time, he is sort of trying to do a stealthier version of the same thing, in that he is saying like, oh well, let's try and reconstruct this continuity between the Old Testament and the New Testament that actually most Christians will not claim that there is. Like, obviously, Christians think that there is a continuity between the Old Testament and the New Testament, but there's very few, as far as I know, other than Jay Dyer and the Orthobros, who would say, for instance, that like, oh, every reference to an angel in the Old Testament is actually a reference to Jesus, and that in fact the Old Testament Jews believed in the same sort of Trinitarian context, or the same concept of the Trinity as current day Christians do, and that rabbinic Judaism is somehow this aberration, right? Like that's the Jay Dyer position, is that the Jews of 3,000 years ago were actually Trinitarian Christians, which I think is an absurd prospect.
Dude, it's like New Age philosophers, like, it's like empty.
Well, I mean, it does have that internal sort of perennialism of the New Age, right? It's like we're trying to reconstruct this concept of continuity within things that are contradictory. Like, let's minimize the contradictions and let's try and rationalize it as actually this continuity that's all building towards the same thing. And, and even somebody that I like a lot, like Seraphim Hamilton, I would never call Seraphim Hamilton one of these quote unquote orthobros, but he does something very similar, right? Like he will say the same thing. He will say like, oh, there's this sort of like shared Abrahamic ideal, and we can try and look for the similarities between Judaism, Islam, and Christianity.
There's also the horrible instance in which they're trying to radicalize Christians to get them to be white nationalists. So there's this whole movement that they're trying to radicalize the Christian movement in order to create a pseudo sort of Nazi movement, and then they're going to pigeonhole those people just like they did on J6. They're using these sort of informant types in order to capture the minds and imaginations of young Christian folk, and then they're going to be put up to slaughter once they say, oh, this is basically the new neo-Nazi component. So unfortunately, the radical sects within Christianity, because they can't use white nationalism, and you have the entire strain in which the white nationalist ideology can be linked in some sort of quasi way to the Christian movement because of the white replacement theory, and because they both claim that Christianity is quote unquote European, right?
Well, I don't want to give away the plot, but I'll just tell you like kind of how it works from my point of view. Like, I think Barack Obama was the first white nationalist in modern history. And people say, well, what do you mean? Well, look at Trump and the whole birther thing and the whole birth certificate thing. And, they made a huge thing about it. And, who was hanging out with Mr. Obama back then? Well, General Flynn. And who also was the guy for Trump? General Flynn. And I mean, like
rather than go on and on and on, I will just say simply, I agree with you. All in every pulpit in every one of those synagogues on this day who say Jesus, 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 none of them, not even one of them, believe Jesus is God. They are there for money. That's the problem.
Well, money or worse. Certainly, I would say that to get into basically concur with Neurojack. Yeah, I would say that essentially, I think you notice a lot of this white nationalist stuff. Like, I don't know, I think everybody on this panel right now is probably, older than Gen Z, right? So like millennials are older, and would have been around in like the 90s and 2000s. Do you remember this like white nationalism being like a semi-serious movement? Because I don't remember this from before about like 8 or 9 years ago. And it does seem like it was the tail end of the Obama administration. All of a sudden there was this explosion in, well, let's have this new sort of race-based movement that would start out as being, well, we're going to oppose Obama and we're going to bring his color into it. And then it sort of ballooned into Charlottesville and J6 and all these other, what are pretty obviously were manufactured to begin with.
Well, look at what they're doing with Biden, and I actually had something way more important than this to talk about. But I mean, but look at what they're doing with Biden. Oh, he poops his pants. He's inept. Blah blah blah. I mean, they haven't figured out like this is a like theatrical production to get you to bare your teeth and do the 2 minutes of 8, and then you feel as if you've done something while your country is getting like disavowed essentially. It's kind of funny. It's like maybe voting for Trump one more time, and we'll get Ross Ulbricht, the drug trafficker, out of prison, and then we'll all go back to 2014 paradise, or whatever, 1950s paradise, or whatever they think. I mean, and again, like, I'm being a dick about it, but I mean, it's kind of like at this point I'm just kind of sick of seeing the.
Well, I agree with what you're saying. I'm going to depart from you now. Thank you for letting me speak. I shall be sent by Jesus to visit each and every one of you personally.
All right. Well,
I thank you.
I hope you'll listen to me when I visit you. Have a good day.
Definitely.
Right.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I hope that it's a friendly visit.
All right.
So here's what
I don't really like to get too much into. I was just going to say, I don't really like to get too much into eschatology, because I kind of like agree with like what a lot of Orthodox Christians tend to say about it. But anyways, I'll hand it over to Neurojack.
Well, on that point, like I kind of generally agree with the eschatology, but the thing is, like, I don't think you can blend eschatology with politics lightly, right? And I think that people are kind of irresponsibly kind of like, oh, this is a sign of the end times. This is a sign of this. I mean, it's like, we got to be like, even like monks who've been studying this shit for, I don't know, 80 years would say, like, I mean, they're not going to go and tell you like, oh, this applies to this. This applies to this. It's a sign. I mean, like, dude, that's very, very dangerous for multiple reasons, in my opinion. I mean, Jesus is pretty explicit. Like, you're not going to know shit. So don't try to like soothsay. And again, I'm not accusing anyone in particular that. I'm just saying, like, people can misconstrue a lot of shit very easily. So we have to be that much more careful, in my opinion. And the other side of it is this, like, so here's what I was trying to get at. So somebody that, I know is kind of like watching some of these guys who were, satanic, saying, Jesus was a PDF or this or that or whatever. And like, I'm not making it about that, but, I kind of tried to make the point, like, Satanism is basically thinly veiled Gnosticism. Would you say that that's true, Machine, from your perspective, or am I kind of way off base? And I have a follow-up. I'm going somewhere else with this. I just wanted to see what you think about that statement that I made.
Wait, what is Gnosticism, you said again?
Satanism is thinly veiled Gnosticism, essentially.
Well, it is true, but insofar as there's a development from the 2nd century in which it also incorporates elements of the Hermetic tradition, the Manichaean and the Albigensian heresy, and also the Kabbalistic tradition. So if you add those three, yes, it's basically also incorporating Gnosticism as well, right?
Well, and
I would say, I'll let you continue, Jay.
No, I want you to jump in, but here's what I'm also trying to get at. Like, a lot of the things that Christians reference also seem to be kind of like quote unquote like Jewish related. And the thing is, like, I think that it's very hard to reconstruct like what exactly Judaism is. And if you look at what most people call Judaism, it seems like it's basically thinly veiled Gnosticism blended with some other things. So we're looking at a syncretic development, and we're calling it a very basic label like Judaism or Satanism or Christianity when it's a lot more complicated on average for what most people take those words to mean, right? So, do you guys agree with that, or am I like way off base?
Yeah, I would say, if I could weigh in for a moment, I would say that like it is. I think it's interesting that typically you will find that there's always like attempts to subvert all these movements, and there's always like, I was actually watching a video just I think yesterday about this idea of a cult and what it actually means to be a cult, and that is basically, it is typically what it does is it takes whatever the dominant ideal is, the dominant religion, and it inverts it, right? So like if it's Christianity, and this is what both Gnosticism and Satanism do have in common, is that they'll both take the Christian ideal of, you know, your goal as a human being living in the world is to serve God, and God is the source of all good. The creator is the source of good, and the destroyer, aka Satan, is the source of evil. And they'll invert that and they'll say, no, actually the creator is evil and the world is evil, and you need to usurp that power for yourself and either become God by attaining apotheosis or whatever, or, you know, usurp the power from God and defeat God somehow. And then, you know, in Islam, they have Ishmaelism, which has sort of a similar conception of we become our own gods. And you see this with like some like tantra in the Hindu tradition, with like antinomianism, with this idea that like, no, actually whatever they tell you to do the opposite, and that's how you reach true enlightenment. So you see that every occult tradition does something like this. Every occult tradition says the purpose of the law is to be inverted, and actually the good guys are the bad guys and the bad guys are the good guys.
Yeah, not only I'm sorry, Lanza, go ahead.
All I was gonna maybe say was this ties back into what you kind of said first about I don't know, something in there with JR just said, just linked in with what you said in the beginning.
Yeah, but the whole notion of Kabbalistic sort of inversion, you know, of the law, that is one aspect of it. Another aspect of it is secret knowledge. Now, one of the things that I've observed that the Orthodox priests receive revelations still in this day. For example, I was watching David Patrick Carey, and he was saying that the Orthodox priests are receiving continuous revelations up till now, you know, and they're receiving revelations about the Iran situation, for example. You know, so you know, the battle between Iran and Israel. So this idea of constant revelation, you know, that's going on in the Catholic priests, you know, they get special orders of revelation in the higher orders. You know, the Pope talks about world events. He gets, you know, you know, all these inclinations of what's going to happen. You know, the Holy Spirit like whispered in their ear and all this kind of stuff. And now the Jewish rabbis, you know, if you look at their laws, they've been getting revelations all the way since the Talmud and the Kabbalah have been developed. They've been getting all sorts of these messianic revelations. You know, you look at the visions of you know, Menachem Schneerson and you know, you know, they have all these you know, the Gaon, and you know, they have these new orders of revelation. And same thing with the Shia. You know, in the Shia, they believe in the secret imam, and the secret imam is constantly getting revelations. You know, so in Shia Islam and Judaism, in the Messianic sects, and within these orders of Christianity, where they have these extremely rigid hierarchical you know, sects, where the higher priests actually receive revelations. So the book of Revelation has not been closed. Now, as far as Islam is concerned, or certain you know, ideas within Christian teaching are you know, is concerned for certain Christians and Muslims, after Jesus is gone, book of Revelation is closed. You know, you know, after Muhammad is gone, book of Revelation is closed. We're not constantly getting revelations from God over what to do about world events. I think that sort of thing is very dangerous.
Well, just on that note, I want to make sure that I comprehend what you mean by revelation. Like, I think in Christian terms, like there's a such thing as personal revelation through like the Holy Spirit, essentially like personal communication about perhaps looking for some something to confirm or deny that you're maybe on the right path, essentially. But I think that's very different than what you're talking about. Am I correct about that? Like revelate, what do you mean by like?
Well,
I guess what
see, the higher order of a priest is that receives a more personal revelation, the less personal it is. You know what I'm saying? Right?
Oh yeah, a lot of times it's. Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
A lot of times it's like explicitly geopolitical, and it'll have to do with like it will oftentimes concern things that are that the higher ups within the country are interested in, right? So like the classic example that E. Michael Jones talks about is this Catholic vision of Medjugorje. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that one, but it's this very explicitly geopolitical vision which happened in a small town in Bosnia and Herzegovina during like towards the end of communism, which E. Michael Jones presented a case, I think he is probably accurate on this, that it was basically deliberately massaged by the CIA in order to help bring like Western liberal democracy to Yugoslavia. Well, we seem to have lost Neuro, so I don't know if you guys want to comment on any of this machine lies or millennial.
Well, yeah. Go ahead, millennial.
Well, yeah, it just sounds like the typical stuff you'd hear, like
right.
Government.
Yeah, it's very.
I just kind of lost my train of thought, but go ahead.
Well, certainly it's interesting that it always, these special revelations that are given to these saints or whatever, so often they are specifically geopolitically focused. Actually, Jay Dyer has no problem making this exact point when it's used to bolster his, critiques of Catholicism.
Oh, yes, you got a point there, because I was listening to a live stream David Patrick Harry did with Peter Heels or whatever fuck his name is.
Yeah, that's exactly the same one I was talking about, millennial,
Yeah. Yeah, because they were basically talking about all these prophecies that like Russian, saints and monks or whatever were talking about. And I know like other people who interpret Revelation within the Orthodox Church, they usually tend to say that most of it's already fulfilled and that we're not supposed to be wasting our time thinking about all these prophecies that might not even happen. So that's something, that seems very questionable when you talk about like the orthosphere is like just all these declarations, all these statements, all this stuff they say that could happen, but then they'll like, turn around and criticize like evangelicals and other Christians for believing in all that bullshit nonsense. But then it's like, oh, well, you're guilty of the same thing yourself. Why aren't you looking in the mirror, huh? And they'll be like, oh, well, it's not quite like that. Just look away.
Yeah, that's exactly the way that I've perceived it, is that the way it looks to me is that almost all these guys, I mean, David Patrick Harry may be the exception in that he came out of like New Age sort of tradition, but they're all converts from something. The vast majority of them are converts from either some sort of evangelical tradition or some sort of Reformed Calvinist tradition. And in both cases, they brought a lot of their former beliefs with them. So they brought a lot of, like, if you came out of the evangelical tradition and you became Orthodox, then you brought a lot of this like end times premillennial prophecy baloney into it. And it doesn't go away now that you're in Orthodoxy anymore.
Right. And then if you question it, they're just like, oh, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. You have no arguments. Like that's what Jim Bob will do. He'll be like, you know what? You got no arguments. I haven't heard one single argument from you. Absolutely no arguments whatsoever.
Oh yeah, good old Jim Bob. Good old. I still remember his over an hour long temper tantrum about this nobody on YouTube, where he refused to have me on his channel while he just sat there and threw a temper tantrum for over an hour while his audience sucked his cock. That was a real eye opener. Yeah,
that's the way it is with these with parasocial relationships online. It's all just like a big circle jerk.
Yeah, and that's the thing that like, and these people have been conditioned, they've been psyoped to think that these word games are somehow intelligent. Like none of this stuff is remotely intelligent. Sitting there and telling you that, well, you don't have any argument against this crazy thing that St. Paisios said about like Turkey and Russia going to war in the future because you can't give an account for transcendental categories and you can't, your paradigm doesn't allow you to answer the problem of the one and the many. Like there's people out there that are going to listen to that and think, wow, that sounds like really smart. Like you guys sure owned the whatever your opponent is, but like that stuff is just complete just complete prelest, to use an orthodox term.
Right.
Welcome back, by the way.
But that's not an argument dialogue loop. It just sounds like a conversational deflection. I mean, yes, sure, some things are not really an argument, but it's also just not even engaging in the conversation. I mean, I get some people think the person they're engaging with is stupid, but what do you do when you engage somebody like that? You try to be good faith. And then if they're not good faith back, then you don't have to necessarily go into blood sports or shit like that.
I'm glad you said that, Millennial Fogey. Hello to everyone. I had to withdraw from this space because I recognize two folks there who are basically trolls. And I don't have enough time left on my clock to spare time for them.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't know. It was you never know when you open up these open panels. It's like Forrest Gump in the box of chocolates, right?
But Fogey, what you were saying about good faith actors and is this person I'm interacting with, dull or not? There's another level to that I like to keep in the front of my mind, is that even though we're using the same words, not you and I specifically, but me and one of these interlocutors, you and one of those interlocutors, you may be using the same words, but you're likely not using the same mental dictionaries. And that's why an initial mapping out of language and terms and steel manning one another's axioms is important, because you can bypass or forego entirely a lot of wasted time by seeing if they're not seeing, you can't determine for sure, but at least trying to test if they have a highly, a high Venn overlap with your mental dictionary.
Right. Well, on a personal level, a lot of people I interact with have intellectual disabilities, or at least like, autism, because myself, I have, an intellectual disability, although most people don't notice it because I read at a college level. But, put me in a room with really smart people. I mean, it's pretty obvious I don't have the same level of vocabulary and language they do.
Nobody is as smart as they think they are. That's the beauty of things. There's always someone a little higher up or different in another dimension. It doesn't detract from your worth as a human being. Your actions do that. Right.
But just the people I know on a personal level, I can't go around acting like a condescending dickhead, because, I mean, how's that going to gain any respect?
Not only that, but if you allow yourself to act that way, you will become that way as a default. Much as if, when you feel a lack of courage, if you pretend to that courage, you find yourself then actually channeling real courage, or not channeling, but nurturing, bringing forth, harvesting in yourself that courage, right? So we often become our attitudes.
I've often wondered, because I've never met any of these guys in real life. Like, I wonder what Jim Bob must be like in real life. I suspect there's a reason why he spends all hours of his day online. I can't imagine he's got a very fulfilling social life.
The less time he takes up in our minds, the better for everyone.
Fair enough. No, it's just as interesting because like these people are now, though, many of them are now setting themselves up as life coaches, though. So it's important, I think, that we, for the sake of all their fanboys, that, we critique this fact that, someone like Jay Dyer is out there telling us, like giving his take on how on relationships and like the red pill and how to talk to women and stuff like that. But it's important, given that, you know, there's thousands and thousands of these Inkwell fanboys of his out there. It's important that we figure out, you know, is this guy actually qualified to do that? Or is he just leading people down a dark path and telling them all kinds of stupid crap?
They're almost all certainly Pied Pipers. Now, whether they're malfeasant about that or not, I can't say. Some of them clearly are. Most folks, I think now I understand that term inkwell you're using. I know what you're referring to. You know, the best advice any man could give someone who may use that label for themselves is this: stop fucking whining and be someone who's desirable, whatever that means. Don't just sit there waiting, oh, no one likes me. Become someone more likable, become better, improve yourself. That's what being a man is. It's what being an authentic human being is. Don't wait and wail. Sit up and do. That's what they honestly need to hear, with some brotherly or fatherly or, you know, friendly compassion, more compassionately put than I just did. I'm just cutting to the chase. But, you know,
Yeah, well, I mean,
how is the last 70 years of, oh, it's okay, Billy, here's your participation ribbon? How's that gone for us? Not well.
It's fascinating that these Inkwell types, they always have like some sort of issue with the way they were raised, right? Like a lot of them were raised without two parents. A lot of them were raised just with you know, lousy parents that didn't do their job, that weren't involved. And that is definitely something, or, you know, or else they were raised on their phones and they don't have any social skills. By the way, welcome, Uncle Fatty. I'm going to keep the stream going for maybe like another 10 minutes or so. I'm actually like busy soonish. So you joined kind of late, but thank you.
Yeah.
Always welcome on here. Is there anything
Great conversation, guys? Great conversation for sure.
Yeah, Uncle Fatty's awesome. Yeah, I've been talking to him for a while. Yeah, he's a cool guy.
Well,
so Chad Culture, you know,
thanks.
I want to ask you something because.
Oh, what's up?
So Chad Culture, I wanted to ask you because, like, the way like a lot of these influencers say men should behave and women are supposed to behave. What's when you were talking about on your last live stream about Zomia, what would be like a good example of masculine behavior and a good example of feminine behavior?
Well, a good example of masculine behavior is actually being a reliable, socially competent, emotionally intelligent, and, you know, a man who is not afraid to nurture positive relationships with other men, with women, and with children, which is something that is not, you know, talked about at all in these red pill spheres, because it's all about like, just be dominant, just look alpha, like all that stuff. Like women don't actually find that attractive or a desirable trait. Like just being like this big, like peacocking bro who's like showing bravado but has nothing lurking beneath that surface level image is stupid, and it's not attractive.
What you're describing,
right. Do women find it more appealing if oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead. I read a silence there. I'll continue when you're done. Go ahead, Millennial.
Okay, so do women find it more appealing when a man is humble?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, not to the point of self-effacing, because for one thing, that's fake. But like, this idea of I'm going to project this image of macho bravado, the way that the red pill teaches you to do, like that actually is a signal of deeper level insecurity, and people can read that and they understand.
Bingo.
And chicks see right through it.
If you think in terms of, and here's my tinfoil coming out. If you think in terms of the recent movement to reduce worldwide fertility, right? However you think that's been prosecuted in different realms, what's one of the best ways to divide men and women from each other? You operate on their evolutionary psychology. You present an inauthentic bad boy who's cripplingly self-effacing, which on an instinctive level will shrivel up a woman. And likewise, you raise a generation of women who are slovenly and slatternly and very free in their sexuality, which is, and you know, different strokes for different folks, but to most men, that will just shrivel up your balls right inside. I mean, it might titillate you for a fantasy, but you certainly don't want to settle down with that. So those two extremes are being kind of elevated, idolized in our culture in the West very broadly. And I mean, that might be the master stroke in dividing an irreparable wedge, or I'm sorry, an irremovable wedge between most men and most women in the West.
Yeah,
The
certainly.
easiest way to divide a people is to introduce nationalism.
Yes, and between men and women,
incorporate
their
with
deeper
religion.
psychology. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. And there's that, that's a play into the overall theme that this is all about divide and conquer. And from a certain perspective, I've heard divide and conquer preached from the pulpit. It's being preached again from the pulpit, and it's this neo way of prophecy that TML was talking about. These new age prophets that nothing seems to come right, but for some reason they still keep prophesying, and everybody keeps listening to them and buying into this rhetoric and the symbolism of the boogeyman. This never ending thing, whatever it is, they, them, the others that are coming for you.
Fear,
Meanwhile, you got
always
guys like
fear.
Oh yeah, so Jim Jordan has been on coming up on his 8th year, hasn't passed any legislation, has his name on absolutely nothing, and is worth $220 million. Right? The Citizens United front that is allowed to put all this money into the system, through Citizens United and the Corporations Are People movement. And those corporations, unfortunately, are owned by rich old white dudes that are extremely racist.
By the way, thank you, Hank, for showing up. I'm actually going to wrap this stream up in a few minutes, but thank you for coming on. You have anything that you want to say, Hank?
Yes. So I actually went to top of the stream to get any little information. I don't feel the term psychological operation was defined well. It wasn't well defined, and after it's well defined, I would like to feed it either things are similar, because if something like Islam also came up as a psychological operation, or something like Walmart was turned out to be a psychological operation, it kind of doesn't make a difference whether or not it's a psychological operation, because everything is. Correct.
Well, I would say specifically when I say psychological operation, I mean that it's being pushed by powerful actors in order to accomplish something very different from what the people that follow it believe it's going to accomplish, right? Like the people that they're being psychologically manipulated because they think that this is some viable political movement that's going to lead to fundamental change towards a better society that they want to see, when in fact, I do not believe that that's the case. I think it's a manipulated movement that's creating the illusion of change, when in reality, it's just more of the same.
Would it fix things if we called it an influence operation instead?
Yes.
Yes,
because Psyop actually is propaganda. Just the word propaganda and the word Psyop are really, synonymous. That it's not about the information that is contained or the information that they're trying to push or any rhetoric. It's just the fact that it is there. Just the word Psyop itself is a Psyop. Putting that word into communities in the nationalistic, religious context is the Psyop. You're getting people to think off kilter. Now you have, Telegram and other influencing agencies coming into the divided to divide even more through a sense of community, right? It's false community building, where these little false communities are really dividing themselves from the bigger Christianic movement, the bigger religious movements of, just be good people and be better and do good.
Well, there's the big issue, because Christianity on its own always divides itself. If you just let run, they'll spawn new denominations due to disagreements or money barriers. So we need to we just need to make sure everything's not somehow a psychological operation. Otherwise, it's a moot point.
Yeah, JR touched on the First Amendment earlier a bit, that, you know, the foundation of America is that those first 16 words, that we are not going to declare ourselves as a religion. You know, we're not going to declare a religion, therefore excluding all others. 47 of the 53 signers were self-described, self-proclaimed Christians. A couple of atheists and a couple of Catholics. Out of them, there was 8 different types of Christianity represented. Which one would we have chosen? If we would have done that, my question is, would Scientology or Mormonism even exist today?
Yes.
And I say probably not, really. You know, I say they probably wouldn't. That there would have been some sort of tyrannical movement within a matter of so many years that, you know, my way or the highway type of BS. And that's what we got going right now, is this, you know, Nick Fuentes got touched on, you know, our Mexican friend that's the leader of the Proud Boys was touched on, and, you know, don't forget Stephen Miller.
You should, if you are a Christian, you should know that just oppression's not going to negate the religion, because Christianity was created under a oppressive system and pushed under Rome. So
I think that's what
just
the
being oppressed socially is not going to prevent religions from spawning. In fact, it will accelerate them and make them more popular quicker.
Yeah. Well, hey, shout out to all the veterans that died for us to, you know, allowed us to have this conversation today.
Right.
Absolutely.
There you go.
You know, so that's what America's all about, is, you know, one for all and all for one and all that old stuff that we used to think about 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah, and that's what's so stupid about the whole Christian nationalist thing too, is because they think that America was founded as a Christian nation, therefore us becoming a theocracy isn't such a bad thing, because I've heard the argument that each state had its own religion.
No, there's no established religion. We've never declared a religion. You know, the first 16 words are the foundation. I mean, James Madison spent his whole life devoted to trying to figure out how we get politics out of religion, and vice versa, but in that order first, because.
By the way, just not to interrupt, but so based Oracle, I see you're trying to get in. It says I can only let in 6 people at a time, and unfortunately,
here I'll drop out so Base can come in. He's
okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna dip out as well, and yes, a salute from my heart to all the veterans, all the people around the world that have sacrificed their lives for liberty, for human liberty.
Hold on, guys. I'm just getting up in the getting on the other screen here. Give me a second. I'm trying to let Base Oracle come in there. There we go.
So, I mean, TML just told me, but then I saw the link, so I thought I'd pop on for a minute.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad to have you here.
Yeah. As to the topic, I'm sure you covered many points, and it would probably just be opening up a Pandora's box for me to get into it. But broadly speaking, I would answer yes, although I wouldn't say if that was necessarily good or bad within that yes. So affirmation to this statement, there's evidence that the Christian national movement is a psychological operation.
Yeah. That's pretty much what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say, because, you know, and thank you for coming on, Based Oracle. It is kind of unfortunate that the timing just was such. I mean, you know, I'm kind of busy tonight, so, you know, I'd like to keep it going longer. I would, but unfortunately, you know, I'm on a timetable with a lot of these things. But yeah, I'd definitely love to see all of you guys at some point in the near future. You know, we could have another discussion on this topic, actually, or on some other hot topic that's around that's big right now. I guess sort of the closing thing I'd say is it's interesting that I feel like we had a really good conversation in general. Everybody came on. I mean, there was a little bit of attempts to derail it at one point, but I thought it was a really good and really productive and really fruitful conversation. However, I will say one thing is that I still have not yet had a serious like debate challenge yet, which is what I would be interested in if anybody
Which is
possibly do anything to make that a reality. By the way, Neurojack, I see that you're in the back panel. The stream is actually ending within like 1 minute. So, I mean, I'll let you on if you have like one last word that you want to say.
What would be that debate topic?
Yeah, what's the resolution?
Well, I want to host the after party so people who want to continue the discussion can, because I think we just kind of broached it. So that's what I want to do. I'm going to start it right now. So
awesome. I don't think I'll probably be able to make it. I'll let you know if I am. Yeah, that would be great. No, I think these are really important things that we need to discuss. And I think that we need to maybe, proselytize some about this, like get people involved, get people talking about it. And I think we need to get people that are on the more like pro-Christian nationalism side to come in and have these conversations, have these debates, maybe, if you will. And I think that this could be a very fruitful endeavor. So thank you to everybody who showed up. Thank you, Neurojack, for continuing to carry on the torch. If I can show up for like a few minutes during your after party, that I will. Yeah, thank you to everybody who showed up.
Yeah, and I just ask anybody who is interested, please just share the link, because I'm a little bit distracted, but I want to keep it rolling, because I think there's a lot of people who are just now coming off of other streams and maybe they want to jump in. So you guys can share it, and I'll basically let up virtually not anybody, but almost anybody. So anybody who won't Fed post, like, they can come on, and I'm happy to hear their opinions. So yeah, but thank you for hosting. I think it's a good discussion, and I'll put that link out, and if people can share it however they want. Thanks.
Awesome. All right. Awesome. Thank you all, and have a great morning, afternoon, night, whatever time it is where you're at. See y'all next time.
All right, y'all. We're gonna keep it going with Neurojack. I'm just waiting for Neurojack to drop that link. You know what I mean? I'm gonna take a smoke break here, man. Y'all want to hop up here? Y'all feel free to do that. You know, I'm gonna drop the link out here too. You know, if anybody wants to keep me company, we're waiting for Neurojack to start up a stream out here. You know what I mean? To keep the discussion going. Christian nationalism. Is it a psyop? What y'all think? You know what I mean? Here, hold on. Let me turn my camera on and talk to y'all people. What's going on, y'all? Y'all doing okay? You know, is Christian nationalism a psyop? You just heard 2 hours of presentation on this. You know, we're gonna see what else is going on with Neurojack, the brother Neurojack. Let's hear some music, man. You know what I mean? It's been real dry out here. You know, let me play this song for you guys. You know what I mean? How about this?
Lucky me family. Lucky me family.
Fuck the Romans, we keeping it 300. Fuck the Trojans, cause you know we don't play. I'm just waiting for Neurojack to start his shit up. I mean, but yeah, you know, we're going to be smoking out here. It is what it is. You know, thank you for joining us. Let's hear some of that Killer Priest song, man. This shit is off the chain. There it is.
Buried on the battlefield. I was buried on the battlefield, located near Israel. The rest of my platoon was trapped upon the hill. I heard megaphone, he's real. I was buried on the battlefield. I heard mega bombs, firearms and war alarms, hand grenades, man rage and evil ways. My destination was to seek life. I mean, stars were so low, they appeared as street lights. I was shown the crucifixion by 2 Egyptians with war in heaven. I saw Christ with a Mac 11, so I joined his army. Prepared for Armageddon, 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 Armageddon. Slowly taking me into the mental orgasm, ejaculating, stimulating, relating to life, incubating, rotating around light beams. From a light beam, I was formed in a white dream and then redeemed like powder out of my maker into nature. Returned the vapor, killer, priest was born in the pillar of yeast, lost in the miscarriage, the automatic for marriage.
First place.
Juxtaposition. I believe in ISA, but I don't fuck with the Christian. Ultimate killing machine, I kill puppies and kittens. I kill anybody, cousin, why the fuck is you living? I take mines while you faggots is stuck what you giving. I don't envy y'all dirtbags, current position. Eating crown chicken, stuck on the bus with your pigeon. I kill them all with my bare hands or the homie shot. And fuck around with more grams than Naomi Watts. It's either war with myself or it's a holy plot. John Tardy, I hope that you faggots slowly rot. I hit you motherfuckers in the head, leaving bruises. And if the Tea Party win, America loses. My hands clean, but I still get you touched like masseuses. My therapist told me that working with me is just useless. Why did Judas combat the Romans while Jesus slept? Why is the sky blue? Why is water wet? Why did Judas combat the Romans while Jesus slept? Why is the sky blue? Why is water wet? Why did Judas combat the Romans while Jesus slept? Why Rebel conflict, military all green. Glamour projects, 5714. Money buys life for death. The best surgeons of the death mergers. Depressed urges lead to confess murders. My whole family was in the projects. Baked chips we didn't have to eat cause Ruby got wrecked. Pissy elevators, Marcus Poole, coke out his pockets. 11 years old, talking about he's hoping to profit. We were the children of foreigners, born with the American dream. But then my uncle was a heroin fiend, and they were things that he once assumed he would never achieve. His legacy has affected people of every creed, every religion and race, time and place. Earth and space is infinite. Uncle Harry Records is the name. I'ma speak my philosophy, you speak yours. I'ma teach my seeds well, homie, you teach yours. As I walk through the valley of death, I fear no evil, only the evil hidden in my heart. We fight today, we are in your face, even more lethal, written in all Hebrew, fighting to break the spell of king who sent to notify the people blinded in their mental. Call me for revere, war is here, listen careful. Orchestrate assassinations and massacres, kidnap ambassadors, coronate kings and kill savages.
It's the same way. Those perspectives that we get from a diverse set of individuals, we can talk about on stage a lot. We need those perspectives. But it's inclusion that actually drives that. Because you can bring people in, and if they don't feel safe to speak up, if they don't feel safe to bring their full selves to work, you're not going to get the value of the diversity. So for us, it is absolutely critical to drive our future success as an organization and potentially on the battlefield. And I think it's the same way for all of you, because we can't leave that talent that is going to revolutionize.
What the fuck is that? Look at that. Oh, hell no!
Blackened and charred remains of Stormwind Keep. Those that escaped fled.
What the fuck is that? Look at that. Oh, hell no!
Charred remains of Stormwind Keep. Those that escaped fled across the Great Sea, bringing tales of the suffering they had faced at the hands of the Orcish hordes.
Yo, I'm just seeing who, if anyone, would show up if they want to show up.
Supposed to have been built by ancient astronauts? That's right, Daphne. And the temple is supposed.
Yeah, well, there's still 50 people watching us, by the way. Neuro.
Awesome. Sorry, my phone's ringing, and everyone wants a piece when you're trying to like do something. But yeah. Damn, man.
But yeah,
got that white boy special for Memorial Day over here. About to go down that slide right there.
Yo, Neuro.
Yo.
I dropped the link on my side. But yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. Nobody's joining, so I'm kind of surprised, but it's all good. It's all good.
But yeah, we should play some of that. I read old magazines. Let's play some of that right now. It'll be thematic. All right?
Sounds good.
Let me try to find some of that shit.
Yeah, just send me whatever you want. I'm like,
Yeah, I'll share the
Explain a
screen
couple
in the
things.
studio if I can. Give me a second.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to type in one of those.
See, this is the effects of technology on your children.
Oh, I want to quickly share this because this is highly relevant to what we're talking, to what we were just talking about.
The book of Revelation.
You know, whoops, sorry about that, folks. Let me connect myself back there.
There. Let me see. Here's the symbol, the national symbol of next door neighbor to Israel, Jordan. What colors do you see? Can you help me
Okay,
here?
I'm gonna have to
White,
tell you the timing
red,
here
black, and green. And then if
Okay.
you go
of this
next
flow
door,
state shit.
inside the territory of Israel, there is the
Because I was on
Palestinian
flow state yesterday.
symbolized by that flag. What colors do you
Go
see on
to
the national flag?
both sides.
go to this video and then go to
Saying
10 minutes and 22 10 hours and 22
the
minutes.
other side, to the opposing side. You just take turns. So like Trump is that for the left and Biden is that for the right.
Let me
And
show
you
you
get
this
to the
real
point
quick.
where, like this is just a clown. Like I have no faith in the government system at all.
Because this applies to what Trad was talking to some of the stuff I wanted to show Trad.
Through our own creations. That's one form of illusion and play that we participate in. That causes us to lose our directionality as a human race. And causes us to emulate nature and machines. Our process of emulating nature. In that we become trapped in.
Yo, one thing I wanted to say in there was my Roman Catholic friend who says
where did we come from?
he may have worked for people. He said
nature is God-made
at the
technology.
top, because I think I tried to quote unquote press him, but he goes,
Prove me wrong.
I go, who do you think's at the top or whatever? And he goes, machines. That's what he told me, bro. And like, that's just crazy. But like, I was like, what do you mean? Like, the people are machines? And he was kind of like, yeah. Like, I don't know, dude. He's like a biologist, so it's like he's got all these different kind of like actual legitimate angles on shit. So it's really crazy.
10 hours and 22 minutes, Neuro. But yeah, I think he's absolutely right. There's more people waking up to what's actually going on. Straight up. But, and at least the average person seems to be more like safe to say that than somebody who's a dumb a smart dumb person, as they would say. Like those people are, like they think like they're more strained to think that it's knowledge that created the problem. You know what I mean? It's like they're like, oh shit, they don't want to admit it.
Knowledge though, like that's like the wanting to fucking know. Like, is it the desire or something?
Yeah, like a dark desire to know things, even at the cost of, I think knowledge for the sake of knowledge, thinking for the sake of thinking. Art for the sake of art. These three things have corrupted humanity. You know what I mean?
So what would you do to resolve it? Would you have to have an art permission slip before you can make art? I don't get it.
Yeah, I think that's on the right track, to be honest. You'd have to have like some type
here's
of
the problem.
Yeah.
People would just not grant me permission because of their prejudices. So I'd probably just do it illegally.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe, yeah, you could do it illegally, but I'm saying that it wouldn't become common. Right? That's the only thing I'm worried about. Right? That'd be like, like right now, art for art's sake is not only common, but it's seen as the real art.
Well, did you know? Well,
you know what I mean? Like
how
it's that bad. You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah, it's kind of like how cannabis became done illegally, then it became legal. So I don't know. I guess you just try to make people hate art.
Wait, what was done illegal and then it became legal?
Cannabis, very recently.
Yeah, but that's not. Yeah, but that's not really an art. And in terms of horticulture, because it was suppressed for so long, they didn't have the horticultural, diversity in the crop that they have now. So I mean, see, that's a thing. Like law is an art, right? But it's seen as the real art. You know what I mean? Right? That's the only thing I'm worried about. Right?
Yeah, here's the problem.
Like law is a skill that you can acquire, and it's manufactured by humans, right? Cannabis just grew on the mountain, right? Like human beings had less to do with cannabis, right? But since laws, a human created art form suppressed what is natural, right? And now what is natural is proliferated due to the suppression of the human art.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So
So I would say humans making art
like,
is
for
a natural
example,
thing.
like have you ever read a Michael Pollan Botany of Desire?
I have not read that yet.
Okay, well check it out, because here's what he says, Hank. He says that actually it's like cannabis, it has been guiding human civilizations, because hemp was such a versatile crop that it decided the way human society was structured. The same with apples and corn and these types of things. Apples are just from the forest of Kazakhstan, but they grow them everywhere. It's a staple of humanity, really, right?
Yeah.
Even so much so that they have the apple in the story of the knowledge between good and evil, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean, right?
That's what the story and knowledge about good and evil is, art that influenced humanity.
It's apples that influence humanity in the way that Michael Pollan puts it, right? It's this one plant. It's this one plant that, because of its genetic durability, right, of being able to be grown in different climates and being sustained by different cultures, has actually guided influence on human civilization. So plants influence human civilization.
Yeah. And
so it's vice versa. You know what I mean, right? So much so that nature is influencing what type of art and technology we're able to create, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't understand why you would split art fundamentally from nature. It's in our nature to make art.
I don't do that. I'm just saying that we have less control over the process than we think we do. We're merely guiding the process, right?
Yeah. Well, why would you think having some bureaucrats giving out permission to make art actually going to stop people from making art when we have the tools already?
Well, I'm just pointing out that it need not be done, right? But for example, nature rules over technology, and artifice is a residue of human society, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So therefore, it's always going to be guided and controlled in some way, right?
Yes. But we do it in an authoritarian and an enforceable way. Well, it's not going to be enforced because they literally can't catch up with everything.
Well, it has been. You know?
No, it hasn't.
Throughout history, yes. Yes, forms of art have been suppressed throughout history.
Yeah, it's been suppressed, but gets by anyways. Like the Bible itself's been suppressed by the Catholic Church because they don't want the people to read the word themselves. They just want people to
precisely. This is exactly an argument I made. In my debate, I said he said name one piece of technology that doesn't depend on its use. And I said the Bible, right, because he's a Christian, right? So it was kind of half joke, half you know what I mean, right? Serious, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know. That's why I steal your stuff. It's good.
Thank you, Hank, and you're welcome to steal it. I steal a lot of your stuff too, by the way.
Excellent. That's
but
what
it is what it is. Yeah,
we have the tools.
Yeah, well, we're learning
permission to share with each other.
Yeah, we're learning from each other.
Yeah.
Okay. Touche. All right. Yeah, I feel you, Hank.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, the processes not only are guided but should be guided. I would argue, right?
Yeah.
Right, but I agree. Eventually, inevitably, like you said, that they can't be guided, right? I also agree with that. So yeah,
So there's probably some other way to influence the art, probably just by volume. So you just overwhelm the art you don't like for the art you do like, or something like that.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's partly what we're trying to accomplish here, right? Right. But yeah, go ahead and play this video, Nura. I wanted to show you guys something. And please mute the video while you play it because these people are yapping. You know what I mean? Because these flow state people, we don't want to hear them. I just want to show what's on the screen. Yeah, because I think this will be relevant for trad culture. Later, maybe we'll send him this little portion or tape because what they're showing is a report published by the McCain Foundation, right? That's now going to go after red pill YouTube communities and also MGTOW YouTube communities. And they're targeting keywords. They're targeting words like simp, for example. And they're also targeting words like, what do you call it? Gynocentrism?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, they can target those words. They'll just come up with new words. So.
Yeah, but it's interesting what they have. See, this is diverting hate, misogynistic extremism in the manosphere and mainstream social media. Now, why I think it's relevant for trad culture is because he actually uses the term gynocentric quite a lot, and he also uses the term simp quite a lot. I mean, and I probably the term cuck is going to be put on there too as one of the hate speech words. I mean, right? So simp, cuck, gynocentric, anti-feminist stuff, it's all being qualified under this fucking report, anti-hate report, and they're gonna go after these channels. It's fucking interesting, right?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be even necessary if the system in place to help the men actually did what they said they were going to do. So instead of doing anything to help men, they literally just scam the men, just rob them blind and just tell them, well, you just need to think harder, feel harder. So this wouldn't be a problem if psychology did its job.
Well, Hank, you said that you're all about, desire and, stuff like that. So isn't that kind of a necessary prerequisite to,
No. This literally wouldn't be necessary if and only if psychology actually helped people instead of just rob them blind and just been it toward social oppression. I mean, in Soviet Russia, if you didn't like communism, you're crazy there. So,
yeah. I mean, what's crazy is that I dropped the link in the Crucible Discord. I dropped the thing all around. Nobody hopped on the trad stream. Nobody hopped up anywhere. So I just couldn't believe that. The total lack of interest. People are very gung ho. Me and trad culture must have left quite an impression on these people because I actually don't understand why nobody was there to join. Probably hundreds of new members of that community, that were potential, people that could have, challenged any of the points that trad was making about the Christian nationalism thing. So, the lack of engagement. I mean, the amount of people watching, there's a surprising amount of people watching, even on my channel. But the fact that nobody is participating, the link is pinned on my channel for the continuation of a discussion from Trad Culture Preservation Society. And the question that he was posing, and we did a little 2-hour presentation at the beginning of this and had a little chit chat, was about, is Christian nationalism a psyop? So yeah.
Can I ask something, Machine?
Yep.
Imagine, if you would, you had never participated in one of these panels and you were an observer for a week or two and you saw some of the nastier personality elements pop out of people. You probably wouldn't be eager to participate. And then when you see hosts, I'm not pointing a finger at you, Machine. I'm not being passive aggressive. In general, when you see hosts, for whatever reason, some good, bad, indulge and maybe even activate and tickle awake some of these nastier personalities, we can't be surprised when people just kind of step back and go, oh, that's a mud flinging shit show. It's good for shits and giggles, but I'm not going to get dirty. We've got to think about that.
Well, that's like pretty much. I was with Gen X, Jeff, and Chris when we were looking at the machine lives. We were discussing just that, and I said, "Oh, I'm going in on there." So I guess it's kind of like a social challenge sometimes. I just know I can't maintain. I guess I used to not be able to maintain social clout for. No, that's not even true at all either. I think I like a social challenge is something like being in charge because of bullshit office politics dynamic. Like if I could get rid of that, I probably wouldn't mind.
I wish Mr. Miner would join the panel. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think generally me and traditional culture are very respectful interlocutors. So I will say that that we don't.
You are. I wasn't dissing you or him.
Yeah, we don't mean to bash anybody. We're not trying to throw slime or feces at anybody. I mean, from the monkey cage, as it were.
Sometimes you gotta bash someone out and down because they're literally flinging shit in the space, making it uncomfortable or unhygienic for everyone. There are some operators we know are just outright trolls. Let them on.
Pause this, Neuro. If you could pause this video real quick, if you could. I just want to point out this list. It says Sandman, The Real MTR, Legion of Men, The Rational Male, Fresh and Fit Clips.
Aaron Clary made it. Thank you, Aaron. Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm not aware of most of these, so I was hoping for context on a lot of these names.
I am aware of
I can give you some info.
I never heard of them either. I just want to make one other comment. I found this clip of the McCain Institute as well recently with Blinken and Romney, and they were talking about essentially TikTok being a problem because they were pointing out certain inconvenient things about the conflict in other parts of the world, and how inconvenient that was. And also it was very subtle, but they were basically saying like, basically we can't have any inconvenient narratives that get in the way of what we're trying to do. And of course they didn't say exactly what it is that they're trying to do, but I think it's interesting, like we're getting this is where the right-wing social justice warriors are coming in. And just to get ahead of the curve, I want to say let's say a prayer for our fallen soldier, George Floyd. I just want to say that. Make sure I get ahead of that and make sure that everybody knows that we should make him a saint in the Church of Americology. And there you go.
I'm not a meritologist, though.
The patron saint of breath.
Well, no, no, literally, there's like Climate Defense League or something. Shockingly, another GDL of sorts, I guess you'd say. Hopefully, somebody.
But they need
gets
a
that.
climate catalytic converter.
Yeah, well, no, they literally put up a picture of George Floyd and said, the way that he couldn't breathe, we're all not going to be able to breathe because of climate change and shit like that. So
yeah. He's been fully.
I'm not joking, by the way. Like, I'm dead serious. It might have been if it was a LARP, it was a very good LARP, but it was just like, I could not believe that. No, but I'm saying like this is the right wing positioning now, and like it's kind of hard to hide. I'm not saying like everybody we know on the right is like that, but I'm just saying it's kind of strange that like you're seeing this kind of positioning where even like Elon Musk and Tucker Carlson, they're like, well, free speech, but really they're actually not. Like, and the thing is, like, nobody really is. That's the truth of the matter. But
exactly.
like I'm not shocked that what we're looking at on the screen is coming out of the McCain Institute. And again, it's the institutes and the NGOs and shit that are actually making moves. So everyone's like, oh, the government, but they're not looking at like, the trillions of dollars sloshing around in all these little things that are trying to, very subtly nudge conversations in a very particular manner. So
Yeah,
very
here's the
interesting.
thing. I'm looking at that. That Talcott's getting more interested in that too. So we're at the institutes, or actually driving policy, but we could just work around it. But I would actually rather challenge the institutes to say, okay, you want to censor this and that. How you actually solve the problem then? And most of the time they say, we don't care about solving problems. We just want influence. We just want power.
Machine on that list is an entry, Arako TV. From what I understand, that's a British fellow, a young man. I think his ethnicity is maybe Caribbean, or he's darker skinned. And he often presents social media clips that are kind of look down my male nose at this foolish woman point of view. So women losing it on a date, or entitled women complaining that, I didn't get, dolled up like this to be taken to a Starbucks. And then he basically takes an attack the woman. He's a participant in the degradation of any honest discussion between men and women being riven apart. I don't know if he's acting in pure bad faith or not, but he's an angry young man who has disdain for modern dating and modern gender politics. Just Pearly Things is a youngish white lady. She is making money and a name for herself by going on kind of red pill male sites, basically saying, yeah, women have totally fucked the world. They should never have the ability to vote. They should just get pregnant and, give blowjobs and make sandwiches. And that's the way to happiness. And da 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 da.
Well, I have to say, though, she is hot. So we should listen to her. #RedPill.
Oh, well, to each their own. I wouldn't touch her with your junk. So.
Yeah, so I know a few
who
of
was
these
that?
channels too. I know a couple of these channels, so I'll explain.
And then Fresh and Fit Clips, they're two absolute miscreants. They're Americans. They're both American black ethnic background. One of them may have a mix of Middle East background in them. I'm not sure. They're both absolute grifters. They're alt-right pretenders, men's right loudmouths. They give dating advice and how to be an alpha. They're like the young black male version of that Tate guy, whatever the fuck his
Andrew
name.
Tate.
Yeah, him. And they're both absolute grifters. The one fellow who he's called Pug CEO because his face superficially resembles that of a pug, and he was caught up recently with a Chinese bodybuilder / escort, and thousands of dollars of kids, and an unwanted pregnancy and abortion.
Oh, good Lord.
It's an absolute dumpster fire. They were on stage with the constipated one and that smoking guy, the Christian smoking guy, whatever the fuck his name is.
That's Andrew
Wilson or
by Jim Bob, I think.
It was just an absolute shit show of male dysfunction and basically, very insecure monkeys, meaning primates, right? We're all primates. Jostling and throwing their arms up and hooting and posturing for, who's the biggest swinging dick there is, who's right. Fascinating.
Yeah, so Sandman and Aaron Clary, because if you don't, I know those.
Yeah, I know Sandman is the only one on the list that I'm aware of because of his critiques of industrial society, but I don't know any of the other ones at all. Yeah.
Clary does all like men's rights writing or red pill kind of writing, really kind of male fantasy stuff.
Yes, and the Rational Male was along the same lines, and he's been doing it longer than Aaron Clary. And Sandman's been making just MGTOW videos for past every single day for the last 5 years at least.
That's the word for it, Hank. MGTOW. I forgot that. Men going their own way. That's right.
And I just want to mention really quick, today's sponsor is a, what do we call it? A charity thing. I have a charity thing. There's a supporter of the show that needs some help with some supplies. So I put that in the link on the description. So we are trying to do a fundraiser for somebody in need. And if you guys ever need stuff like that, let me know. Whenever I'll start hosting for charity stuff. So we'll try to do that. But I dropped a link if anybody wants to help one of the supporters of the show. That's in the link in the description. Other than that, the whole thing that I'm noticing is like, you know, it's just weird. Like, see, like this list, like who, if you don't mind me asking, Machine, who brought this to everybody's attention? Who brought that up?
Glenn Lawrence.
Okay, cool. No, like
because he's saying, yeah, because he's saying he's worked with a lot of these people, and obviously he does red pill commentary. There's 3 specific groups: MGTOW, Red Pill, and TradCon. They're pretty big, you know, and they're kind of saying that they're involved in some type of marriage. No, wait. What it's called is male supremacy. Yeah.
Well, see, and this is the thing is like, the truth is like, here's, I mean, I'm going to hold back a little bit just because I don't want to assume I know people's motives, but this is kind of the thing is like, you know, we have to very, very carefully construct our rhetoric and our narratives around the system. And like, for example, like, you know, if I want to talk about grape, you know, I got to use the word grape. I can't go and just say the word because, you know, for good and for bad reasons, you know, we are on a platform that caters to a wide variety of people. And so, you know, this is kind of the problem with a lot of the red pill stuff. And like, I mean, I went on a podcast yesterday that's associated with that shit yesterday. And like, I kind of said to them like, hey, you know, like, you know, perhaps some of the advice you're giving might work for like 1% of the male population under the age of 40. But truthfully, I mean, like, who are you sending this message out to? Not really that 1% of people. So what exactly are you, like, what is the point of saying these things that will apply to a very small minority of men in a particular situation?
The internet's very big. Generally people watch what they want to watch. So if it just goes to 1%, that's actually a lot of people. And another thing is that you can get away with saying those words if you this depends on the context, or if you cite another person. So I like to cite Andrew Dworkin sometimes, and that's why I say the word. I say it using someone else who always said it that's more famous than me. So I'm not going to be pressed as hard.
I have a question, an honest question. How do we get to a world where we can use adult words in an adult conversation in a respectful way? How do we get to that world unless we do it ourselves? Why use a term like grape when what you really mean is something else? I mean, we're not nutters here. Why don't we just speak openly and plainly and respectfully about topics?
Well, because we won't be allowed on a platform where most eyes are going to, and really, you know, that would actually be probably something like a TikTok or something in reality, or, you know, a different medium altogether. But I think my point of what I'm trying to say is like, for example, the messaging that Machine is referring to, like the red pill stuff and all that, like I watched red pill content back in like the 08, 09, 2010s. And frankly, like men in that time period were better equipped to probably comprehend what was being said versus now, when people have grown up in a age of wokeness and they're 18, 19, 20, 21 or younger or slightly older, like they might not have the context to properly apply those techniques that were back then. And now the stuff that I do see coming out is not giving men very much context, you know, go do this, go do that. Well, that comes with life experience, right? And first of all, second of all, like, you know, if every man went out there and became an alpha, your society would fall apart pretty quickly. So, you know, that's not going to work. So like, what are we trying to get done here? And really, and like, and here's the other side of it. Like, why are they trying to get in the way of that? Like, are they saying, well, they're like, what program are these guys actually disrupting, or are they disrupting the program? That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, what is it about these particular things that is a threat to what the people in the elites in power are trying to get accomplished, right?
Have you seen the meme image of a stick man holding a stick pointing at someone, and the stick man is labeled FBI, and by the stick he's prodding someone like, come on, do an insurrection. Have you seen that meme?
Yeah, a Fed post meme, yes.
Okay, a Fed posting meme. So who for many years now has been portrayed as the next looming evil for America, INC, America Incorporated? after the war on terror is winding down.
The inkwells, yes, the inkwells.
The white supremacists, right? All the white supremacists, them Christian nationalist white supremacists. So we have young men in the United States and in the West in general, especially young white men, whatever white means according to whatever convenient definition you want to use, slowly being boxed out of employment, emasculated in public, and marginalized in media, while simultaneously being fear-mongered as the next fellows to go postal and cycle and shoot things up. So they're obviously inculcating that event. They're fertilizing it. Why? Why not if you're sitting on top of the heap and you need social discord and outright violence, right? The purge style violence in your decaying inner cities with massive numbers of illegal migrants, all kinds of family unit disintegration and dysfunction, a massive drug abuse problem, military targets not being met, talk of exchanging citizenship rights for military service, and continual fractionation. Among all those groups, who's likely, with access to weaponry and easy communications and a sense of brotherly bonding, where the last one's left in the foxhole, everyone has to get us?
Well,
what does that recipe bring about? It brings about a fucking kaboom.
I saw this this little kind of like a TikTok thing, and I'm not going to even get into where it was or whatever. And
by the way, Neuro, that's all I wanted to show of this. If you want to take it off the screen, because we don't want to promote too much. But yeah, yeah. But go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, I appreciate it. So, no, the thing I was going to say really quickly is, fuck, I forgot my point now. Shit. What were you just talking about?
Am I totally out to lunch with the idea I just presented? I mean, it wasn't a well thought out idea. It's more a feeling than an idea.
Just briefly recap what you said. Sorry, I got distracted.
Yeah, it makes
They're
sense to me.
inculcating civil war by
forming fighting. You want to make the men ticked off.
Well, yeah. Now I remember what I was going to say. So I saw this statistic that said young white men in the United States is about 10% of the population, yet they're 98% of the military deaths by the military. So, you know, and again, like I'm not like this is like obviously a white nationalist propaganda statistic, whether it's true or not. Like this is coming out in right-wing circles in order to get people to have a visceral reaction. But the thing is, like, okay, let's say that it's true. Well, right-wing media is basically telling you your government doesn't love you and they hate you. And the left-wing guys and the left-wing side is saying, oh, the government loves us or the government hates us and we need to make it more woke in order to give equality to everybody. Well, and white people are the biggest problem. So basically you have like a perfect dialectic where both sides are saying the main threat to the elites is the white people. And so we need to make them.
Oh, no, it's not what the left says. So what the left says is the government doesn't love us, but we can get control of them. They're totally Machiavellian about it. They said, send message to our legislators, browbeat them, make them do what we want them to do.
Hey,
That's
Neuro.
what the left says.
Hey, Neuro, if you could not play this stuff because I don't want to get the copyright thing on my channel. Because I got the strike for it. Yeah.
Even with all mixed up like this? Okay.
Yeah. Because I tried to play the Terminator thing, they still got me for it. So I got to redo that video. So
okay.
Yeah, it's just because it's more visible. But yeah.
No,
that looked like a little clip from one of Bentov's books there, Jack. Have you read any Itzhak Bentov?
No.
No? Okay.
But send me that because I don't know what it. I'm not sure. I don't recognize the name, but it's interesting.
Yeah, because people will strike. Because people will strike my shit while we're watching. Because there's 45 people watching on my thing. Any one of those could just strike my shit.
Well, and nobody's commenting, so who knows who that is?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
No, I appreciate it. No, thanks for reminding me, keeping me up to date. Because it's weird how nobody wants to actually like participate, but they want to hate.
It's not weird. I mean, myself, every time I watch Paul Enslaved, I don't chat. I don't want him to even know I'm there. Till I'm on Jack Talcott's show saying, "Hey, I'm watching you watch Jack." So of course I'm not gonna even attempt to participate because I'm gonna be kicked out anyways. So when I had to do the one thing, try to sneak a message through some different way in the chat, the one time, well, I don't want to see it till it happens. But I can just relay messages through Jack Talcott's show while he's trying to take advantage of. So it makes perfect sense to me why no one's gonna be chatting unless they.
No, I understand guerrilla. I understand guerrilla warfare, but it's just funny because it doesn't match up with their supposed, ethics, and it's just it's just ironic that people who say I would never go into guerrilla warfare, but then yet that's exactly what they're doing. But
do they ever say that? I don't recall them ever saying that.
Oh, they say it in other words. But Uncle Fatty here knows all about guerrilla warfare, and he's
in fact,
an expert on white nationalism. So go ahead.
You know, somebody call for a skinhead.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Kidding, obviously.
I didn't catch what you
Did
said.
anybody call for a skinhead? Yeah. No, that's. I mean,
No,
you're
I know,
hitting
but
on
you
all
know-
the power words there. I like that description you just gave there because that really hit on all the the topics that are really trigger words. It comes down to it. We've got a disinformation campaign going on. We've got a straight lies campaign going on, and both sides objectively are influenced by that. I think when we talk about like the word woke, really the only time the left, right, is using the word woke is to describe the right using that word as a word. It's not really a movement per se, as it is like I was saying earlier, can't we just all get along type of thing, right? To where, really more so I can see the left is just being like pretty much oblivious fucking stoners, okay? To put it light, to put it in a relative term, not really involved, involved enough just to know what the rhetoric is and what the news is saying, not researching necessarily, not deep diving necessarily, pretty oblivious, content beings, right? Most of whom don't even vote, right? And then we've got this ultra push, from the right now with the Stephen Miller, the Steve Bannon, the Alex Jones, the loud, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? And we like watching train wrecks and we like watching dumpster fires. It's even better when a train wreck's into a dumpster fire. And they're creating the dumpster fire. They're creating the placement of the dumpster in front of the train. Using these trigger words, I mean, listen to the way, try to write out a Trump speech. Try to dictate a Trump speech using like ... quotation marks, and annotations. Like, it's fucking, that in itself is a psyop, the cadence, the reading of the script, and then the turning back to the audience in the relative way of third person speaking, and then first person speaking, and then going back and forth between the first and the third to where the audience can't tell the difference anymore. And now it's just this convoluted idea with not really any facts behind it. I mean, I really like watching the guys on the like the Man on the Street, where they're at the Trump rally or whatever, that Adam Loeffler kid and a couple others where it's like asking an old couple, should we bring the Bible back into public schools? Well, yeah, we've always been a Christian nation, and we need to become we've never been a Christian nation.
Yeah, Mark Dice does.
We were founded by a group of Christians. Yes, we were. We're founded, as a place for all people to exist and all people to come as a beacon of hope and whatever the fuck they said at the time. But
I
think it was really touched on earlier, that we've become complacent. We've become so complacent that, in reality, we can't even agree to what's true anymore. And that is the psyop. Right?
What's true?
That is the psyop.
What is true? I'll agree with you, actually. Whatever you say.
Yeah, and that fact, that's why I say.
Well, no, truth is a group of data points that we all agree upon are correct, right? Are kind of provable, right? So it's hard to
Well, just really quickly, like Fatty, you actually are an expert on a lot of on actually like the mechanics of how espionage, I would say, works, as far as because what you're saying is true, and it's weird. Like during the Trump time, the left wing people were saying all this weird stuff about Russiagate, which the thing is like there is truth in that, but the version that they were selling to people was a false version. And then, like you said, this whole Christian nationalists with like the Bannons and these guys, like it is a psyop. But the thing is, like, people don't understand. It's not like only like a pure, like, we're trying to make America Christian again. It's not really that only. It's actually a much more complicated project.
It's just all about money and power and opportunism, right? Like the dictators that become dictators are just the last person in line after a long line of dysfunction in their governments that found an opportunity and took it. They didn't create the opportunity. They weren't any part of the creating of the psyop. They're just the benefactor. And, that's kind of how I see the second or third, the Fourth Reich,
May I ask, where do you get that perception from? It's very interesting, because like I see how that parallels things. I honestly do. I'm just curious, like, where is that you coming from? Because
I'm definitely skewed. Yeah. I'm definitely tainted. I have a warped view, because I am researching from a point of view of trying to find Christian nationalism and find white power in the Christian nationalistic movement. As a North Idaho resident who grew up, literally a half a mile away from the National Aryan Nations compound, and had every summer, 2,000 to 3,000 boot stepping, flag flying, in the flesh, self-proclaimed, self-described neo-Nazis.
Well, here, let me ask you this question, and just because I'm genuinely curious about your perspective, since you were so close to it.
Yeah.
It's like here's the thing: I don't like Nazism for multiple reasons. Primarily because I think it's not well understood that it wasn't about the German people fighting for quote unquote their freedom from oppression from a financial system the way that it's portrayed. It was a very complex set of beliefs that kind of coalesced into something, right? And people don't comprehend that. So taking that aside, do you think that in general, like if America was like, say, 90% German, Irish, British Isles and French or some shit, right? Would you have a problem with that? Or is it more just about the whole like Nazism that's actually prevalent and disguising itself as something else? Like, does that make sense to you?
Yeah. No, it's to me, it's a self-proclamation. If you're going to call yourself something, if you're going to display yourself that way, if you're going to hang out in front of Disneyland and fly flags, I'm going to call you what you want to be called. That it's this mutual respect type of thing. And I don't really, I think there is some undergroundness to the movement. For instance, we are working our way right now, voting out one of our city councilmen who is a self-proclaimed white supremacist, white separatist, Christian nationalist. So those words get mixed together when you have guys like that who really live the part. You know what I mean? So then we've got the, kind of the electorate, that buy the rhetoric. They don't really see the behind the scenes stuff. And, as a young man, I spent time at the compound up there. I went to the Church of Jesus Christ Christian, where they, preached these certain Bible verses on why white power and white nationalism and why the Aryan movement has, a domination destiny, which is all bullshit.
So,
but the rationalizations and the justifications, and I look at stuff through the lens of managing expectations. It's been part of my sobriety, part of my, just mental health more than anything. Managing expectations is communication. When we communicate, that's what we are doing. We are setting boundaries. We're defining consequences.
Yes,
the more
and communication is
conversation we have,
microphone.
and it is so essential, and that's why we say communication is key. And like with owning a construction business, one little minute part of the construction business can go absolutely haywire if communication doesn't work because an expectation hasn't been met. What is Nick Fuentes's motivation? What is his resolve?
Well, on that note, like that's kind of like, but see, let me just make an analogy just to kind of ascertain your kind of angle, and I don't say that in a negative way. Like we all have our angle, right? But here's what I'm trying to say is,
and I love perspective. I love perspective, and I love to offer mine. So
yeah, and so, like, for example, like, okay, like you and I grew up in a time where, and you grew up in Idaho, I grew up in the South, but the South is pretty diverse. I would say maybe not as diverse as some other places, but it has some diversity to it, right? But here's my thing is like I know people in the construction business, right? And like you have a bunch of people who come from other countries and are now in the construction business, and they don't have the same quote unquote Protestant work ethic that we have, which I don't even like the Protestant work ethic. I'm not a worshiper of work, but what I'm trying to get at is like,
I would rather hire a bunch of Mexicans than I would a bunch of white boys.
Well, I might as well if I owned a construction business, but my point is like there is a certain level of opportunity cost that comes with that. You know what I'm saying? Like there are certain things that are going to come are going to be, you're going to lose part of your culture. You're going to lose part of what was there. And again, I'm not a fan of the regime's influence. I'm just saying, like, where I come from, most of us were like picking cotton with the black people, right? So you know what I mean? So like that's a very different thing than like I'm a Tucker Carlson who hangs out with elites and goes eats at $5,000 steak dinners and shit, right? Like that's a very different experience, right? So like how would you?
Well, when we think about the word culture, though, too, we're thinking that ties into the trad kind of argument. The the culture is never stagnant, right? Culture is always moving. It's always adapting, overcoming. It's always accepting or throwing out. It's it's a fluid situation, and I think that founders really embraced that. That we want to be that shining light. We want to be the beacon of hope. We want to be the.
Have you ever seen a miracle?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. I am one. So, I mean,
it's one hell of a way to disrupt a productive conversation.
But yeah, I've seen a lot of them. I see them every day in people. I am a true believer that one random high five, just a little bit of high vibe love, right, can change the world.
I'm getting a high vibe.
Yeah, just high vibe love tribe. That's I'm a true believer in that concept of the butterfly effect in a positive way. That showing love and showing grace to others when they least expect it, rather than throwing stones and labeling.
Is that what Satan is
othering
doing?
The others? No, I wouldn't even draw Satan or Christ into it. I think it's just in a relative way of humanity that all religion aside, we wouldn't be here as far as we've came, let's say, in our evolution or whatever the fuck it is, if it wasn't for love. We have anger, we have strife, we have grief. We have all the bad things, but love always wins.
You can say that backwards where it sounds like a scapegoat.
But before you ask that question,
Kind of, yeah.
when only couple saying this, don't do that. So
sorry.
Why would you ask that question when the only couple saying this, don't do that?
Don't do what?
The thing you just asked.
What was that in
view things that way. I would go so far to say is, there's been more good done up around the Pacific Northwest from the temple than there has by a lot of the Christian movement up here. That the Satanic Temple has really put together a big push for helping the homeless, helping underprivileged women, helping single moms,
That's
with supplies and shelters.
You guys ever
so
hear of the
it's,
Oddfellows?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, you're the only other person I've met who's known them. Anybody else?
Oddfellows, yeah. I've got a
Yes, I
bunch
have
of
one in my
Oddfellows.
town. I never go there though.
Well, if you guys don't know Oddfellows, he basically just described it.
Well, yeah, I
Yeah.
said I do know them. They have a
1819.
building in my town.
And the elks and the eagles and the.
It's UK based, bro.
But from a standpoint, I mean,
it's not even an idea.
Really, more so this past couple of years, I'm hyper focused. I'll admit, I'm hyper focused on the fucking First Amendment. I'm hyper focused on the first 16 words, and the Federalist Papers and the Anti-Federalist Papers, and just kind of the founding, because the rhetoric is from the Red Pill. The rhetoric is from the Ortho movement. Rhetoric is justifications and rationalizations, is what it is. And that's what's going on with this, thing that a lot of these guys don't really know what they're even preaching. A lot of these guys don't, as far as I'm concerned, don't really know kind of other than the fact that they want to be this way, right? They want to be like Andrew, or they want to be like whatever, or they want to be like Fresh and Fit, but they don't really even know, but those guys know they're full of shit, right? Like you said before, they're just selling Christ. It's all a grift. It's all a fucking movement of, let's get rich and I don't have to work. I don't have to 9 to 5 it, right? I can get rich off of being an idiot.
But you
How's
can't
Nick
get
today?
rich 9 to 5ing it. So it's kind of, what else can you do? You can't get rich 9 to 5ing it.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get rich working for somebody else. That's for sure.
Am I the only one here that is civilian?
As far
Civilian? What do you mean by civilian?
You know what I mean. Don't dodge the question.
Okay. Why? You can read my mind now. I'm gonna say yes because I don't know what you mean.
Non-military or what? Or sovereign citizen or what? What are we going at here?
Or where's the diaper? I don't know. I'm gonna say yes just to be safe.
Well, just for clarification, I voted for Ross Perot every chance I got, and I wrote him in for the past however many years. And I vote local. I think voting local is very huge, especially when I got a guy on my city council that wears a 13-inch swastika tattoo and lost by 17 votes.
That's exactly what I meant.
Gotcha.
Isn't democracy fun?
Isn't it though?
It is.
That's thank God all those guys went to war and died for it so we could have these conversations, right? You see, I turned the flying spaghetti monster into Uncle Sam.
Oh, I have one of those.
A torpedo gun of shoots marinara sauce.
Have you been touched by his noodly appendage?
I have indeed.
So have I. Ramen.
He wants you. But yeah, I think we've got a real unique situation where we're in here. Like Nick, you remember like rotary phones, and then we went to cordless phones, right?
But I know what a rotary phone is. But I do remember cordless phones and pagers.
Pagers.
Absolutely.
I mean, writing upside down with secret number code and all that shit, right? And then we got cell phones, and holy shit, we've literally gone from stamp and envelope to fucking OnlyFans in less than how many years? And just the way we communicate is so different, but our minds are still wired in a 100-year ago kind of analog way.
Yeah, 30 years or so.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I've embraced technology. I mean, look what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that those that do kind of have a little advantage off of the, let me just say, like the poor white trash that could care less, and are very content and happy in the fact that they're being pandered to and being told how to think.
During COVID, those of us who knew how to use, apps like this and how to remote work and do live streams and this and that. COVID was fine for us. In fact, many of us made a lot of money. But I know people my age who like, how do I use Zoom? How do I set up my camera? And they all got left behind. Those of them who didn't learn how to do it.
Yeah, we stayed busy as construction workers. We had plenty of shit to build, and really incorporated the live stream, the Zooming, and whatnot, to where the folks didn't have to fly into town just to look at their project. And we could do live streaming walkarounds on job sites that we'd never done. We could do newer stuff like tool reviews, like we'd never done, on-site tool reviews, and actual live streaming. I think has changed the world.
Well,
I think it's really put a.
But here's the thing, like how is all this technology and all these building projects? I mean, like America's infrastructure is falling apart. The average home is 65 years old or some shit. Like, how is this helping America improve from any rational perspective? I mean, what I see America doing is falling apart into a multicultural soup where there is no such thing as a culture. There's no such thing as a
there's two problems. So to keep your infrastructure working, you have to rebuild it. So of course that's going to help.
But that's government.
The building stuff's going to help the infrastructure, because otherwise it will fall apart. So of course construction is going to help. Second of all, you don't define culture, and it's not well defined. So I don't know what you mean when you say culture's falling apart.
What I mean is desperate people are easy to make malleable, is what I'm saying, right? So if we just continually keep people in a state of desperation, regardless of race or whatever, my primary problem with immigration is basically it's like you bring in people who don't know the culture, they don't know the language, even if they know the language, they don't know the history behind it. Like I can go to China and learn Chinese. But I won't be Chinese, right? So I can use the tool in my hand. Doesn't mean that I'm going to use it the same way that the people who invented it intended, or the way that everybody else who has the tool in their hand intended. It's all I'm trying to say is you're bringing in people. And again, I'm not saying it's bad, quote unquote, but what I'm saying is if you're trying to construct the Sistine Chapel and you have a bunch of people who don't understand and have the same vision of what they're trying to build, well, at the end of the day, what exactly do you think is going to happen? Do you think it's going to?
Where's that happening, though?
You got yours, so I just want those people away from me. You got yours already, so I don't want those other people around me.
I fail to understand why somebody who's an immigrant can't understand blueprints. What?
And most are coming here.
And by definition, American culture is multicultural. I mean, the greatest thing about when we go to the Olympics and our team comes in, we all look different. Now, I will say this: I do agree. When growing up in the '80s, we had what we called the melting pot. As a child of immigrants, I can speak on this.
Yep.
And now we have this idea of a salad bowl, but that, I think, in my not so humble opinion, goes to the larger problem that we no longer teach American exceptionalism. When my dad came here, he had to get citizenship, this and that. He spent his entire life working to defend this country, but he knows how it works. And I would even argue in some cases, immigrants who have to go through and get citizenship, they know more about how our country works, what the Constitution
100%.
means, than people who grew up here, because we don't teach it to children anymore. We don't even teach it at the college. They only need one semester of U.S. history, but they got to take 3 semesters of what they call cultural pluralism. And this idea that we're not a Eurocentric
and no civics involved.
Exactly. It's I totally understand we should learn about different cultures from different parts of the world, but the fact of the matter is the U.S. is a Western nation. Our culture is Western. It's very linked to what goes on in Europe, but we don't teach that anymore. And that's what you see when you have people praising Bin Laden on TikTok. What the hell? How did you get through school and not understand what 9/11 was?
Right.
Well, and even most people of that faith would not praise, Mr. Bin Whatten. You know what I mean? So it's kind of one of these things no. And the thing is what I'm trying to get at is this. It's trying to think of the right way to describe.
You're allowed to say his name.
I know. I'm just trying to be facetious, but it's like I'm trying to think of the right way to describe what I'm trying to get at. It's like you're trying to, like, if I go to, like, I'm considering leaving the United States, for example, right? Like if I go to another country, like they reasonably expect me to integrate to their culture, not to bring my culture and inject it into theirs, right? I mean, that's just like the way it works. And what I'm saying is like,
and we do as well, to a point.
We do.
I mean, can you make a mold of something on a moving train? You know what I'm saying? Like we're kind of moving forward in a general direction, and we're trying to
obey the laws
as it's moving, right? So.
Well, even if the immigrants don't, I mean, what's great, I mean, they bring their culture here, but I mean, the one thing
85% of
this country's
Hispanic
obsessed
are
with race. It's just obsessed with it. What are you?
We've got this thing like they're coming in and they're bad, but it's a skewed point of view just to even kind of.
Yeah, I'm not really saying that.
85% of Spaniards are Catholic. Most of them are Catholic. Most of them want to come here because.
But you don't even
like the shining hope.
But you don't even like the Catholic Church. I mean, that's kind of irrelevant. But
no, I don't. But just in general, like it's it's kind of a good thing when we have religious people coming in that that have like do good unto others.
See, as a Christian,
that's a mantra in their life.
As a Christian, like I don't necessarily know that that's true. Like, I mean, to be honest with you, like, is that it? Like I've met people who are atheists from other countries, and like, they seem to act more rationally than some Christians from other countries. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't mean that I'm that I'm anti-Christian. No, I'm just recognizing the fact of the matter. Like, so it's. Even as a Christian, like, just because somebody says, hey, I'm a Christian and I have the same values as you, doesn't mean performatively that it's going to work out that way. Right. So it's kind of one of those things. It's like, and I guess what I'm trying to say is like, if we're not able to build, like, this is what I was going to say. So we can all agree that the 1950s were not ideal in many, many ways, of course. But what I'm saying is like, when a man could go to work and raise his children and pay up a house in 5 years and have one income and raise 4 children relatively comfortably. And now move forward. We have 50% of the population is non-white, and we have, 8 languages in every city and county. That's mandatory that every time they send out a piece of paper, they got to put in 8 languages because they don't know who's on the receiving end. And again, I'm not saying like, I know this sounds like very hateful, like, it's not efficient for efficiency's sake either. And so what I'm saying is like, we're if we're trying to build this grand thing and be a shining light that projects into the world, and we're not really building a robust system that's that can take bombardment, then we're kind of weakening ourselves. And I understand to some degree, like I can see the greater project of globalism and kind of the intentions, but I'm just saying it could have some negative things going on too, right? Some negative.
It hurts. If anything, I would say it does send a good message to the world that here in the United States, we take everybody, and I mean we don't have an official language. During
it's
the
like
80s,
trying to contain a nuclear explosion.
Yeah,
Reagan considered this whole movement of immigration like a nuclear explosion. Like we're trying to contain something that's naturally going to get bigger, right? And the more we can kind of stay on top of how we regulate growth.
I'm glad you brought up Reagan because immigration was a huge thing in the 80s. I mean, ironically, it was the Republicans were really sort of
coming to America.
But
they're coming to America today.
Which
right?
Yeah, exactly. And I have an uncle who he immigrated to Germany. And he's a German citizen. He's lived there for 60 years, but Germans will never consider him a German, because he looks Indian. The difference about the United States is you can come from any country in the world. You come here, you will be an American. If I go to China, for example, even if I get Chinese citizenship, I will always be a foreigner. If I go to, the only other countries which come close to that is maybe Canada and the United Kingdom. And honestly, that's what's makes our country great. I mean, we want the best and the brightest. We used to do merit-based immigration. I don't know if that's something we should bring back. Obviously, we can't have open borders, but in the 80s, everybody freaked out because we had so many immigrants from the South. This is when California was more of a conservative state, lo and behold. And they would get angry because they'll immigrate, they'll come to areas in LA, all the signs will be in Spanish, they don't speak English, everybody's speaking Spanish. And you know what those families did? They built stores, businesses, they worked. And then their children were born here and they're US citizens and they ended up going to college and all of this. And it benefited this country. It didn't, it doesn't hurt it.
Pardon me a moment. Who in the country did it benefit and what were those benefits?
Well,
because
it benefited
it
us
certainly
here.
didn't benefit at the population level, the native population, trapped in an economy where many jobs were being outsourced, while the financial elites within the country continued to spread democracy and central banks around the world in order to propagate their fiat money system, while purchasing power declined at home. So I think it's quite important to ask, who didn't benefit? What were those benefits? And also, how can you possibly say, we want to attract the best and brightest, and then question if you should have a merit-based immigration system? The contradictions and non-logic there is stunning.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't do a merit-based system. I'm sort of trying to be politically correct here and not really commit to what I want. But you brought
acknowledging that we used to.
I don't know what you're talking about, banks and stuff like that. But who did it benefit? Well, one, it benefited the California economy. Also during the 80s and 90s during Reagan, purchasing power went up. What's going on with the economy now? We really can't blame on immigrants. The usual mantra, oh, immigrants are taking our jobs, they took our jobs, doesn't seem to be the case right now.
When you say it benefited the California economy, which participants in the economy? And I don't want anyone to mistake me for a fucking communist. I'm not a fucking communist. It's not my angle.
No communism here. Well, it benefited us California citizens.
How?
Well, for example, some of the areas where these immigrants settled were considered rundown and not nice places, and they completely revitalized parts of LA. Yeah, sure. All
into ethnic ghettos, which could not be good, or a vibrant multicultural American
businesses. They pay taxes, and again, when their children get educated, they don't go back to where their parents came from. They stay here. They work here. Educated people tend to make more money. They pay more income tax. Now, I will totally agree that the whole idea of home ownership has sort of dwindled away.
Yeah,
but I don't think that has anything.
As far as that goes.
Yeah, everybody wants us to rent stuff. Because unfortunately, in a capitalist economy, you really need land ownership to sort of be safe. But to blame it on immigrants just is kind of silly.
Yeah, I wanna read from Uncle Fatty mentioned the Anti-Federalist, and I want to read from the letter of Brutus. His essays. He says actually here. He says we are informed in the faithful pages of history of such events frequently happening. 2 instances have been mentioned in a former paper. They are so remarkable. Thank you, the keyboard. 2 instances have been mentioned in a former paper. They are so remarkable that they are worthy of the most careful attention of every lover of freedom. So they are taken from the history of the 2 most powerful nations that have ever existed in the world, who are the most renowned for the freedom they enjoyed and excellency of their constitutions. I mean, Rome and Britain. Now he says, at the first, the liberties of the Commonwealth were destroyed and the Constitution overturned by an army led by Julius Caesar, who was appointed to the command by the constitutional authority of that Commonwealth. He changed it from a free republic whose fame had sounded and is still celebrated by all the world into that of the most absolute despotism. A standing army effected this change, and a standing army supported it through a succession of ages, which are marked in the annals of history with the most horrid cruelties, bloodshed, and carnage, the most devilish, beastly, and unnatural vices that ever punished or disgraced the human race. The same army that in Britain vindicated the liberties of that people from the encroachments of despotism of a tyrant king, assisted Cromwell, their general, in wresting from the people that liberty they had so dearly earned. This is, way before, they voted in Small Mustache Man. This guy was saying that.
Yeah,
I mean, quite a premonition. Right?
Yeah.
Complacency kills. We get to a point where society's populations start getting to the Rome, for example, drunk and happy, so to say, and not involved, not plugged in.
More so than that, I'm all for.
Said earlier that whatever, a certain type of people are easy to control. However, it was said that the easiest people to control are those that you keep scared. And
By
that
the
you
way,
keep angry. It's real easy to keep angry. Right?
Culture's in the back, Neurojack. If you wanna see, I think he's trying to come in this stream. If you're listening, yeah.
Hey, I actually have a question for Nick, because I was watching a little bit of the stream and you said something along the lines of that you think that we've lost sight of this concept of American exceptionalism, and that we've become too interested in the idea of like presenting other cultures and this notion of cultural relativism, right?
Well, I don't have a problem with presenting other cultures, but yes, I do believe that this idea that we are that shining city on the hill is sort of lost. And, people have called me brainwashed. I grew up in the 80s and 90s. I have to say the Pledge of Allegiance. We were taught that this is the best country on the world. I firmly believe that. But yeah.
Well, I'm interested in knowing like what's the criterion for saying that our culture is superior to like various other cultures in the world.
Well, you got to be careful when you say superior culture. I don't want to sound like Tucker Carlson, but I do disagree with the idea of what they call sort of moral relativism. They are fundamental rights which are universal. Our ability, and for us, it's free speech. Because without free speech, there is no free thought. And that's what I think has been lost. I just saw it a couple of weeks ago at the university with the protests. I 100% support students' right to protest, but shouting down opposing views is not how it's done. And it's like both on the right and the left, we want to curtail free speech. I mean, look at YouTube, for example, censoring videos because people offer thoughts that and say things which perhaps other people don't want to hear. I mean, the speech that needs to be protected is the speech which nobody wants to hear. Let's take Columbus Day, for example. We used to celebrate Columbus Day. Now, when it's given to children, yes, he's a hero, and here we make the little ships. Of course, as we grow older, we sort of learn more of the truth. But who are our children's heroes anymore? I mean, we're taking down statues of Thomas Jefferson, saying, oh, he's a bad person. George Washington is a bad person. I mean, these people created the best governmental system that has ever existed. And I think we forget that what's unique about our system is we, the people, don't need a king or a queen. We have our voice. But somebody said before, nobody votes locally. I ask people my age, do you know who your local representative? No. But they get really excited about the president, not realizing that the president doesn't really have that much power.
Well, hey, but I guess my point is because I'm interested, as you could probably tell from my handle, Traditional Culture Preservation Society. I'm interested in traditional cultures all over the world, and I think what's interesting is that a lot of what you're talking about, like if you look at a lot of cultures that are not Western, especially like smaller scale societies like hunter-gatherers, pastoralists, things like that, like they actually share a lot of the values that you're describing, right? Because they're very localist, right? Like I just had a stream the other day on my channel about a place called Zomia, which is like the highland parts of Southeast Asia. And the idea is that Zomia in particular is like a large collection of basically relatively small local tribal societies, whereby by definition things are going to be, they're not going to have kings and queens, they're not going to have despotic rule. And I think that's something that, you know, works very well at this like small scale local level. So I would caution anybody against, you know, making a sweeping generalization that, well, basically we all lived in savagery and horror before America was founded, because
Nobody said that.
No, I'm not saying that like you guys just said that. I'm saying like that sort of attitude I think is a dangerous attitude.
I get what you're saying. I was actually just thinking about this a few weeks
ago. And there's a lot of that.
I was looking at some conflict on a different continent and said, oh, well, maybe if they had our form of government, then, you know, these things wouldn't happen. You wouldn't have these military rulers. But then we also forget, you know, we sort of pat ourselves on the back. Look at how great European forms of government are. Europe is a fracking bloody place. I mean, just 20 years ago, they were committing genocide in former Yugoslavia. And so I totally get, we got to caution saying that other cultures, and I'm not saying that other cultures don't have what we have. That being said, our system, I think it enshrines those basic rights. And again, I don't know about, I'm looking it up on Wikipedia, South Asian massive. And unfortunately, I'm not an anthropologist, so
good example of libertarianism actually working in humanity. It's probably the best example of libertarianism as a culture being able to work.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think libertarians get a bad name. I mean, we saw a
yeah. I mean, just as the definition goes of
they don't get a bad
name.
Individual try to drive full strength into the pool of bad names with their actions. I used to call myself a libertarian.
When it comes, the problem comes to labels. Like, for example, I would consider my government, you know, my politics to be very libertarian, but what the quote official Libertarian Party does, and many other people who call themselves libertarian, I don't agree with. Of course, that might be part of being libertarian. That, you know,
like Wi-Fi,
we're all sort of independent thinkers. You know, I don't want the government in my business. I don't want them to tell me what I can and cannot do. Of course, at the same time, I also recognize, well, when you live in a society, you got to have certain rules, you know?
Yep.
And I really like your background because I have been touched by his holy appendage.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Flying Spaghetti Monster doesn't believe that, it doesn't say the world is old. I'm sorry, did I answer your question or?
Oh, my question? Yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting point, an interesting answer. I just, like, my own background and my own experience is that, like, I think that one should be very hesitant to attach oneself too strongly to this sort of nationalist. I'm not saying that like you're doing this, right? But like I'm saying that like one should be very hesitant to attach oneself to a nationalistic sort of ideology of Western superiority and Western exceptionalism, because the truth is that there's a huge diversity of opinions in the world and of things which have worked in the past, and to claim that there's one model that's superior than others actually ends up very often bringing about the exact opposite. Actually ends up leading to imperialistic endeavors that make the world a much worse place.
Yeah, no, I cannot disagree with that. In fact, I agree with it.
Nationalism as a, you know, as a movement as a whole throughout history has really been just a tool of the elite that want to keep a divided citizenry divided and scared of each other.
I think the corollary to what J.R. Busk there said is this, and this is important. Moral and cultural relativism are just as fictitious in their value as any hyper-nationalism. there are certain cultural and religious practices that are hard red lines for most people alive in the world today. I cannot accept any element of moral equivalency and cultural equivalency as a blanket front-loaded metric. There have to be absolute standards. I can work within a deviation or two of where I'm coming from, and I'm happy to work with people on fine-tuning things to naturally unfold later on through other generations. But there are certain cultural and religious practices that are just a hard, absolute no. I'm not going to name anything here. You all probably have your own red lines, but let's not pretend that moral and cultural relativism will solve anything. If anything, they will worsen any problems we have.
I mean, I would say I don't 100% disagree with that. What I think is interesting, because I actually would agree that like there are things that are just clearly maladaptive and wrong and problematic. But the way I look at it is that some of the things that I would consider red lines are things that, we have taken for granted as being historical norms even within our own society. So there's some things that I think are maladaptive that we've done as well, and that we continue to do.
Well, from my point of view, as long as bodily autonomy and freedom of speech, aka freedom of conscience, don't cross your red lines, I can work with you on pretty much anything.
Yeah,
I would say I'm completely in favor of both, but I'm not 100% sure that my own peers in our society are in favor. But in fact, I think that they are not really in favor of either one in many cases.
Yeah.
Well, let's take, for example, female genital mutilation. There's some cultures who that's sort of a cultural right.
Let's not even go there. Let's go right with circumcision. We're all men here, right? Let's stick with that.
No, I know. The counter argument is always circumcision. But
no, actually, I don't want to interrupt, but like, the issue of female genital mutilation actually I think is a really interesting one because, I would say you're right. That is a red line, but that's a red line that our culture often crosses because, much of modern allopathic gynecology does acts that I would consider to be harmful female genital mutilation. Many other non-Western cultures do not do that, and they have healthier functioning, more functioning attitudes towards female sexuality than our own culture does.
Yep. Or even more simply, the idea of secular government, secular law. They are institutions. I mean, this happened when we, passed the UN, whatever it was, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. There were certain parts of the world which wouldn't do it because of freedom of religion. Now, we have the idea of freedom of religion, but there's some cultures which they say, well, that's morally relative. Like in our culture, blasphemy is a crime. And, for me, that's a red line. No. Because, again, free speech, free thought, I firmly believe is a universal idea. And I make no apologies for saying that, the whole world should adopt that idea.
Well, the free speech comes from the foundation below it, from freedom of religion. Without freedom of religion first and foremost, freedom of speech wouldn't matter.
But even with that, though, because
I just want to say one thing. There's one person in the back who's waiting to come on, so I just want to let you guys know if there's anybody who is wanting.
I'll jump out. Go ahead.
Well, actually, I mean, I can only be here for a few more minutes, so if you want to, I'll be here for a couple more minutes. But I guess what I'd say is that even with that, I would say that because you use the example of blasphemy, right? Like of blasphemy laws in these various societies, but I would argue that the argument could be made, and I would make the argument that we have our own version of blasphemy laws, right? And that if you go against sort of the post-Enlightenment liberal project, that's considered blasphemy. Like if you have certain takes, if you have certain views in our society, that's considered blasphemy, and that's punished the same way. I mean, maybe not as extreme as they do it in like Iran or something, but like not much less extreme. I mean, I was watching a documentary recently about, the way that how John D. Rockefeller basically influenced things in such a way that if you blaspheme the dogma that allopathic medicine is the be all and end all of everything, and traditional like herbal remedies worked, if you said traditional herbal remedies worked in the late 19th to early 20th centuries, you could pretty much end up in a concentration camp. Like, I mean, that level of extremism, I don't see that as being necessarily better than what they have going on in like Iran right now.
Well, I don't know. I mean, advocating for non-scientific cures, I don't think it's the same thing as blasphemy. I mean, maybe in the past it was, but at least here now in the year 2024, I wouldn't say that's the case. But
it upsets a lot of powerful, wealthy people who don't want, the idea of alternatives that might undermine their money laundering racket.
Their patents, yes, they don't want their patent system getting worked around by.
Yeah, well, then you also got to
really blasphemy was when the Pope held power.
Yeah, they don't want some workarounds of their system. They don't want the gravy train navigate around with some alternate paths.
Well, if you say that like you don't want like black people in your neighborhood, or you say you don't want to hire like a certain race of human beings, you will be immediately dismissed from public society.
That's true. That's true.
Yes.
And that goes against
no, not at all. No.
Our value of free speech. I mean, there are things which we cannot say.
No.
We can't even have an academic conversation about it because, well, you get canceled. You get silenced.
Well, yeah. I mean, like that happens all the time. And I mean, that's a regular thing, like if you go against like the dogma of inclusion, I mean, and ultimately it is about like powerful people being able to expand the society and the managers being able to have the most amount of people in the system as possible. Right. This will happen every fucking time. You'll just be, they'll shut you out. You'll be done. That'll be the end of the day for you.
Yeah. Well, especially these days. I mean, I saw it at these protests.
Like,
and if I wear my IDF
society, there's more.
What'd you say, Uncle Fatty? You were breaking up, man.
Let me fix this real quick.
I think the problem you have with like nationalism today is the fact that it's not based on culture, right? It's based on like these geographic state locations that are ran by like large government organizations, right? Instead of having like a naturally formed culture, which forms off of like your geographical location and like, the group of people who like, actually like share in the same basic, tenets that you do of surviving every day. Like you have like this giant nationality thing of where it's like, oh, like Russia's a third of the world's like surface, right? I'm saying like the United States is the third largest country on the planet. It's basically like the United States is an empire on the continent, right? Because you literally like you can't like somebody in Southern California and somebody in Maine are two completely different human beings, and if left to their own devices, literally would be speaking their own languages inside of like 100 years. But we refuse to do these type of things because of the fact that we have this like, again, this manager class of people who live inside of these government agencies and these corporate structures that came out of these colleges that want to be able to have everything be equal everywhere so that they're able to like run their system and run the operations day to day. And that's what this is in the end of the day.
I blame TikTok.
I don't blame TikTok at all. Like, this has been happening for like a very, very long time. Like this was actually happening like shit, man, in the 1830s. What's up?
Yeah. We referred to the 1950s earlier, right?
I mean,
if Ward Cleaver was in today's economic situation, he'd be making over $85 an hour.
No, he wouldn't.
Adjusted, for adjusted inflation, he'd be making over $85 an hour.
He'd be making about like maybe 70 grand a year, right? But that's because like inflation, wages haven't come up with inflation since like the 1970s.
Well, no, that's what I mean. If you adjust inflation for a single man to raise 2.5 boys, let's say, right?
Yeah.
Right, and just economically feasibly, car in the driveway, white picket fence, trad wife at home, cupboards full of food, right?
Suburbia.
Yeah, if I did what I did right now,
there's
in
no
the nin-
chance.
Yeah,
Like,
in the 1960s, if I did what I did right now, what I do for work, I'd be making $385,000 a year. Instead, I'm trying to scrape by with like 75, 80.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean,
Well-
so it's the corporate, it's the corporate dividend of having a cap on corporate profit, where they were kind of bound, at the 25 to 33 percentile.
No.
And investing back into the corporations.
No. This was a lack of immigration, is what that was, right? We shut down immigration from 1929 until 1969.
A lot of that, there's a lot to play with that. Yes, there is.
I mean, like
Again,
when you
it's
push out,
sort of
the labor rate,
trope.
I mean,
It's a
it is
trope
what it
to
is.
blame low wages on immigration.
No. That's actually what happened.
Yeah.
I would just say citation needed.
So it played a part at that particular point. It did play a part, but it didn't reduce the amount of corporate profit. That's really when corporate profits started to see that spike from the 30% to the 50% range, and then they deregulated it. And now we're at like 37,000% of what the worker is making. Right when the CEOs and all this, it's the discretion between the labor and the management that gets put into the cross effect of the fucking stock investors.
Well, it's basic
When
supply
we
and
got
demand,
prisons for profit.
right?
When you got stock investors, like people buy stock.
Yeah, that's
in
not
the
a
prison
thing.
system.
That's not a thing. That's actually not a thing. That's not a thing at all.
Well, yeah,
What was it?
because there's
PCI?
prisons owned by private corporations.
Again, that's not a
Those
thing.
private corporations.
No, it's not a thing, dude. It's not actually a thing, right? 8% of our
I was in one. I was in one. Tell me they don't exist. I was in one.
Listen, I was in one as a child too, but again, 8% of our prison system is actually, like owned by private prisons. Like, and the vast majority of that is all just taxpayer funded.
Yeah, but even in the state-owned prisons or county-owned prisons, I mean, a lot of stuff is outsourced here in California.
And private contracted.
Yeah, a company called Airmark provides all the food for the prison.
Well, Bob
If
Barker.
there were no prisoners, they did not have a contract.
Yeah.
Bob Barker. You're in Uncle Fatty. Remember Bob Barker?
Oh, you know it. You got your Bob Barker sandals. I still got my Bob Barker sandals. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, man. Listen, I don't have mine anymore, but I remember that Bob Barker soap was trash. Right?
You little short toothbrush. The soap was great for making dominoes, though. You carve dominoes and they're real nice.
Yeah, but again, this is immigration, right? 100% of it is immigration. It's like when you push out the labor rate, right?
I mean,
like it is.
So if without immigration, do you know how fucked we'd be? Like we would be completely fucked. If we didn't have any people coming in.
No.
Like if we want to grow as a society,
we don't need to grow.
We'd have to have like 4 times the amount of kids.
No.
We'd have to be.
We would be fine, dude. Like this is the thing, all right? So this is important to understand.
Like if we just cut it off right now is what I'm saying.
Oh, no. We'd be fine right now too. It's just you wouldn't have growth anymore economically, which is fine because then the baby boomers, would just have to move when their kids. And then listen, all of this system was set up off some really bad premises, right? The idea of like you moving out of your house at 18 and leaving and going and getting your own house and having your own family. This is a brand new idea. This did not exist like fucking 200 years ago. Right,
because the concept of college doesn't mean anything anymore.
Well, no. This didn't exist 200 years ago because of the fact that like you had multi-generational living, right? This like the only reason that this happened is because like the western side of the United States and South America and Central America all expanded at that point, right? And when all that expanded and ended up getting settled, all the immigrants from like, all the people, all the Europeans ended up moving from out of Europe going into the United States. That's when Social Security became a thing. It was in 1898 under Wilhelm Kaiser. He put in the first old age insurance because of the fact of like you had all those people, the young people left. And so there was nobody there to take care of the elderly. Right. And then the same thing happened across the world later on throughout the period of like 1898 through like 1960. Right. All these programs got put in and it was all because everybody expanded and went to the United States or somewhere else in the Americas. Right. This is what happened. Right.
Yeah,
these are all like
a world power.
These are all world events that are over, though. It's done. This is not going to happen anymore. And we have to go back to the way
that's when college.
Yeah. Maybe we need another war.
That's when college got incorporated.
Why do you want to continue this system? How about we stop this system and go back to how it's supposed to be? And you just don't have things. You're supposed to
how
have a
supposed to be?
community and a family and multi-generational living.
I don't want to live with my parents.
I don't care.
My kids want to leave when they're 18.
This is why libertarians are dumb.
Oh,
This is why no one likes libertarians.
Yeah.
Like nobody. That's why they don't win politics, because they're garbage. Like their ideas are just about me. It's me. Everybody else exists.
I mean, I have the right to pursue happiness.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You
It's
don't.
a universal right. Now, and in
No,
my
it's not.
pursuit of happiness, I cannot hamper your pursuit of happiness.
No, we don't get the right to be happy. We need to stand here and build civilizational capital for our
We
children.
have a civilization. What are you talking
We
about?
don't have a civilization.
I'm looking at it right now.
No, you're looking at a corporate structure. You're not looking at a civilization.
Well, civilizations have corporations. I don't understand what you're saying.
When did that begin?
That's what capitalism is.
When did that begin?
There are companies. I think the oldest company that has been in existence and owned by one family is in Japan.
No. The
It's
first
like
corporate-
800 years.
No, the first corporate company was like the East India Company, and
Well, East India Company was
Denmark.
was subsidized by the United Kingdom.
No. That was started in Denmark.
Yeah, but you know what happened afterwards.
Dutch East India.
I think it's hold on. Are those two different? Because they have the East India Company, which sort of managed India, but then we have the Dutch East India Company, which I believe the Dutch one was for like areas which are now the Caribbean. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong.
Again, right? Like all of these things, right? As a whole, were all just inventions to be able to like negate responsibilities.
No, I have a product. I want to sell it. I need money, so I incorporate and I sell people, a little portion of my company. Say, hey, come invest in my company, and then all of a sudden you have a company like Apple, or StreamYards, or YouTube.
Yeah, this all exists because of like a large governmental structure that was built up over 2,000 years of doing the same thing continually. It's called civilizational capital, right? Long term.
Okay.
Right. And we've squandered that on like being able to make profits and trying to be able to run all these Ponzi schemes off of it. And it's all kind of crumbling and collapsing around our heads right now.
I can't disagree with that. I mean, the sort of idea of capitalism is even big companies, their purpose is to maximize profit, but also longevity. Now, it is true that we've sort of created systems where it's get as much profit as we can now without sort of thinking long term. How is this going to affect society? How is this going to affect the economy? I mean, we see it right now.
None of this is humanity, dude.
The dwindling middle class is going to be a huge problem. You cannot have a nation where you have very poor people and there's a few rich people. Post World War II, we built this huge middle class, which was
why? Why did that happen? Do you know why that happened? Like the actual real reason behind all that? No, it had nothing to do with us, right?
I don't know. I mean, I know what I've been taught how it happened.
I mean, it happened because of the fact we're the only country of scale that wasn't bombed out after the war.
Yeah, no, we won World War II.
We didn't win anything. The Russians won World War II, but again, we were the only country that still had intact infrastructure.
Yeah, no, that's true, and that's
that
benefited us since the beginning.
That's over.
Well, I mean, with the advent of intercontinental ballistic missiles and submarines, I suppose it's over.
No, that's over because like the rest of the world built themselves back up.
Did they though?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
There's some academics who believe that the United Kingdom system is still sort of suffering from World War II. Even here in this country, there are many parts of the South which still haven't recovered from the Civil War.
The United Kingdom is a different animal. The United Kingdom is a middling power and always was supposed to be a middling power. The only reason they existed the way they did is because they had the ability to be like geographically located off the continent of Europe, where you had massive trade. You know what I mean? So they were in the center of everything. They're not in the center of anything anymore.
You're right. I mean, nations like Germany, Japan, recovered very quickly from World War II. Of course, it was due to our help.
Russia.
China. Well, Russia, I mean, look at East Germany compared to West Germany back in the day. Clearly, West Germany was the winner in that fight. But
there was no fight. Like, listen,
no, I'm
there was
saying
no
between
fight.
East and West Germany. I mean, how Russia rebuilt their nations after World War II behind the Iron Curtain wasn't. I wouldn't argue that that was necessarily successful.
Well, where would
Look
you?
what happened
where would
after
you,
after the USSR fell, and how
well,
many.
let me ask you a question. Where would you rather find a wife, West Germany or Poland?
Oh. I don't
If
know
you
the
had to go,
difference.
if you had to go find a wife, right? Which most people, like a lot, well, not most, a lot of guys today are going to go find wives in Eastern Europe, right? There's a reason for it. It's because they still had intact family structures, and they still have like females who are female. Nobody wants a West German female anymore. Like, brother, terrible, the blue-haired garbage. You know, what I mean, human beings who nobody wants to talk to.
Yeah, I had blue hair.
Might be a problem.
I have heard this argument, especially with people my age, that they like women who were born sort of before 1990, because while they have very liberal views, they still sort of grew up in this family-like structure where men had a specific role in the family and women did something else. I'm not saying I agree with that.
Well, they all have, like, that's, you know, listen, you do things because you have to, right? Anthropologically speaking, like, I went to college for anthropology, right? You go to college for anthropology because, like, you want to study humans. You study humans because, like, humans are interesting, but humans do things because, like, they have to do them.
Right? Are you a student? I'm sorry. Are you a student of anthropology?
Yeah, I went to college for anthropology.
Oh,
Right?
nice.
You know, like, yeah, but like, again, you know, you go and you when you're studying this, what you find out is that humans do things because they have to, right? Like, they don't do things just because they want to. Ideas are like garbage. Ideas don't hold sway over any human being ever in the history of mankind. There's never been an idea that outdoes reality, right? Like, listen, you can stand here and go, I want freedom all you want to, until, like, you have to work with your neighbors in order to get food, right? And that woman is held in place because of the fact that she didn't have things. When you have things, you have all these conveniences and this modernity and all these things, right? Literally, it ruins women. It ruins everybody around you, right? And it makes the family structure untenable. And that's where we are today. That's why our civilization is collapsing.
Yeah, I don't know much about other families. I mean, I guess I was lucky that I became a suburbanite, you know, normal. You know, I would say that our family structure is pretty traditional. I mean, both me and my wife work, but I mean, so did my parents. They both worked. But I think somebody said before, like, yep, the fridge is stocked with food, and you know, I have a dog and a cat and 2 cars in the driveway. I know it's sort of difficult to talk about the family structure because, again, sort of this degradation of free speech, people take it the wrong way.
I mean, like, I'm not enlightenment or liberal. I'm anti-enlightenment and anti-liberal. I don't believe in any type of rights. I think they're all stupid. I think all these are just ideas.
They are ideas, you know, but revolutions are built on ideas.
Revolutions are built on people being hungry and, like, power being needed by other men.
Well, you're right. I mean, humans do things because they're motivated to do it. Even all of our technology we have, it's, you know, necessity is the mother of invention. Warfare tends to be pretty motivating. We get really smart when we want to fight each other. Of course, the idea is maybe when we're not fighting, some of that technology benefits us. We have GPS, internet, stuff like that.
That was you who said you saw that article about GPS hurting people's ability to understand spatial structures. That was
You know,
said
I read that.
Not
I
just
just
recanted. That's fine.
read that. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You know, because if I drive to a place before, you know, GPS, if I drive there, it's in my brain.
I think we all understand what I said in the concept. Like, it doesn't require, I guess, your explanation or qualification.
Well, what I'm saying is that people put the GPS to go to the same place. And, you know, my wife does this. She puts the GPS to go to work. Like, you've been there 1,000 times. What do you need the GPS for?
Like, I'll be honest. I drive a tractor trailer right now. And I haven't used GPS in years.
I'd say I was kind of dependent upon it. Like I went somewhere on Friday, which I'd never been before, and I was just following the GPS. Whereas if I wrote down the directions the old-fashioned way, you sort of remember. I'm thinking now, if I had to go back to that place, I wouldn't know how to get there without my GPS.
Yeah, I mean, like I know where I'm going. You know what I mean? Like, I go to probably like 400 places every year or so, something like that. You know what I mean? I know where all of them are in different states: Maryland, Virginia, West Virginia, Delaware, Pennsylvania, Ohio, New York. I know where I'm going. You know what I mean? I don't need a GPS to get there.
Yeah. Well, and of course, the primary use of GPS is not really to help us. It's to guide bombs and missiles.
That's funny. That's a double triple right there. Triple double.
In fact, though, like in the military, they're like the Navy is now once again teaching how to navigate the old way, because in warfare, what's the first thing you're going to take out? You're going to take out GPS satellites. How do you fly a plane?
Do you know anything about celestial navigation?
I do. I was a Boy Scout.
Yeah. I'd rather talk about that than where your wife goes to work and shit like this.
Well, she drives at least when we have daylight savings, always during the day. I guess she could still do celestial navigation. It's kind of inconvenient in a car, though. Like
I got mountains. I have mountains.
You can try echolocation.
Where the mountains are. Like, it's not that hard. You just put the mountains on one side of you and you know where you're going. It's really
true.
easy.
Here in California, that's, you got mountains. You're going east, you're going towards the mountains. If you don't see mountains, you're going towards the ocean.
Yeah.
When I lived in Virginia, I really got...
You know this isn't an interview, right?
Good job, B.
Well, you brought up the topics.
Like, no one's interviewing you, dude. Like, no one's asking you these questions. You're coming up with them on your own and spouting them out as if, like, you're having trouble.
Listen, yo, B, what are you doing, dog? What are you doing, man? What are you doing?
I don't know what anyone's doing.
Yeah, but like, man, listen, the whole point of this is like nationality and nations and all these type of things, right? Like, listen, you need to have a culture first. That's why, like, Christian nationality, which is like, I think where this whole thing started off, it's kind of dumb. Like, Christianity, literally, like, it's how it works is you have a culture, right? It's based on like your geographic location as a human being. Like, you live in the mountains, you live in the coastline, you live in the plains, whatever it is, right? And then you'll have, like, say, like a harvest festival, and you'll have, like all these, these things that happen throughout the year. Like, you plant during a full moon, and like, you'll have like all these practices. When a religion comes through, what ends up happening is that religion like solidifies that culture, writes it down, and ends up like making it a long-term thing, right? And everybody's reaching for religion because they don't understand that they don't have a culture. Because all of our culture is based off of like this corporate idea, right? So like, the idea, like the American dream 2.3, kids, a car, white picket fence, house, golden retriever, all that stuff. That was a Ford advertising executive, right? And that's where all this came from. All of these things are not real. They're all ideas that probably shouldn't really exist. We should probably, like have, like human beings be human beings in the end of the day, and get back to being humans and get back to like having, like, I think grass should probably be outlawed. You should be forced to grow like food on your land. I think that, like, no, why is that absurd?
I mean, the fact that we have industrial farming, that helps society. If I don't have to worry about where I'm going to get my radishes. Just go to the store.
Yeah, but they don't make any money.
You just have to worry about if it's so heavily modified with GMOs, that your balls don't fall off in a few years.
Oh my God, is that my boy?
That's another conversation about GMOs, but
yo, otherworldly, man. What's your real name? Otherworldly, brother.
I have no name.
I'm pretty sure that's my boy. I'm like 90% sure. I forget his fucking name, to be honest with you. I talked to way too many people, but I'm pretty sure that's my man's in them. Anyway, right? Yeah, look, you and your community should be growing things together, right? Just like you shouldn't have like fake trees in your neighborhood. Every tree in the neighborhood should be growing like fruit. It should be apples or cherries or blackberries or whatever grows in your area, peaches, oranges, pick something. I don't care. right? All these things should be a thing. By the way, farmers don't make any money growing radishes or tomatoes or celery or asparagus. It's all literally based off of, number one, like universal rights on their land and their their water usage, which is completely retarded. And on top of that, it's based on a shit ton of like just subsidies and insurances and loans that just are completely like untenable. That's why the average age of a farmer is like 65 at this point, right? Like nobody's making any money doing any of these things. This is not a profitable venture for anyone. And you're getting cheap food because you think like, oh yes, like this continues to have our society go forward. This should be something that's done locally and you should be responsible for it as an adult and as a parent. And you should be teaching your kids how to grow things because it's way more important than them learning how to do math.
I disagree.
What?
100%. Math is much more important than learning how to farm.
What? They're humans.
I mean, how would learning how to farm, other than understanding how a farm works, which is part of their education, but teaching them how to grow oranges, how would that benefit them unless they want to be a farmer?
Because they eat food.
Yes. We get food from other people who farm.
You're
an
animal. You do realize you're an animal.
I'm well aware that I'm an animal.
Are you sure? I mean, because it sounds like you don't know that you're an animal.
All right. We don't need no fucking advice from Nick Zoll. You fucking cuck. All right. You like to watch your wife get banged by black dudes. You told us yourself. You fucking piece of shit, Luciferian faggot. We don't need none of your information. You can go fuck yourself with a big black dick.
Yo, God damn it. I'm so tired of these fucking guineas just walking in here, fucking saying all types of retarded shit all the fucking time. Like, God damn it. My boy Mike. Yo, yeah, I'm saying, listen, you're an animal and you're a human being. You should probably know how to, like, grow your own food.
Oh, because I'm a human being, we create technology, and technology allows us
that's not what humans do. Humans eat and fuck and live and are social. You don't create technology. That's not what humans do.
But
no, that's not what human animals do.
So then why do you use a computer?
Again, because it's available at the moment.
Do you know how to build a computer?
Yes.
Where did you learn how to do that?
Fucking around to figure it out.
So you can build a circuit board?
Yes.
Okay. How does a transistor work?
It repeats.
Kind of a prerequisite. You got to build a transistor first. How does it work?
Yeah.
How would you build one? See?
Plastic injection molding, copper resistors.
Well, what's inside of it? How does it work? What does it do? Where do you put it in the circuit board?
I mean, again,
what about capacitors? Where do they go?
Yeah. Capacitors go on the input for your electricity.
How does
it's a capacitor works by storing it's a chemical device. No, actually, it's a chemical device that stores electricity.
It's not always chemical.
It's usually chemical. It's a chemical device that stores electricity and ends up shooting out large amounts of voltage very quickly.
Yeah, it creates a voltage potential. So you
would know. Listen, I know all these things. All right.
So different capacitors have different sizes. You see, my point is.
Yeah. Listen, I've held capacitors in my hand that would literally blow you out of the water.
No technology.
Like, quite literally, like, bro, they would throw you back.
Yeah, but you're advocating no technology. Just
no. Again, listen, I don't need any of that shit. You know what I need? I need to be able to have like a shovel and like a rake and a hoe and some chickens, and you know what I mean, right? This is what we need as human beings. You need to do this because this is how humans are supposed to live. That way you need your neighbors as well, because they're going to have other things growing other than you, and you can stand here and have social, need for them, right? That's why we don't know our neighbors, is because we don't need them.
It's true, we don't need them. I mean, I only know 2 of my neighbors.
You should know all your neighbors.
Why?
Because you're an animal and you live in a community. You know what community, you know what com means in Greek? You know where it comes from? It means together.
That's great.
Communicate means together, right? Like literally community together, communism together, right? Like all these things.
Why do I have to know who my neighbor is?
Because your children are being raised around them, and they're their children.
They're not. They're not.
They go to school. They went to school.
Okay, well, that's where they have community.
No. You're the arbiter. You and your wife are the arbiter of the community. Your response. This is why you shouldn't have the freedom of movement. You should control who goes in and out of your community.
I don't know. I don't understand what you're advocating.
Yeah, I know, man. Listen, this is completely foreign to your ideology. This is
It
like,
is. No,
this
I
is
agree. It
yeah,
is.
yeah, like legit. You should not allow anybody into your community or out of your community. You know what I'm saying? Who you don't want there. Nobody should be able to just buy a place wherever you want. There should be no business that's able to just buy land whenever they want. You'd have to have permission from like the people who are already there, right? And you should have to join the community and live
Like
under
a
their
co-op.
rules and their cultures. No, their cultures, right? Live under their community rules. It's their community. It's not a cult. This is a community. This is how communities work. Have you never been to a community before? I feel like you probably haven't, man. Listen, you've lived here probably like what, 40 years top end? 42, 43?
Somewhere around there.
Yeah. Listen, I'm 41. I feel where you are, right?
But I don't see how it's interesting. Somebody put doing Alibaba's search for transistors. It's like, again, if everybody's just farming and living in their own small community, then you can't do those kind of things. I can't build transistors for people because I have to farm my food.
I mean, like, I'll be honest with you, farming don't take,
But
like having
the
some,
system we have
again,
now
having
is
basic agriculture local, right, is
I
probably
build
the best thing you can
transistors.
do.
I get paid to build those transistors. Then that money I take, I give to the grocery store, and then the grocery store buys stuff from farmers, and everything works out fine.
Yeah, it doesn't though.
But it does.
It doesn't. It's not working out fine. Again, it's not working out fine.
How so?
I mean, number one, like the land sinking, you know what I mean, in California and in the Midwest where like they're drawing too much water out. Number two, we have like about 30 cycles of crop yet before the whole thing, you know what I mean, is no longer tenable as land. We somehow took the most unmolested nature in like the history of mankind that we've ever found and destroyed it inside of like 100 years because like we're greedy fucks.
How would home farming help that? Then I have to irrigate it. It's still going to use up a lot of water. In fact, it probably could end up using more water.
No, because you have a house that literally every time it rains, you know what I'm saying? Like the water
It doesn't
comes
rain
off
where
of
I
it.
live. It hardly ever rains.
I mean, maybe you shouldn't live there.
Well, that's Southern California. You know, we import our water from other places.
Yeah. Y'all probably shouldn't live there. Actually, you probably should be a very, very small population. You do have water that used to be there, but it all got drained off because you're terrible.
Not in Southern California. In Southern California, it's not sinking. We don't get sinkholes because we're pulling up water from the ground.
It's happening all
we
over.
Get our water
like
from
Central and Northern California is having this problem massively.
Yeah, no, Central California is having this problem. They use a lot of water because Central California is all farming. I mean, California is one of the biggest farming states in the union.
Yeah, because the weather's amazing.
Well, but they're also like growing almonds and shit like that, and pistachios that take
almonds,
like, an insane amount of water. Like, we should not be farming that shit. I mean, it's like
no. What they should be doing is
they
should be charged for how much water they're using. That way, the pistachios and the almonds that they grow actually have a real cost attached to them. That's like viable.
Okay, so then
they do, but that's the thing is like everything's so out of whack with that kind of stuff. It's and like you're right about the subsidies and everything. Like people don't realize like, I mean, my personal opinion is I think the economy is so gamified, especially around food, housing, and loans. Like it's so gamified. Like that's kind of like I don't think that. I mean, capitalism itself may have problems, but I mean we can't even address the fact that it's so insanely gamified and I don't want to interrupt you guys' conversation, but
you're good, man. You're good.
No, but I just want to make this point because I've been listening very carefully, and it's like the only thing I want to add to it is like it's the corrupt. Like we're in a situation with the tech where we can't have our cake and eat it too in this regard, which is that now we have to have these systems in order to manage people because the truth is like people are corrupt in every race and every culture and whatever, but I think we can all kind of somewhat agree that like Western culture was the best adapted to this level of technology, and now we're mixing everybody into that level of technology without getting them the same ethics. And again, like I'm not making a racial thing as much as a cultural thing, but what I'm saying is like this technology, you can't just let it be out in the open and just not have a giant system of control in order to do it. And that's kind of what I think you guys are both right in a sense, because I think we can't have our cake and eat it too. So we have to pick our poison. We're either going to have this giant system and the tech, or we got to give up both the tech and the system, right? Like we can't. I mean, there's no way to have both in my or one or not the other. I think they have to go hand in hand. I guess
Well, yeah, I mean, like you have to make it like it's a balancing act, right? And that's what you're talking about. It's literally like having balance, and the balance is, and what we need to have is local shit, right? So, like for instance, farmers, yes, they probably should be growing, you know, what I mean, like row crops, you know, wheat, corn, things of this nature. But when it comes down to like the smaller things, like tomatoes, or you know, what I mean, I don't know, onions, whatever the case is, right? All these things, this should all be done local, right? And locally, that way you have like a balance of where you're producing it for you, and you're not you're not overtaxing the system for the subsidies to be able to have these type of things.
Well. Here's what I'm trying to get at though. Like the level of corruption that this level of tech invites. Like I'll give you an example. The cartels in California hate the legal industry because it's made it impossible for them to go and do these illegal grow operations where they're not actually growing organic, safe to consume cannabis. And so they're actually trying to bring down the legit market of cannabis, which again has its own problems, but at the very least you're not smoking poison, right? And I'm just using this as an example. So like my point is people will sabotage things in order for personal gain, right? And so I guess what I'm trying to say is like, without the system in place to try and fight against cartels, mobs and mafias, you have to be the mob and mafia. And that's kind of the fucked up part is like, it's like we have to pick one mafia over another if we're going to have all these things. And maybe existence has always been that way, but I guess what I'm saying is like you said, invention is a mother of or whatever the fucking thing is, you know what I mean?
Necessity is the mother of all invention.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. And I guess what I'm trying to say is like, we can't really, even if you're right about what you're saying, Pinoid, as it stands, the mafia that's in control is not going to allow us to get into that position, in my opinion. I mean, we might be able to do a little bit, but I think without a larger cultural movement towards that, we don't have any leverage, is kind of what I'm trying to say. But
oh no, like it can be done, right? And like it's not that big of a deal. Like they're already starting to pass these things like Maine and Florida, right? Where like they have right to they put in their constitutions the right to be able to grow food, right? And this is the reason why, right? Is because you need local shit. And again, you get back to, for instance, I'll give you another really good for instance to this, right? Like the amount of petrochemicals involved in, you know what I mean, like your basic shit that gets to your grocery store is fucking insane. There's like 10 calories of petrol energy for every 1 calorie of food that you get on your plate, right? That like the amount of, I don't want to be a leftist, but the amount of pollution and just like energy and like oil refinement and, you know what I mean, like manufacturing and building and all the things that goes into you getting a can of fucking green beans is insane. Why should that not be done locally where like it can be much more sustainable, much more in balance, much better for the environment, much better for everybody around? You know who's growing it. It's more held accountable, right? There's not this massive need for immigrant fucking labor, right? There's all these things that you just eliminate, right? The fuck off the goddamn top and doing it locally. You know what I mean?
Well, and I think people mistake like cost in a dollar sense for like opportunity cost and like also like cultural, spiritual, and familial costs. What I mean is like kind of what you're saying, like, like we have to take into account like the robustness that might come from paying $6 instead of $3 for a can of corn or something, right? Like if we pay for it but it's local and we know the people that are producing it, that face-to-face interaction, potentially at least, right, like kind of gives you a sense of appreciation for that labor that went into producing your food. See what I mean? So like, yes, the cost is higher, but it also like, so you may lose purchasing power with your dollar, but instead you replace it with necessity, which I think is what you're alluding to.
Yeah. And then on top of that, here's the other half of this, right? So like, like the divorce rate is insane, like a single motherhood rate and all these type of things, right? Imagine having your wife be like needed, right? And you be needed in your household instead of just like you're needed because you pay the bills. You need it because like y'all have to can food in order for your kids to be able to eat so you can survive, right? These type of things build proper bonds, right? Actual bonds that are needed, right? Imagine like in your neighborhood, like you guys grow whatever the fuck it is in your neighborhood, right? And like at some point, it all comes in. Like we got like strawberry festivals here, right? And the whole neighborhood gets together and celebrates the harvest, and everybody gets together and has a good time, and the kids have a chance to like go and mingle with other kids in the neighborhood and meet females, and like you start building these type of fucking familiar community bonds that are fucking proper, that are supposed to be the way it is, and you're there and your wife's there and their parents are there, right? And your parents are there and your wife's parents are there, and it's like literally like a giant group of people coming together over something that's been done for generations, and you're building something bigger than yourselves, and this culture is being handed off from like generation to generation, and literally now you have something that's more important than like your nationality. Get what I'm saying, Nick Volt?
Yeah, no, I do understand. I've heard that argument before. The idea that family should stay together. Like for example, I didn't know my grandparents really that well. But if we all lived in a community, then the whole family's involved in raising, and yeah, I get that. And I will agree that suburban life is a little bit isolating. But I like what Nero Jack said. He said it much better than I can. It's sort of one or the other. I don't see how we could have both.
I'm not like super reliant upon all this stuff. Like I could do fine just by my like on on the old ways of just going catfishing and growing food and having animals. Like this is very easy for me to just go back. This is not that hard. Right? I'd much prefer it that way.
You said something about like laws. Like for example, my parents wanted their own chickens so they could get their own eggs, and their community has decided can't do that.
Yeah, because like people are and this is the problem of immigration.
And I disagree with that.
This comes back to immigration. So like your wages have been suppressed, right, by like them bringing in massive amounts of labor on the bottom, right? So like the people, it's a food web, right? You understand how food web works? Have you ever like remember like fucking 5th grade science, right? But basically the workers who used to like go and pick, like food out in the fields and did the farming and all these type of things, they're now competing for like warehouse jobs, and the old warehouse guys are now competing for like associate's degree jobs, and the old associate's degree jobs are now competing for bachelor's, and the bachelor's degree jobs are competing for master's, right? And so like basically you pushed everybody up this fucking food web of the economic chain, and this is what immigration has done. This is the problem of when you go, oh, we need people to come pick the food. Like, yeah, because like, we fucked things up so fucking bad that literally now like our fucking normal people won't go and do the regular fucking work. Right. And in doing so, what ended up happening is you crowded out all the upper fucking end jobs. So like, as you go up the chain, there's less and less jobs, there's plenty of floor associates, right? But then there's only so many management, and then there's less middle management, and there's less like upper management. And then you get to the CEO, there's only like one guy, right? So like every time you go up a chain, there's less people. So as you end up having more people try to go up that chain, right? These wages come down because there's more of a more availability of human beings. You're basically pushing out the labor curve, right? And and then what ends up happening is everybody's wages go down, and so now everybody who has a house, right, they're all over here trying to keep the value of their houses up, right? That way they can continue to borrow money to survive. And most people are just house rich at this point, right? And they want to maintain.
I agree. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Which restricts your fucking shit anyway, dude.
I'm hesitant to blame immigration. Like, I don't think my wages are depressed because here in California, you can make $20 an hour doing a non-skilled labor. We were taught that, look, you go to school, you get a skill, and then you get the big jobs. If you don't have any skills, then you got to work low skill or zero skill jobs. But the problem is, once you increase those wages, then you're basically depressing those of us who do have skilled labor, because our wages aren't going up.
Okay, explain how that affects housing prices.
Well, I can only speak of what's happening in California. It's supply and demand.
Well, explain
everybody
how
wants to
that
live.
itself affects housing prices.
But I don't
If
see how
everybody can
immigration-
make money doing construction, then like, listen, everybody's making good money doing construction. Why isn't everybody doing construction?
I don't know. Well, I don't know how to do construction. That's why I don't do it.
Or maybe they're not making any money doing
True, I don't wanna
construction
do
because you brought in immigrants, and therefore everybody has to hang on to what they have as value for their house.
Well, I don't know. I mean, my parents came here as immigrants. They didn't steal jobs from anybody.
Yes, they did, and it's okay.
No,
my
they
fucking
didn't.
grandparents came
No,
here.
they
as immigrants.
didn't. In fact,
They
when my
did
dad
too.
retired, he had to go back to work as an emeritus because there was nobody who could do what he did.
Again,
So he didn't steal anybody's
again,
job.
yes, he did, right?
No, he didn't.
He did, and it's all right.
No, he didn't.
He did.
He just got a job. He didn't take it from anybody. I mean, using that argument, then yeah. I mean, I have taken somebody else's job because my position is filled, and people who want my position can't have it because I'm currently filling it. So using that logic, I mean, everybody who has a job has to
stop
take
with
it
your
from
logical
somebody else.
nonsense, man. Listen, immigrants take jobs from people. Like, again, as a person who lives in a place, right, you have exclusive rights to the labor there, right?
So how long do
that's
you
the
have to
agreement.
how long do you have to live in the United States until you can start saying things that immigrants? Like, are my children officially U.S. citizens and they can start saying they don't want immigrants?
I mean, yes.
Is there
right.
second generation, or do we have to live here for 3 generations before we can start saying no more immigrants?
I mean, again, right? Like, so it's literally like not the immigrants, the generation after them, right? They've been raised here, and that's what it is. They were born here.
Okay,
they were
so
raised
I'm an
here.
American, but my parents aren't.
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
I don't care.
But I'm saying it's ridiculous.
Yeah, listen, your parents weren't born here. They weren't.
So?
They're not from here.
So?
Again, they're not Americans. It's okay.
Yeah, they are.
It's all right, though.
They very much are Americans.
Listen, again, my grandparents
And
weren't Americans
you
either.
saying that, it just shows how ridiculous you are. I mean,
My grandparents
quite frankly,
weren't
that's-
Americans. My grandparents were Italians. They weren't Americans.
Well, I would argue then you're not an American.
I mean, I'm an Appalachian. I don't really want to be American. Again,
great.
like, look, all right. Listen here. All right. First off, America
Well,
is
the
a
good thing
corporate
is,
designation.
my parents' Americanism
Listen,
is not
America
defined
is
by
an
you.
empirical designation. It's the same as saying I'm a Roman, right? Like, you could be a Roman and be from, you know what I mean, like fucking Judea, right? Like, Jesus was a Roman, okay?
Yeah.
But again, like, he was not a citizen of Rome.
Right. Well, my parents are citizens.
Again, America's not a real country. This isn't a real nation.
It is.
It's not a nation.
What is it then? An empire?
This is an empire.
Okay, then it's an empire.
Yeah, this is not a nation, dude. I'm an Appalachian, all right? Like, I'm a mountain person, right? Okay, I'm not fucking American, okay? American's a fucking empirical designation.
So I'm a Californian then, not
Yes,
not an American?
yes, 100%. You have blue hair. Yes. You're
I
a fucking
identify as an
Californian.
American.
If you were a male when I was younger and you had blue hair, we would have smacked the shit out of you.
I would have kicked your ass.
You would have tried.
I would have won. I mean, what is our argument going to be? I can beat you up? I mean, come on.
No. I'm saying no. You wouldn't have been one of us here.
Why?
Because your attitudes are not acceptable to our culture.
What is your culture?
Again, I'm an Appalachian.
Well, that's why people in Appalachia, like in West Virginia, dream of living in California.
No, they don't. They
That's why
hate
they're all on
Californians,
drugs.
and they wish they would stop coming there.
I mean, nobody wants to. There's a reason why nobody wants to live there.
There's a reason why nobody wants to live in California no more.
Really?
Yes, they keep leaving. The only
Why are
people
houses
coming
so
are Mexicans.
Yeah, and they come here and become Americans.
They're not Americans.
I mean, not to mention that, I mean, this used to be part of Mexico, so it's sort of natural. I mean, go to New Mexico. Most people in the state of New Mexico have Latino heritage, but they're Americans.
Yes, again, they're Aztecans, right? And I'm fine with like letting that shit go back to Mexico. I don't care. I don't want to be part of this anymore.
It's U.S. territory now.
Again, listen, I'm fine with it going back to like being Aztec. They can have like, the Native American people there.
It's ridiculously small. I mean, if we go back to little tiny communities, then we're basically going back to
What?
agrarian. What is it? I can't pronounce it.
Agrarian.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with that.
Well, I'm glad that you're fine with it, but that's not what I want for my children.
Well,
That's not what my parents wanted for me.
Yeah, again, yeah, because your parents literally lived in like fucking shithouse poor places. I get it.
No, they didn't. Back in they come from very rich families from India. Generally, now it's changed. But back then, you had to have money to immigrate to the United States.
Oh, they were rich, but they wanted to leave India because they wanted to be richer.
Well, no, because my dad went to school here.
Yeah, because they wanted to be richer. Okay, listen, you're a ridiculous person. I want you to understand that you are a ridiculous
so you
person.
just reduce your argument to you're a ridiculous person?
No, you are a ridiculous person.
See, I
Like,
said your
legit.
argument is ridiculous.
No, my argument's great and it's fine.
I'm glad that you believe that, but it's not for
Again,
everybody.
it's a good argument. It's a solid
And
argument
whether
of
you
going
like
like,
it or
listen,
not,
let's be humans.
You are an American.
I'm
Whether you
not.
like it or not.
No, yeah, no, I know my empirical designation. I get that. I know what
you
it
just
is.
follow the rules.
Again, it's my
Whoever
empirical
we elect
designation.
president
I
is
get
gonna
it.
be Your president, your local representative is your representative.
Again, I understand my empirical designation. I get it. I
You
know
grow
how this
oranges
works.
in Appalachia?
You can't. They don't grow there.
What if you wanted an orange?
And I go to the store and buy one because they're available.
Yeah, because they grow here in California.
Again, but if they weren't available,
So if you
then
want
you
an
know
orange,
ours
you have to
ours
go,
don't even come
"Hey,
from
Nichols,
California. They come from
Do you have any
Florida.
extra oranges that you grew in California? Can I have some? I go, sure. This is how much it will
Again,
cost you.
Yeah, listen, I would prefer to like. I swear to God, if like Asia and like
You're sounding
invaded California, I wouldn't
anti-capitalist
help. I might help China by keeping it a buck. Like, yeah, legit.
Why?
Because no one can stand you people. Like, we all hate you. You understand the rest of the country hates your guts.
No, I don't understand that. We're
Yes,
the most
the
powerful
rest of
state
the
in the union.
country hates your
California,
guts.
by itself, we've gone down now because other countries have become richer, but I think it's still in the top 20 in terms of GDP. I mean, we give money to the U.S. We don't take money like some states in Appalachia, which require government subsidies.
No. They
We
give
are
us
the most
government
powerful
subsidies.
state in the union. And
No,
that's
they
probably why
don't.
you guys all hate us. Now, I totally agree with you that our current government, us in California, we're electing idiots to send to Sacramento. But aside from what you see in the news, what you see like in downtown LA and San Francisco, the rest of California is just fine.
Again, you know why they give Appalachians money? It's the same reason they give money to Detroit, New York City,
Because
Bronx.
you
and
don't
people.
have the kind of industry that we have
No.
here in California.
No, it's not that. It's not
You
that.
can't make
right?
any money.
It's literally not that. No, it's not that. They buy our peace.
You're what?
They buy our peace.
I don't know what that means.
They buy the ability for us to be peaceful. If they didn't give us money, the government wouldn't be able to come here.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Serious.
You
know how many times we? You know how many fucking? Do you know how many bureaucrats got buried here?
Today,
Do you have any idea?
You say something like that. The union won.
It's all mine.
You
Again,
guys lost.
listen, I'm not even in the South. Like, for fuck's sake. Again, listen. I feel like you don't understand like where Appalachia is, just as a whole. I feel like you don't really understand geography or history. Just
I know where the Appalachian Mountains are.
Are you sure? I mean,
Yeah, I'm
because
pretty
I don't
sure.
think you do. I don't think you do.
Pull out a map. I'll point it to you.
Yeah, listen. I bet you could. Right? I mean, like,
yeah,
you know,
geography is one of my strong suits. So yeah, I know exactly what
I feel like it. I feel like it's not.
Do I know Appalachian
Like, you would
culture?
know-
No, I don't. The only
feel
thing
like
I
you would-
like from
you would know
Appalachia
that, like,
is I like
literally-
Americana music, and a lot of that does come from the Appalachian region.
Yeah. Right? Because poverty creates culture, creates beauty and art. Right?
You're
This is
advocating that we
literally-
should all be poor.
I mean, listen, I feel like being poor would probably help a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, listen, like, yeah, being rich breeds degeneracy, apathy, disgusting ideologies that make you not care about other humans.
Yeah, maybe apathy.
Amen on that, brother.
But it also brings stability.
No. There's never been a rich nation.
Yeah,
that was
that's a joke. I know lots of rich people. I know plenty of rich people in my family, and their life is nowhere near stable. They may think it is, or may portray it to be perfect, but it ain't nowhere near perfect.
Well, I mean, that's anecdotal evidence.
Rich
but
doesn't breed
generally,
stability.
the middle class pays the most tax.
Yeah.
They're the ones who work, go to the jobs, do all these things which we have, build and design computers, create programs like StreamYards, do medicine, help people.
That's not middle class.
I mean, what do you define as middle class, though?
I mean, again, like in America today, probably like 190,000 to like fucking 400,000 or 500,000 at this point. Everybody else is just working.
Yeah, even at 450,000 compared to the wealthy, that's nothing.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
But like,
I'll say there's a lot of people in my neighborhood who, if you ask them what class are, I'm upper middle class. It's like, no, you're not. You're not. You have no idea how much money the really rich people make.
Yeah.
Those of us in this neighborhood, at best, can say our needs right now are satisfied.
The vast majority of Americans right now are literally just working poor.
It's becoming like that, and that's what I said.
No, it is
earlier.
that way.
Well, again, maybe that's what you see in your area.
That's just America at this point. Like,
No, I disagree.
everybody's running. You ever ran down a hill before?
I have.
All right, when you run down a hill, you're not really running down that hill. What you're doing is you're falling and letting your legs catch you. It's a perpetual cycle of just, like you're falling and like your legs are catching you, right? That's what the average American is today. You're just falling and letting your legs catch you. You're falling every week and like you're just working to be able to continue to survive.
I'm not disagreeing with you that the economy right now is hurting the middle class. I totally agree with this idea that
we just brought in 30 million immigrants.
This has nothing to do with immigrants, though.
Immigrants
is just a scapegoat. It's very easy to attack them.
No. That's literally what this is, dude. That's what this is.
I mean, part of it is these people who are complaining that, these immigrants took my job. They don't look at themselves and go, the fact is, you didn't get the training to do the jobs.
Listen, the average IQ is 100. The average IQ is 100. That means half of people are below that.
Yeah, no, I agree. I said that before. Democracy is of the people, by the people, for the people, but the people are kind of stupid.
Yeah, listen, again, right? I don't care how stupid the people are. They're your people, right? We got it. Like, again, you don't bring in immigrants to drop weight. That's what they're, all right. So in the 1970s, what was known as stagflation, period of, high unemployment and high inflation, right? And that's where we were heading, as a whole. And the issue that brought this on was the fact that the labor had too much power over the market, right? So you ended up having too much demand on the consumer side, because that's actually how you get inflation, is when people have money, and, like, access to money, right? That's how actual inflation really works. It's not money printing; it's really just people having too much access to money.
We have too much cash right now.
Yeah, what ended up happening was you had too many people who had too much money driving in. Right now you have the baby boomers who, are drawing down on all those 401ks that they had, and they're buying goods, right, which is driving, consumer prices, right? And then what you have on the other side is, you have them leaving the workforce, which ended up, having wages go up, right? Now, it was great, right? Like right after COVID, right during and after COVID, like the wages of like your average American were fucking just skyrocketing. And it was great for like just your basic worker, like warehouse guys who do plumbing, electrical, all these type of things. Like guys who just working human beings. Humans actually produce something, not like retarded management guys, not white collar people. Blue collar people did amazing, right? And they said, oh my God, these prices, we're paying for these wages. We're going to end up not being able to meet our stock quota. We need to be able to bring in some more fucking workers to make these guys fucking have less wages, right? And so what they did was they opened the border. Same thing they did in late 1970s, early 80s, 90s. Open the fucking borders, let these motherfuckers in. Reagan gave them fucking citizenship.
Yeah, it was
right?
Republicans who did that. I can't disagree with that.
Yeah, right. And this is how you solve these things: is you stand here and get the stock market to go up by dropping fucking wages, so you can end up having more profit. Basic. And how do you do that? You have to drop wages.
Everybody says that, but then we send people to represent our little district, and they vote against curtailing corporate profits.
Oh yeah. Because like,
because,
listen,
because they're sold this lie that, well, one day I will be in charge of Apple and I don't want to be paying those kind of taxes. Like Joe the Plumber.
everybody in America, you know what I mean, isn't down on their luck billionaire. Right? You know, that's how Americans think.
Yeah, no, that I 100% agree with you. And the people, we've trained them to vote against their own interests. I mean, you got these people saying, "Oh, this president's going to change everything. He's not going to care about you."
No, women vote.
Women do vote.
That's the problem.
That's okay.
I mean, listen, I was like, have you ever sat and talked with one? Like, really talk with them? You know what I'm saying? I had a conversation.
I've talked to many women in my lifetime.
Right? Listen, you have a conversation with them, right? You know what I mean? Like, just talk with them a little bit. You know what I mean? I talk with them, and I'm like, man, listen, like, fucking, I went to go buy a tire the other day, and she was like $150. She's like, oh my god, prices are so insane. Somebody needs to do something about this. And I was like, yeah, I feel you.
Well, you're talking to stupid women then.
Yeah, no. The average woman is like borderline retarded. They care
the average
more.
American could, like what you said before, has a low IQ. I don't think it has anything to do with their sex.
No, women.
My wife's smarter than I am. She's more educated than I am.
I don't care how education does not equal intelligence, sir.
She's more intelligent than me, wiser than I am. That's for sure.
I mean, that's your fault.
No, I just married up.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
Of course, I'm voting for Trump, and she's voting for the other guy. So, okay, I could see a little bit of that.
Yeah, I mean, she's relying upon the system to continue forward with her life. She only exists.
I'm voting for Trump just to annoy her, but because I live in California, I'm voting for Biden whether I like it or not.
Yeah, I understand, right? And I mean, like, but your females only exist because the state exists.
No, women exist because of evolution.
I mean, okay. Women exist in their current form because the state exists.
So I think, what is it called? Fourth wave feminism is what you're arguing against?
No, I'm shit. I'm arguing against first wave feminism.
I mean, I'm looking it up right now. There's really no change between the difference in IQ scores of men and women.
I mean, let me keep this honor.
At least in 2019.
Yeah, they actually the tests that they give out between men and women are like, I think 12-year-olds, where females have already hit puberty and men haven't yet. You know what I mean? But I mean, listen, we're gonna keep lying to ourselves and
how
propagandizing
society
each other.
would benefit from women not voting. I mean, then what next?
I mean, yeah. Wait. Oh, no, I'll explain it to you. See, Disney taught us all that like women are, like the arbiters of like family and love and nurture, and that's not true. And I think we've seen that with the abortion debate, where they passed like bullshit laws and like bills out of their local senates in places like Virginia and New York that said they could murder babies after they were born. And women were behind the governors. Wait a minute. The women were behind the governors or the speakers or the congressmen there. And they were cheering.
Nobody said you could murder babies.
Oh, whoa. You better slow the fuck down.
Give me a citation. I'll take your word for it, but I need a citation.
I got receipts on this one.
Okay.
Hang on a minute. Give me a second. Look this up.
Maybe in Appalachia, you don't get like news.
Huh?
I'm just going to ask ChatGPT. Did Virginia allow babies to be murdered? It's funny. When you search, did Virginia allow babies, the suggested hits are allow babies to marry, allow babies to cry. West Virginia passes born alive abortion bill.
Virginia, West Virginia.
This says West Virginia. Well, maybe both did. A child born alive who would somehow be killed, that would be murder. Yeah, I agree with that. Once the baby comes out of the womb, it's murder.
Yeah. Right. And women were behind him cheering when they passed it. Same thing happened in New York.
Yeah, generally it's a good thing to pass bill. I mean, of course, it was already murder, but it's just silliness. It's just distraction. I mean, this is what motivates people to go to the polls. It's stupid bills like this, instead of actually understanding what the big issues are. But instead, oh no, I'm going to vote for this guy because the other guy thinks you can kill babies when they come out of the fetus. Like, that's stupid.
Yeah, this is also, they also have one in New York.
Okay, so what does that say?
I mean, again,
Are you
women were cheering.
advocating for them?
Women were cheering. No, women were cheering for it.
Nope, they're cheering for what? What were they cheering?
These bills when they got passed.
They were cheering that you can no longer kill a baby after it comes out of the
No,
womb?
that you could kill a baby after it came out of the womb.
Okay, again, I'm not seeing any of that. I need a citation where it says you can actually kill a baby after it comes out of the womb. Put it in the back chat if you can't put a link.
Working on it.
I mean, it's stupidness like that, which is the problem. And it's naive people who fall for that garbage. I mean, if you actually think that women shouldn't vote because you heard some anecdotal evidence that New York passed a bill saying that you can murder babies and women were cheering, then perhaps you're right. Modern society is not for you.
Yo, listen, you know what I mean? Like, they're fine with it.
Uh-huh. Let me ask my wife.
Look, they're fucking fine with it. Reproductive rights.
I don't know
And
why
listen-
you would want to do it, but yeah, but allegedly you shouldn't be able to vote because you would cheer being able to kill a baby after it comes out of the womb. Asinine, right? It is stupid. It's stupid. Stupid. Are you looking for the link?
Yeah, I am.
Citation, something? I mean, I would think it's a pretty easy thing to find.
No, it's not.
Maybe
It's not.
corporate mainstream media is hiding it, right?
It's not. Google will throw everything else at you.
Google must be censoring it.
Oh, Google censored the shit out. You didn't know Google censored stuff?
That's why I can't find it, because I'm using Google. They want to hide the fact that in New York you can kill your baby. This is why.
Literally, did you not see the interview?
I always make fun of sort of the anthropology department because they say ridiculous things like this.
No.
Of course, they can never back any of it up.
Again, like, they keep giving me like the fact check things, right? And I'm like, bro, like, I literally saw the governor say
You definitely don't want to look at the fact check sites where you want confirmation bias because you believe it's true. So you got to find evidence that it is true instead of accepting evidence impartially. Say, did this actually happen? Oh, no, it didn't.
Again,
And
it did
therefore,
happen.
let's just suppose for a moment it did happen. Okay, let's just pretend it did happen. So some women cheered. Therefore, no women should be allowed to vote.
Oh yeah. Listen, women who fucking want to. Yes, 100%.
What are you, celibate or something? Do you?
I have 8 kids. What are you talking about? I got 3 daughters.
And you don't want any of them to vote?
No.
Do you educate them?
Why do they need to vote?
Why should they not vote?
Because your vote don't mean shit anyway.
Well, that's
why should they vote?
There's this YouTuber, James Freeman. He was like the first one I sort of started watching. And at first I was like, this guy's ridiculous. And he said something really interesting, which, why vote? What is the point of voting? Of course, I was brainwashed. If you don't vote, then you can't complain. But by voting, you sort of tacitly consent to the system that the only choice I have for president is 2 idiots. But you gotta vote. Yeah, but I want that. name's Nikki Haley. Nope, can't have her. Got to vote for these two. Of course, you would probably disagree with Nikki Haley being able to be president.
Hell no. There's no reason a woman should be president.
So it sounds like basically their whole argument is you want to sort of go back to
having responsibility for men.
That's absurd. I think you're just angry that the U.S. has just passed you by.
Again, no. No.
Maybe you should have majored in anthropology. Maybe something more useful.
Again, listen, dude. And I mean, there is no reason why it is, right? There are, as a human being, right? There are basic aspects to humanity.
Fact check really quick.
Again,
New York passes a bill allowing abortion up to birth for any reason. So it's not post-birth. Nobody's advocating murdering babies when they come out of the womb.
That's bullshit. There are plenty of people who do.
Citation needed. I mean, we're all entitled to our own beliefs.
I mean, that is true. That is true to some extent. But from personally of knowing women who have aborted children simply because they were too lazy to use a contraceptive, you can say pull up citation all you want. I've met plenty of women who, instead of telling their man to put on a condom or taking a Plan B or using some type of contraceptive, they use Planned Parenthood as the contraceptive. Like someone who I know who has gotten pregnant 3 separate times, and it wasn't because she couldn't provide for the children. It wasn't because she didn't want them. I'm sorry, it is because she didn't want them. It wasn't because the father wasn't willing to provide for them or anything. She simply did not want the burden of already being a stripper pole. So her way of dealing with it is, let me go and kill the baby. She had twins in her stomach. She could have offered them babies up to a loving family who can't have children despite the fact they spend $10,000 in trying to get pregnant through artificial insemination, instead of finding an outing, leaving the baby on the doorstep of a firehouse.
I agree.
Her first step, what did she do? Let's go to Planned Parenthood and spread my legs and abort the twins. That she did not just for the twins, she did it 2 separate times for the kids, simply because why? She didn't want the baby daddy to find out that she was cheating on him. But for instance, take people like me. I can't even get my life-saving insulin half the time because my insurance doesn't cover it. But yet a woman can go and, because she doesn't want a child, can go and just simply kill it and get put on opioids for a week straight, while people like me have to sit and suffer with diabetic neuropathy, where my own doctors won't even prescribe me prescriptions because, oh no, the state I live in is the opioid abuse state, so therefore let's not give you anything. But the mother who has as far as I know, has been in Planned Parenthood now 4 times to murder a child, and instead of the government forcing her to go and be fixed to where she can no longer produce children that she is murdering, continues to not only allow her to continue to claim money off of children that she doesn't even have custody of, but to continue popping out children, knowing that all she's going to do the next time she goes and gets pregnant is just to kill them. I'm not saying that every woman is like that. I know some women who can't have children and they would do anything in the world to be given a baby. I know some women in the world who would drown their own kids and sit there and tell you to your face that they love and care about them. I mean, but I think what from what I'm getting is that you're just not willing to admit that women, both mentally, psychologically, and physically, are very distinct, even in their thinking patterns compared to a man. Take any situation, take a woman, and then take a man, and a man is going to see this situation 100 times more differently than what a woman is going to see it, whether it's voting, etc., etc. There are some women who have more balls than most men who will go out here and pick up a gun and fight for your country. But how many of us would really sit here and say that we trust a woman to make a military decision on behalf of the entire country like a president? I don't know about anyone else, but from a majority of the women I've met in my life, and from what I'm seeing at being at 29 years old and looking around you, and you're living in a world today where a man could become a woman just because they say they can. Well, I guess by that same logic, I should be able to become a billionaire because I simply said that I am a billionaire, therefore it makes me a billionaire. People are just not wanting to break down the subject or situation down to the nitty-gritty, which is, does a woman or can a woman make the exact same decisions as a man? Maybe to some extent they can, but just about every single woman I've met in my life was nowhere near like what they say about going and working on the oil rigs. How many women are going to be willing to go and work on some of these oil rigs when most men can hardly even handle it? And they're hardcore motherfuckers. You know, so it really just depends on, are you going to get down to the root of the problem, which is women do not think the same as men in all aspects of life.
A couple of things there. I totally agree with you. Using abortion as birth control is, I would consider it immoral and disgusting. You're absolutely right that there are women who do that. There's evidence of it. Do men and women look at situations differently? Well, there are differences between men and women, and we have different motivations. It doesn't mean that somehow the man's decision is better than the woman. Secondly, we've got plenty of evidence of women being able to lead military campaigns. Margaret Thatcher, for example. She's a woman.
What? She didn't lead any military campaign?
The Falklands?
No. And they lost, too.
No.
Yeah.
No, look at that.
They lost. And on top of that, she didn't lead shit. There were
Germany
generals.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was also back in a time where, you know, feelings didn't matter as importantly.
But anyway,
well,
listen,
you're mixing a lot of social issues.
Yeah, I put the two
Yeah, because back then the social issues weren't prevalent. Back then you didn't have men trying to become women or women trying to become men. Back then women sometimes had to step up and be the man.
Yeah,
nowadays
I put these
it's completely different.
Besides that, bro, like listen.
Well,
so, one is Governor Northam talking about
you've seen,
killing babies.
Maybe again, it's where you live.
Where you live again, it's not about where we live, sir. It's not. It's
well,
literally just
your
we
evidence
understand
was
how things work.
Hold on, his evidence was anecdotal. He said, "The women I've seen."
Yeah,
I mean, take your pick. The women on social media, the women in the news, the women on anywhere. I've only met about 4 females in my life who don't act the same, and one of them is my wife. As far as I'm concerned, every single woman who I've ever met.
Did you let your wife vote?
If she wanted to, but she's not as stupid as everyone else who thinks that their vote actually matters.
Would you defend her right to vote if somebody said no, you can't vote anymore because you have boobs?
Well, I mean, she's 18 years old, so I think anyone above the age of 18 has a right to vote if they so choose. But does that mean that a woman's vote is any more detrimental than a man's vote? No, because why? None of them fucking matter.
I go, men are just as stupid as women.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
No,
I do have to disagree. A majority of the world's problems, a majority of the world's problems is men's problems. But you know, Eve is the one who ate the fruit first, so you take a pick.
What about all the Congress people who are women? Do you advocate removing them from office because they're women?
Yes.
Now, how are you going to go about doing that?
I mean, Mike, listen, I don't really have power, but again, if I did, I would just say you're fired.
Okay, so you want a new form of government then?
I mean, listen, I'm fine with voting. I'm fine with voting for a dictator, to be perfectly honest with you, right? Just to deal with all this nonsense. Like, bro, listen, just clean all this out, get rid of the managers, and like, yo, we'll go from there. But again, I put these 2 YouTube videos. One is Governor Northam from Virginia talking about the post-abortion thing. The second one has New York Governor Cuomo signing. Wait a minute. You haven't established. It is post-birth.
No,
he talks about it. Go listen to the video. He talks about the post-birth.
Okay, so did you post the one from the Christian Post? Is that the one you gave me?
Listen, again, the 2 YouTube videos on the bottom are much better. There's the actual words of the governor. Go to the point where he's on the podcast. It's only like a 3-minute video, whatever. But go to the point where he's on the podcast. Go to the joint where he's on the podcast and the governor is talking and he's being interviewed and he says, listen, we'll resuscitate the baby and then the mom will make the decision as to whether or not she wants to keep the child and whether we're going to kill it.
Why don't we just look at the bill itself?
Again, literally the governor sat here and said they're fine with killing babies.
The proper use of the word literally states whether you can kill a baby before birth or not. So let's look at the bill.
Again, he says you can make the baby comfortable and then the mom will make the decision as to whether or not they're going to kill the baby.
That matters.
Dude, listen. And then the second one is the women all cheering when they're signing the fucking up till fucking birth fucking abortion bill in New York.
Yeah, of course they're cheering because they don't want men telling them what to do. I stay out
That
of
is
the
the dumbest shit ever. Again,
stay out of the abortion
no.
debate.
Listen, I don't really care. Listen, I think it's a dumb debate to have, because what you should do is you should have a community where that actually gives a shit about like the women and the men and the families in your fucking community, and that way you wouldn't have this problem. Because if a fucking child's born, then like, listen, it's part of your community, and it's something that you're all going to love and accept and help with. That's what should happen. We don't have that because of the fact that like people like you don't know their fucking neighbors.
So basically, your argument is just going to boil down to, I don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm ridiculous. What does that say about your argument?
It doesn't. That's not what it's boiling down to. It's boiling down to the fact that you and your kind are the problem. You don't want to go back to a point of where like it makes any sense.
You're advocating the end of the United States. That kind of makes you the problem.
No, it doesn't. It makes me
Yeah,
the
it does.
solution. I have a
So why don't you
solution.
leave?
I have a solution.
A dictator is your solution?
The United States is already screwed. This one man ain't the problem.
Number one. But number two, listen, I'm the solution. The solution is to go, hey, look, you guys, form a culture, have your own thing, form communities, have families, go back to what actually works as humans, rather than continuing down this path to go towards the techno-fascist singularity.
Okay, Sparky. The bill says people of all ages have the absolute right to abortion through the 24th week of pregnancy. Now, do you know how long a pregnancy is?
Yeah. It's 40 weeks.
9
Again,
months.
listen,
So that's
go
like 40
watch
weeks.
the video.
So, no, but I'm asking you, where in this bill does it say you can murder your baby?
Go watch the video.
I don't care about the video. I care about the law, facts.
Go watch the video of the governor talking about it.
It doesn't matter what the governor says. You said that New York has a bill where you can
Okay.
murder your baby. Did New York?
Again,
So,
literally,
do
the
you
governor
accept-
said you can murder your baby.
I
The
don't care what the
governor
governor said. The
literally
governor's
said you
stupid.
can murder your baby.
And the governor is stupid, but that's not what the law says.
Again,
You kill a baby,
again,
which comes out of it. You kill a baby in New York. It's a crime. It's still a
Again,
crime. It's
again.
always been a crime.
Go watch the video.
Yeah, of course, watch the video. Don't actually look at the actual law.
Yeah, I listen to the word people say. Like,
Well, it
what
doesn't
they're
matter
going to be
what people
okay
say.
with.
I mean, for example, you say that women can't vote, but who cares? Women can vote. You can say
Yeah,
whatever
listen,
you
again,
want.
no. I
The
said I would
law
like
is
them
what
not
matters.
to.
And the law states you cannot kill a baby, and the law also states that women can vote, just like every other American.
Again, I listen. I say what I would like to happen. I don't say what can and cannot happen.
Okay, but to support your argument, you're making stuff up.
I'm not making shit up. I'm
Yeah, you are.
literally
You just-
giving
you
you
just said
the
that in
evidence
New York
of the
you can kill your
governor
baby.
saying what the hell it is that they fucking want.
Okay,
And
but-
what it is that they think
So
that the
you're
fucking bill said.
refusing to accept that in New York it is illegal to kill your baby.
Again, you can have post-birth abortion.
No,
in
you
New
can't.
York.
No,
Yes,
you
you can.
can't.
Yes,
no.
you can. Yes, you
Okay.
can.
Well, again, you're entitled to your beliefs, but these aren't facts.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. A quick introduction. My name is Tito. I'm from Central America. I'm a political activist and an analyst from here. I work issues of human rights. I've been working the past 20 years matters of drug policy reform, abortion, and basic respect of human rights in that sense within Latin America. There's an interesting point that Pino was given, but I have to ask him something real quickly. Are you aware of the penal typification, both in common law as well as in normative law in Latin America, that is known as infanticide?
The penal classification of infanticide.
Are you aware what that penal classification refers to?
I mean, it's usually what's known as murder or homicide.
But what exactly are you is murder or homicide of the term infanticide referring to?
A human being.
No.
Yeah, baby human. That's what.
Okay.
That's what being like.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah.
Infanticide is typified as the killing of a born child that has within the first year of life. So, in that manner, your argument saying that the policies of abortion that we have been pushing for in the last 50 years will enable infanticide is absurd. It does not equate to anything in that matter. And I tell you one thing: here in Latin America, either socialists or right wings, the majority of Latin America has abortion illegal or heavily restricted. Pretty much very similar as the United States. As of recent, our victories in Mexico, Colombia, somewhat in Costa Rica have shown a different route towards that, how abortion should be implemented in constitutional republics. But the question is, your argument, I've heard it from the so-called opposition to us, and it has been easily broken because no current legislation or project of legislation that is in Congresses throughout the whole Western Hemisphere in any way, shape, form, or manner does it enable infanticide after birth.
Well, I put up a YouTube video of Governor Northam from Virginia talking about them being able to abort a baby after birth. Right. They literally done this, and it's because the mother feels like she is going to be, her life and health is going to be impacted by this child. If they come out with, say, like a deformity or whatever it is, they feel like they should be able to, abort the baby, and they have passed laws saying thus.
I'm fully aware of this article. It was published, 4 years ago, approximately. And can you cite to me directly where the establishment of this particular bill in New York does it enable that within the legislation itself? Because I've read it, nowhere does it enable in that sense. Nowhere in that particular bill does it enable such thing. So if you could be more specific as to which part of the law enables that action.
Again, right. I'm not 100% familiar with the actual legislation of it, but I know what has been said and what the governors have said and what the political people have said around it.
Well, my friend, I've read it. I can even bring it up right now. We can go over it step by step, and you will see that in no way, form, or manner that particular bill establishes the possibility of infanticide in any way, shape, form, or manner. So if you want to do that, I can gladly bring it up. I'll pull it up, and we'll have a conversation in depth about it. If you don't feel like it, then we have an issue, because you're talking to somebody who has read the bill, who has not only read the bill, but has in the 35 nations here in the Western Hemisphere has.
All right. So the reproductive health, let me read the whole title to you. The Reproductive Health Act of New York is the state mandate enacted January 22nd, 2019. The RHA legalizes all abortions on demand up to 24 weeks of gestation, but beyond 24 weeks gestation, abortion is legal if the woman's life or health are at risk, or if the fetus is not viable. Per the norm to define the medical terms in the law, the terms health, at risk, and viable were not defined in the RHA. It was determined that it is up to the discretion of the woman's medical provider to determine if her health is at risk, and is up to medical providers to determine if the fetus is viable based on specific medical criteria. There you go, buddy.
Nowhere on that statement does it say it enables or allows infanticide after the child is born.
Yeah, no, it does. It does. It says if the fetus is not viable.
Yeah, if the fetus is not viable, that means that the fetus is still within the woman. So, how can you conflate that to your conclusion? You're just jumping. It's a fallacy and a erroneous conclusion fallacy that you're committing in that sense, because in no way, shape, form, or manner what you just read tells us that what you claimed at the beginning is such. It's just pretty much saying you have the right to abort up to the 24th week. Anything beyond that is, as long as it's within the area of health risk, and that there's a serious condition of health that cannot, which the product or the fetus or whatever you want to call it, the pregnancy, cannot be safe because it will kill the woman So then the law opens that possibility. But if the person who gave birth means the pregnancy had no problem or had the minimum problems, was treated adequately in the hospital, and they're out. Once they're out, if that person kills that child, it's infanticide, and then that person can be processed through the judicial system for infanticide. So again, see where I'm getting with that?
Hang on, I'm reading the rest of this manslaughter and first degree, second degree, criminal. Sitting here reading the rest of this law.
Go ahead.
Right. Hang on.
Yeah, barbecue place. That's good.
Oh, does barbecue sound good? Barbecue does sound good.
Sorry. No, that's fine. Yeah, barbecue sounds good.
Yo, barbecue sounds slamming.
No, I already ate dinner, but yeah, I could have a piece of barbecue.
I haven't eaten yet, but I'm not super hungry. All right.
Sorry. It's dinner time.
Dinner time, man.
I need to go pay somebody else to provide me food.
Okay, so all right, here's what the actual legislation says, right? Healthcare practitioner licensed, certified, or authorized under Title 8 of Education Law, acting with his or her lawful scope of practice, may perform an abortion when, according to the practitioner's reasonable and good faith professional judgment, based on the facts of the patient's case, the patient is within 24 weeks of commencement or pregnancy, or if there is an absence of fetal viability, or the abortion is necessary to protect the patient's life or health. Right? Yeah. And then sections 125, 45, 50, 55 of the penal law are repealed in the article heading of Article 125. The penal law is amended to read as following. So they got rid of homicide and manslaughter charges for people who killed the baby after 24 weeks.
Okay. Health of the mother is important. Non-viable fetus is already dead.
Non-criminalization of that woman because of that action is also necessary, because let's face it, the judicial systems are way too overwhelmed, and adding insult to injury, starting to criminalize women because they decided to abort, sounds a bit draconian for me.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't care. I think the problem is a lack thereof of community.
So you were wrong about the New York bill then.
I'm not wrong about the New York bill. They're able to kill the baby up until fucking birth.
Up until birth. But that's not what you said.
Yeah. And
you said after birth, they can kill their baby, and women cheered.
Yeah, they did.
But the bill doesn't say any of that.
Well, that's literally what they told everybody. And then they all cheered.
It doesn't matter what Fox News told you. We just read the bill.
Again, literally, you can go watch the videos, dude. They fucking cheered.
We just showed you the bill.
I showed you the video.
Okay, so some video says it, which I don't have time to watch right now. And I'm going to guess that you're probably not getting the video right either.
Yeah, I can.
Pretty basic things. I mean, the ability to read a bill and understand it is a pretty basic thing. You sent me a link to the Christian Post. In the headline, it states up to birth, not after birth, up to birth. And lastly, why would you? So basically, they're saying is if you have an abortion after 24 weeks, you can get one if it's going to hurt the mother. Now, this was actually a case in Ireland. Ireland, uber Catholic country, obviously. It was an immigrant. And she died because they weren't allowed to get an abortion. And even Ireland changed their laws because that's kind of crappy to, force women to die during pregnancy.
Yeah, literally, CBS News covered this. Where he said
I looked at your CBS article. It says the same thing. There's
a new bill proposed in the Virginia legislature reduced from during the third trimester and allow abortions during the second trimester to take place outside of hospitals.
I mean, I don't understand your argument.
Again, right? Hang on, let me
And this
find
was
out.
passed in
Where's this at?
2019. Can you cite any cases where there was an abortion after birth and the woman wasn't, or the person who committed an abortion, which is not an abortion anymore?
Again, this is the governor's words, right? When we talk about third trimester abortions, these are done with the consent obviously of the mother, with the consent of the physicians, more than one physician, by the way. And it's done in cases where there can be severe deformities, or maybe a fetus that is non-viable. So in this particular example, if a mother's in labor, I can tell you exactly what would happen. The infant will be delivered, the infant will be kept comfortable, the infant will be resuscitated if that's what the mother and family desire, and then the discussion would ensue between the physicians and the mother.
That more sounds like if you have a stillbirth.
No, the baby's alive.
Where does it say the baby's alive? Read it again.
Okay, again, it's okay. When we talk about third trimester abortions, these are done with the consent, obviously, with the mother and the consent of the physicians, more than one physician, by the way, Northam said. And it's done in cases where there may be severe deformities. There may be a fetus that's non-viable. So in this particular example, if a mother is in labor, I can tell you exactly what would happen. The infant would be delivered. The infant will be kept comfortable. The infant will be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired. Resuscitated if that's what the mother and family desire. And then the discussion would ensue between the physicians and the mother.
Yeah, I think again, he's talking about non-viable births.
Again, the infant's alive.
Yeah, but it's non-viable.
It's a bit confusing. It's a bit confusing in this sense, Pinoy, because what you're referring to, can we agree on two things? What you're specifically agreeing to is that when there's a birth and that child is either stillborn or is born with an extreme situation where life is unsustainable, that child may be alive for a few hours but will eventually die, and there's nothing in modern medicine that will save that child. You know that happens. So here's the question: are you going to force?
Am I going to force what?
Are you going to force not terminating that specific event, or are you just going to say, "Fuck it, it's alive. I don't care if that child." And here's the thing: let's just say that your whole intention is to keep them alive, but that child dies within. I'll give you a time frame: within 2 to 10 hours after birth. Will you still charge that woman with murder because of the natural state of that child was to die anyways because of whatever medical condition there was at that moment?
I am not going to give permission to a woman to kill a child. I don't give a fuck.
But you're giving. Good question. Do you believe in a higher power or God or whatever?
Yeah.
So you're leaving that decision of death to that so-called higher power.
I mean, like, listen, I'm leaving that like that decision of death to that baby.
So how do you
I mean, how many people have they given? How many people have they said, like, listen, you have 2 weeks to live, and they live like 4 years, right? Like, listen, this is why they call it medical practice. You know what I mean? Like, because it is
at the
a
same
practice,
time,
right?
how many people have been told that they have 2-3 weeks to live and they die within 2-3 weeks? So I mean,
how many times have they died like the next day? Again, it's literally not. It's not that hard of a science, right? It's really not.
It's not only the question. It is hard science, but it's not only the question of hard science. It's also how our judicial systems and how our rule of law is established. I will tell you two things. Simple. One, I'd rather live on the freedom where the decision and choices, and particularly in those events that can be extremely traumatic, especially for women when they give birth and it results that the kid is going to die. You know what? It's up to you to decide. And as you saw, the legislation that you read has as many safeguards as possible, as human possible. You have several physicians. You have the decision of the family, etc. So, what explains to us? What do you see as wrong as on that particular case?
All right, so like here's where my issue comes in, right? And this is really where my big issue comes in. The Democratic bill sought to allow for late-term abortions if the mother's physical or mental safety were at risk, right? I don't like the physical thing. I get, right? Like I understand, you know, what I mean, like, you know, if you want to have like the mother be more important than a child, I get it. And this is the other half of this. Who's more important, the child or the mom? Right? Like if the child is viable, but like the mom's killing the mom to carry it, should we kill that child for the mom? Because like you can have a baby that lives outside of the womb after, you know, like 4 or 5 months at this point because of our medical technology. Right. And then the other part is mental safety is at risk. What do you mean mental safety? You mean like this is not going to be like she's not going to be happy about this? Are we so concerned with her happiness that like she can murder her kid in the 7th trimester? Or the third trimester? I'm sorry, in the 7th month, the third trimester.
Then it
No. We're not even talking about that, right?
Yeah,
like,
but
what
that's
if
what the law is talking about.
what if the kid? No, again, what if the kid, right, as a whole, right? You know, what I mean, he's just gonna be born with deformities, and he's gonna be viable, it'll be fine.
It depends what kind of deformities.
I mean, no, it doesn't, right?
Yeah, it
and this is the
does.
thing. No, and this is the thing, right? Like, I have a kid with Down
But
syndrome.
if they have a hole
right?
in their chest,
Like I have a child with Down syndrome right now, right? He was born with like fucking cerebral encephalopathy. No, what was it? Fucking water encephalopathy in his fucking brain and shit, right? You know what I mean? He had like fucking water on the brain. You know what I mean? It pushed on the skull and he's now retarded, right? You know what I mean? And like, you know, he's awesome. I love him. He's great. You know what I mean? Like, why is it that like we are standing here going like, oh, you know, the mother's mental safety? I don't give a fuck about your mental safety. I don't give a fuck if you're happy. I don't care. Like, listen, these children are more important than the mom. What the fuck is that? The fuck type of shit is this?
yeah, and you know, somebody in the chat brought up a good point. You're talking about less than 1% of abortions.
Oh, listen, you're talking about like less than 1%.
And you know what? And what the law is doing is, you know, not setting this blanket thing. If you kill your baby, we're going to charge the woman with homicide. I mean, first of all, women don't want to kill their own babies. Number two, situations are unique. They're unique.
I mean, like,
what the law states is health of the mother or non-viable fetus.
Okay, and let's get back to this, right?
Women having to die because you don't like women, you don't want them to vote, and then get charged with murder. If somehow, you know, instead of getting charged with murder, no, we're going to let the mom die.
Listen, all right, I have a question for you. You're a dad, right? You're a dad. Nick, you're a dad?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you die for your kids?
I teach my kids math.
Wait a minute. Would you die for your kids?
Absolutely.
1,000,000 times over, right?
Yeah.
Every day.
Stupid question.
Yeah, I understand this, right? Now, okay. Now, if before your kids are born, you had to die in order for them to be here, would you do it?
What do you mean?
If you had to die in order for your kids to be
Well, that's
here
a hypothetical.
No, I understand this. I understand this.
Yeah, I'm not playing this.
Listen, this is the point. This is the point.
It's a ridiculous question. I'm not even going to answer that question.
No, because that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about right now.
No, that's not what we're talking about.
This is what we're talking about right now.
I'll tell you this: if my child was unviable, or was born with a deformity which would kill them, let's say within 5 years, then yeah, I'm not going to force that child to suffer.
So I got a quick question for you.
Do I feel bad about it? Absolutely.
Yeah. Let me
I'm the parent. I get to make that choice. You don't. You don't tell me what I'm forced to do with my children.
No, I could grab your argument and say that every single birth is a forced event when none of us that are currently here asked to be born. So fundamentally, if you want to go to a full libertarian type of aspect, wouldn't the act of sex between a man and a woman that impregnates would be a forceful obligation to exist? Therefore, you know, if your whole concern is in the protection of existence, I would have to challenge that from the get-go. But I would also question in the following sense. Give me a second because I gotta translate this from Spanish to English. Okay, got it. So I'll have to ask you in the following way. One, if you have two rooms. One of them is infants between the ages of 6 months, a year onward, and another room you have a room of fake pregnancies, of embryos, etc., that are there on different stages of development, but they're not ready yet, and a fire breaks out. Who will you rescue first? You can only rescue one, and who would you rescue?
Wait, who all's there, bro? Like, listen, you said a bunch of infants, 6 months old, and then who else?
And then you have pregnancies that are in machines, to say it that way. You will have different embryos in different stages of development, and a fire breaks out, you can only save one. Who would you save?
I mean, triage, you're saving the 6 month olds, right?
Oh, so you're gonna let the fetuses and the embryos and everything just burn?
I feel you. But like, the real choice isn't between like the 6 month old and, you know what I mean, like an embryo. The question is, are you saving the 25-year-old woman, or are you saving the motherfucking the 6 month old? That's the question.
Ah, okay. So you're valuing the person who's already born and alive versus the ones who are
no. We're valuing the potential. Which one do you save first? That's the question.
Well, what is the difference of potential between a 6 month old individual versus a 25-year-old person?
Well,
is it just a question of age? It's just a question of age.
Potential.
So,
question of potential.
Hey, but a 25-year-old has far more potential to provide and to give into society, because by the age of 25, you already have acquired, or well, normally you should be able to acquire skills and skill sets that will be far more projectable. 6 months, you will need at least 18 years before that person becomes skillful enough in that sense.
Well, I mean, like 15, but still, let's throw something else in here. Are you saving the 25-year-old Starbucks cashier, or are you saving the 6 month old?
You haven't answered the question fully.
No,
so
that is the question. Listen.
Okay.
No. We're talking about potential, right? So like the 25-year-old Starbucks cashier, right? Or, you know, I mean, a 6 month old, because that 6 month old could be anything from Ted Bundy to Einstein, right?
Or it can be a cashier also. So
I mean, listen, you know, I mean, like, who knows what the potential of that human is? But we know that cashier is just a cashier.
So under your logic, you are giving still more value to something or someone has already been born than the potential. And this is following the anti-abortion argument. You don't care about the embryo. You're just deciding that it's far more important a 6 month old kid than the embryo. Then therefore you're not anti-abortion. You're just anti-woman.
No. Again, right? Like, I'd save the embryo and the motherfucking kids before I'd save like a dude who's in his 30s, right? 100% every time.
Nick, do you think let me just point there.
I'm saying? Like,
Nick, do you think that the example I have provided may have gone a little bit over his head?
No. Again, like, you're talking about the 6 month old. The 6 month old. Again, the 6 month old versus embryo is dumb, right?
You got to remember,
it's literally the choices of an adult or a fucking fetus.
Well, it's not really the choices of the adult. For you, it's choices of the adult male, because you've already established that women shouldn't vote, but you have the right to pass laws to decide what they can and cannot do with their children. When push comes to shove, the mother has more authority over the child than I do.
You don't. You have more. You should have more authority. What are you talking about?
And I think your example did go over his head, because he threw something back at like whether they're a Starbucks cashier or not, which is kind of ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. This isn't like, again, because I'm putting it in real life.
I worked a retail job while I was in college. So, of course, according to him, then it's, well, if you work a retail job, you're somehow less, you have less rights, because I don't know why.
No, no,
Seems
no,
to
no,
seem that
no,
he's
no, no,
implying
no. It's
that
about
people who are in
potential.
certain jobs are not contributing to society.
No, it's about potential, right? Again, so the 6-month-old
Yeah,
who can have
again,
any
I
potential.
worked I worked a retail job. Did I not have potential?
Again, okay, it's about potential, right? So, like, literally, what you're saying is embryos are a 6-month-old. You know, they're both kind of the same thing. These are untapped
No,
potentials.
embryo is a lot different than a 6-month.
No,
no, real
One's a
quickly.
human. The other is a collection of cells, an RNA.
They're both humans.
No, they're not.
No, real quickly. I think you have to work a little bit better on hypotheticals and on the application of logic in discussions, because you did not realize something really important. I broke your logic, and how did I break it?
Anything?
Yes, because I proved the point that under your own hypothetical, what you are actually acknowledging is that you rather save something that's already born versus somebody that is not born. So in that sense, your whole argument against abortion breaks loose, because you're then agreeing that the condition of embryo and the condition of pregnancy is something that, due to the biology and the essence of it, you can't just determine, well, life begins at conception, to say that way, because it's not real. Life does not begin at conception. Life has a whole series of necessary steps in order to be alive, and that is an undeniable fact of science, especially on pregnancy.
Okay, again, all right. So listen, your ideas are like wrong, right? And I'm gonna tell you why. Because I'm not arguing for, like, going, oh, we shouldn't kill
Everything you said is
kids.
wrong. That's my
listen, you shouldn't kill
What you
kids
said is
at
wrong.
like 3 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever it is, right? And I'm in pregnancy. I'm not saying that, right? What I said was you shouldn't kill a baby in like the 6th or 7th month of fucking pregnancy because the mom might die, right? Like, fuck the mom, right? The hell with her, right? Legitimately, like, that kid's viable outside of the womb at this point, right? That's my mentality.
Okay, so I would imagine, on your position, Noid, that you are conscious that birth and the process of pregnancy prior to modern medicine, you lost about 50 to 45% of pregnancies of women were lost after birth. The kid and the woman died. We knew. So at that occasion, were you willing to go looking back at the past and say, due to the lack of modern medicine, the governments, the church, the men who were responsible for that enabled the mass killing of thousands of children because they did not have adequate.
Stop being illogical, like, real shit, man. Like, this is a dumb argument. Like, again, this is a stupid argument. Listen, dude, it is. Yes, it's a dumb. Yes, it's a dumb.
How is it a dumb argument?
It's a dumb argument. All right,
I'm testing your consistency.
Again, this is a dumb argument. All I'm saying is we have modern medicine. We have all these things. Kids are viable after like 4 months inside of the womb, right? Killing a fucking baby after like the fucking 2nd trimester, right? Legitimately, because the mom's mental health might be impacted, is something that is completely ridiculous.
It doesn't say mental health. It says non-viable fetus, danger to the mother.
Again, danger to the mother is mental health. That's part of it, right? And this is the
has there been
issue.
an abortion? Has there been an abortion after 24 weeks where the mom claimed mental health? Can you cite a case?
Probably there has been, right? Again, these are all private. Again, this is all HIPAA protected shit.
So again, you're just using an extreme example. Whereas in reality, they are pregnancies which do real damage to the mother and actually put their life at risk. You bring up a hypothetical. Therefore, those women should be forced to die because you think that one woman might just cite mental health and kill their baby.
And again, you have no consistency because at the end, if you go back to back times, you would not be willing to say, yeah, well, men effed up because we did not have modern medicine. They had terrible practices, and the majority of pregnancies, or a great amount of pregnancies, ended up on death.
They didn't even know it existed. What are you talking about?
It doesn't matter if they did not know or existed. If the consistency was something that had been established from the beginning, then your protection or your ideal of protection would have continued on throughout time.
Again,
but the
you're being
argument
ridiculous.
here,
You're being ridiculous.
I'm not being ridiculous, my friend. What
You
I
are
did
being
is
ridiculous, man.
what I did is I tested the consistency of your
You didn't
argument
test any
by
consistency of anything.
by stretching it out as much as possible. So I took
Okay.
you
You did not.
I took
You
a
did not,
fundamental.
bro. Okay, you did
Nick,
not. I'm gonna tell you why you did not. All right, because literally
Nick,
what we're
did I or
talking
did I
about
not?
is no. We're talking
No,
about
you did.
late term
And I think
abortions.
that's the problem.
We're talking about late term abortions. We're not talking about killing embryos. All right, we're talking about late term abortions. First off, right. Secondly, what is the difference between a baby at 9 months fucking pregnancy and 2 weeks being born? What is the fucking difference between the two?
There's a big difference.
There's not.
I'm not a
big difference.
biologist, but I do know
I have babies
about the birds and the
there's
bees.
not a big difference.
Yeah, there's a really big difference.
There's
At
not
2 weeks,
because
it's
you know
called a
what?
zygote. Do you know what a zygote is?
No. I said 2 weeks after being born. Stupid.
2
Jesus
weeks.
Christ.
What are you talking about then? Nobody's advocating
Yes, 2
murdering
weeks
children after 2
again,
weeks.
Okay, again.
Who's
Listen.
advocating murdering children
Again,
after 2 weeks?
he said 6-month-old babies, right? And motherfucking like embryos. And I said, no, we're talking about late term abortions. What is the difference between a baby, right, who's being born at 39 weeks versus a baby who is 2 weeks old? What is the difference?
Baby at 2 weeks old, if it's alive, then it's a human being.
Okay, so a baby at 39 weeks is not a human?
No, if it hasn't been born yet, no.
Latin person, do you agree with this?
From the status of personhood,
I'm speaking from a legal point. I'm speaking from
personhood. He's correct that the person of the process of pregnancy has no condition under the constitutional republics. Now,
are you sure? Are you sure about that? Because
well,
like,
you know what? Let me offer a
wait,
counter
are you
argument to
sure?
that. Let me offer a counter argument to that. If let's say the mother was murdered, which would cause the baby to die, the state can charge the person who killed the mother also with murder of the baby.
Yeah.
I mean, that's true. And I do agree that there's a little bit of inconsistency there.
Actually, that is very interesting because you're not charging because of the murder of the pregnancy itself. You are charging because there is an assumption from a legal standpoint that the person who was or the woman who was killed during pregnancy and wanted to finish it to term, then that assumption transforms into a dual case of homicide in that sense. However, it's a weak sense of how that should be gone. But here, no, let me backtrack in that sense. If you're extremely worried about late-term pregnancies, we've already discussed
that's really all we're talking about. That is all we're talking about.
Let me finish the idea. One, if you're so concerned about late term pregnancy, and we've already cleared and we've already put this on the table very clear. I told you from the beginning that the action of killing a born baby within the first year is known as infanticide.
It's called murder.
Okay, so
infanticide is murder.
It's called murder. No. You don't get charged with infanticide. You get charged with murder.
You get charged.
You get charged with infanticide.
No,
you get charged with infanticide.
I just
for example, if it's over a year old, you get charged with homicide. Do you not know the difference?
Again, it's the law's right here, dog. It literally says homicide.
Okay.
Well, you got if you kill your family, let's say if you kill your parents, it's called something side. But yeah, you get charged with murder. You're just arguing semantics here.
So you're just arguing semantics, exactly. The point being is we have already proven to you that the current systems that we have established, especially in the penal side, if a child is killed after the year or within the year of being born, we already have a specific term to refer to that. And yes, you can call it murder, homicide, whatever. But the point is that that person will face the due process of law and will have to face its own consequences. Yeah. But now going back to the point of late-term pregnancies. Number one, in modern era, we know due to the application of modern medicine that the complications of pregnancies where there are extreme cases and that requires a termination of that pregnancy is 1 to 2% depending on the society that we're referring to. Sometimes, especially on areas that are poorer, you would have that maybe go up to a 4 to 5% of the pregnancies in that particular region. But that depends a lot on several factors. So We stand on the side that yes, at that stage where there is a imminent danger to the life of the woman because of that pregnancy must be terminated. No questions asked, nothing else. But here's something else: the profession of medicine and the doctors. And I tell you this because my brother is a doctor. I'm a lawyer, but he's a doctor. You know what? Doctors will do everything possible to rescue that particular life. But doing everything possible does not mean that they will successfully save that life. Because A, there are circumstances where no matter what you do, it's done deal. It's cooked. Goodbye. So they have to make the hard decision. Welcome to adulthood and welcome to real life. Sometimes we got to make the hard decision. And where we openly criticize the draconian governments is when they say, even if you have that condition, we will charge you with murder because that's so bad. Well, that, my friend, is seeing the government meddling its hands on freedom and the freedom of decision. If you are in favor of that, and if you're in favor of a government persecuting and criminalizing an already traumatic event, then I'm sorry, but that is New World Order shit. That is Christian nationalism at its best. That is Islamic at its best. That is bullshit at its best because it goes against all principles of freedom.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care about freedom. I've already established I don't really care about freedom.
Then what do you care for?
But he also advocates for immigrants depress wages. Would not birthing more American citizens also depress wages? I mean, if there are less people, then that creates higher wages.
Yeah, again, like, so the problem when you have like births inside of your own like country, those people are already like inundated into your society, so they're not
when
going
people
to be
become naturalized citizens, they're inundated.
No, stop talking. Right, so like what ends up happening is like you'll have people who you'll have a mix. You'll have low wage workers, but you also have middle income workers. You'll have upper class workers. And you'll have like CEOs and presidents. Right,
that's what we have right now.
But like when you bring in massive amounts of like third world immigrants, most of them, the vast majority, are going to be lower wage workers.
Really? And what's your evidence of this?
I mean, like all of it.
For example, when my parents immigrated here, they didn't take low wage jobs.
And one quick thing, Noid,
I know we're getting off topic. We're going back to an old topic.
No, just real quickly on that, what you just said. The Cold War just called. It wants its terms back. The idea of first, second, and third world countries is outdated and just blatantly unnecessary. But now I'm extremely curious. If you don't care about freedom, what do you care for? Dictatorship? Authoritarian?
Community. I care about community.
Community. That doesn't make sense. So how are you going to have a community when you don't have a well-established set guidelines of civil rights or protection to those civil rights?
No one cares about civil rights. I don't. Why would I care about civil rights?
You don't care about freedom of speech. You don't care about freedom of association, etc. So
freedom of association is a different animal altogether, right? That's actually like that's antithetical to like most freedom.
How?
Because you have freedom of association, people can lock other people out from, like participating.
Oh, okay. Let me clear this out. So much to unpack on that comment, but I'll come back to it real quickly. So you believe, I hate that word, but you believe in community. But what the hell does it mean to be community?
Having a group of people who operate together inside of a specific location with shared values, interests, like cultures. Yeah, we don't have that. We already established you have no idea who your fucking neighbors are.
So is this a way of Mad Max?
I'm pretty sure all my neighbors share the same values as I do. Generally, people tend to live with people who sort of share
all right.
similar things. Okay. I don't have to know their name.
There we go. Here, I got this, bro. Listen, you
So-
wanted like
You don't want
you said
society.
you wanted,
That's what you
you
want.
wanted.
You're basically an anarchist.
I'm not an anarchist. Okay, hang on, wait. All right, let's hit
Well, then
paste.
you're
There you
just a
go. All right,
mishmash
here.
of contradictions.
Okay, the average income
I
for
don't
the average
want
income from
laws,
like a
but I
migrant,
want
an
community.
undocumented migrant, is like $23,000 a year.
I want laws, but women can't vote.
Yes.
I want community, but that community can't have a national identity because that's too big. I can't buy pistachios because I can't farm them here. We
Well,
should
let's-
eliminate all of that.
well,
I
let's
should only
just-
be able to eat what I can eat,
Well,
and I
Nick-
shouldn't teach my kids math.
Nick, you're getting a little. I see you fired up there. You brought it back to the map comment there. But yeah, let's.
It's just, the contradictions are just so.
No, but hold on. No, but hold on. Let's put some things in perspective. Okay, so there's a concept of nation states, right? There's a concept of communities, right? And there's a concept of laws, right? I mean, but obviously communities existed before nation states or the laws like freedom of speech, right? So
Absolutely. And just because I don't know my neighbors doesn't mean that the city I live in, I share sort of community. I mean, I've been active in it. We have a homeowners association, which is run by the community. Just because I don't know some of my neighbors' names doesn't mean that we all still don't all work together to have community. But in the year 2024, things get complex. When does it stop being a community and becomes a city? When does a city stop being a city and becomes a county? When does a county stop being a county and becomes a state? This is called progress.
That's not progress. These are designations.
Okay, so
you want us to go backwards?
No. All right, so like states are governments, right? Countries are geographies, right? Fucking nations are peoples.
Right. I mean, we define what a country is.
Nations are peoples, right? I mean, like there's nations of people, right? Inside the United States, like for instance, you have like the Navajo Nation or the Cherokee Nation, right? You have the Nation of Islam, right? You have like a whole bunch of different nations, right? Inside
Nation of Islam is not a nation. It's a religion.
The Nation of it's right. You're on the West
Coast. It has
Coast.
nation in the name of it. Just
no. You're on the West Coast. You don't understand the Nation of Islam. All right. Yeah, like so. Like you have different nations.
Well, that's like saying Raider Nation is a nation.
No, none. Again, like the Nation of Islam is literally like a nation of people who with
not.
a shared belief, culture.
It's not.
Ideas.
It's not. It's a group of people who believe in really silly things.
Listen, I like nations, but I was raised by one of the nations.
Okay, hold on for a second.
That explains. You know what? That explains pretty much everything.
Here, what's happening is, Noid, you are entering into a semantic conversation because at the end, your definitions are somewhat loosely and arbitrarily imposed.
Yeah,
I know the difference between a nation, a state, a governance. I know the difference between the idea of community. However, you are just decidedly and arbitrarily deciding to say the 12,024 years of history of human civilization and how it evolved, how it constructed, how it came together, how the different forms of experiments, be it in the Eurasian area or the Latin American or the Western Hemisphere, etc. None of that matters. It's like right now you're just, like we say in Spanish, te estás inventando el agua hirviendo. You're making up the boiling water. So in that sense,
okay, all right. You like listen. You want to talk about Sumer? You want to talk about Ujik? You talk about Cairo, Babylon? Like where you want to go to? How far back do you want to go? Do you want to go back to the Bronze Age?
I can
go, the Lydians? Like, what do you want to do?
I can go way back, but that's not the point. I think you're missing the point.
No, I'm not missing the point at all. And like you think that like I'm not here coming from this, bro. When was the word state first used? Do you know when it was first used?
The term as modern day state was utilized about 500-600 years ago. That's the first time the intellectuals in Europe started forming the idea. Machiavelli. Now you're saying it in English. Remember, his name is Latin.
Machiavelli. It doesn't end in an O. It ends in an I, dog.
Anyhow, regardless of that, the point being here is,
like again, right? So like you have to understand, like all these things are modern conceptions, right? And they're all based on a premise of exponential growth, right? And this is what all this shit's based on. That's why like you think of like the United States, you know what I mean? It's like being like this state entity. You think of it as like a nation, you think of it as a country. But the truth is, it's just because again, right? It's a state, right? The United States is a state, right? It's an empire on a continent at the moment, right?
Yeah, well, you want to call it, it's a nation.
It's all
established.
It's not a nation.
We call ourselves the United States after we
not a nation, right? Anyway, right, back to the original point, right? So all these things are based off exponential growth, right? All of these things, and that doesn't exist anymore. It's all based on, all right, so with the advent of the Industrial Revolution, the age of exploration, oil's a big one, right? Oil's the reason why we have an 8 billion person population right now.
Gunpowder helped.
Oil. Right, it's oil.
That was a game changer.
1,000,000% was oil, right? Oil allowed for transportation. Oil allowed for fucking food sealing, refrigerant.
It allowed for the Industrial Revolution,
right? And I mean, allowed for everything, right? Like we went from 2 billion people to 8 the moment we figured out oil, right? That's a big. All right, and oil's not, you know, I mean, a renewable resource, right? And right now, it's becoming harder and harder and harder and harder to be able to get the new oil. That's why we're fracking.
Okay,
we're going like 3 and 4 and 5 miles underground to get fucking oil and shit at this point. It's fucking ridiculous.
Okay,
right?
And
it's the more expensive it is, the more energy it costs you to get net energy, right? The more energy it costs you to get energy, like the less it's actually valued, right? And the higher it costs, right? So that means you can't do like the same things you were going to do with it when it was just pouring out of the ground in Texas and Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
right.
And California.
And then, so this is where we are right now, right? Things are kind of like falling back down to where they're supposed to be. We had a massive population spike. We're going to go the opposite direction because you're not going to be able to continue to fund like things like states when you don't have more people being born every year. Central America, South America, fucking Mexico, all have population rate birth rates that are below fucking replacement. They're not going to keep being able to give you more people. They're going to stop letting motherfuckers leave here soon because they have social shit to pay for too.
Okay, hold on. And strangely enough, currently the population of Latin America in 33 nations more than doubles that of the United States. And the projected status is that it will reach 720 million people living here in the next 30 years. So your argument
is... Are you following UN? Are you following the UN? Is that where you're getting those numbers?
Not only UN, but I go internally to each country. And the sum of 669 million people living in Latin America is fundamentally based on the census report of each country, and you just pretty much add it up in the 33 nations.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Before you ask me a question, you know what this is interesting in this sense? You just went and jumped through 12,024 years of human civilization, and yeah, you and I can agree that humans. Hold on, we can agree that we as humans have advanced incredible steps in very short time frame relative to the universe. That we can agree on. But your whole argument doesn't make sense in the way that you're projecting and saying the only thing we need is community. All right, interesting. As a group of people with shared language, with shared traditions, with shared, oh wait, that's also called a nation. Okay. No, now the line between what is a current nation and what is a community varies in that sense.
Okay.
Now,
listen,
how are you going to organize it?
First off, let's go back. Let's go back to the beginning. Let's go back to the beginning where you said like the population of Central and South America is going to end up hitting 720 million people. Do you know what the birth rate is in? Well, wait. Let's start with. Do you know what the two largest countries are by population? Them two places in Central and South America.
Central, that would be Mexico, and in South America would be Brazil.
Okay, so you know what the birth rates are in those two countries, right?
2.1 in Mexico, 1.1 in Brazil.
Okay, so actually Mexico is like 1.8.
1.8. Well, it may have reduced a little bit, but in the last 10 years it was 2.1. Anyhow.
Yeah, I mean, Mexico's been falling for a while. And due to the fact that they're losing population in the United States, and then once they move here, they end up stop having kids too because urbanization.
What do you think is one of the major events that impacted birth rates in Mexico and that actually impacted population growth, I would say, in the last 15 years?
What would be the event? Is that what you asked?
Yeah, well, there's one major event that impacted Mexican population gravely in a question of 6 years, especially under the administration of Felipe Calderón.
Can I take a guess?
Yeah, please.
Birth control.
Nope.
No. The water problem in Mexico City.
Nope.
What you got?
Felipe Calderón's administration and his decision to militarize the conflict of the war on drugs. In 6 years, over 150,000 people were killed and over 34,000 disappeared. Most of those people were men on the ages of 18 and 35 and women's within that age. The majority of those killed or disappeared were men and followed by women. So fundamentally that in a question of 6 years, killing over 150,000 people of your own people will have an impact on not only the birth rate, but the population growth. And the matter of fact is, for example, right now, just in Brazil, you had a major event of floods that killed a few thousand people. How do you think that that impacts the population growth?
It's not, no. Okay, all right, hang on a minute, buddy. Hang on a minute. Listen, so like, if you, like, I've been studying this for like about like 12 years now, right?
I got 25 years on it.
Okay, I got you. The big things that actually affect population growth and birth rates are not, you know what I mean, like actual like real events. It's urbanization, right? That's the number one thing. When you're on a farm, kids or farm equipment, you know what I'm saying, you have as many of them as you can because they help you. When you're in the city, kids are expensive furniture and like they're just loud and obnoxious and they're just a pain in the ass and you really can't, you don't have any room for them, you have any purpose for them. So you stop having them. Right? People become more individualistic, right? And they end up, you know what I mean, like caring about themselves more than anybody else. Right. That's why, like, you know, urban populations have always declined. This happened in Rome. This happened in Babylon. It happened in Ujik. Happened in Sumer. It happened in, you know, I mean, fucking Cairo. It happened in Babylon. You know, it happened everywhere. Right. It happened everywhere you went. You know, I mean, if you watch, you see the population go up, and then it stops, and then it goes back down. Right. Because that's how fucking cities do. Cities are problems. Right. We have not figured this problem out yet, and this is going to continue to happen. Right. And as Africa urbanizes more, they're losing, you know, I mean, their birth rate. The birth rates in Asia are ridiculous. They are obscene. China might actually not even have 1 billion people anymore. We don't even know because, like, legitimately, they've been lying about their numbers. That's why I said, are you getting your numbers from the UN? Because you shouldn't. You really should not get your numbers from the UN. They're bad. The UN's numbers are trash and they're behind the times and they're relying on governments to tell them things. And governments are very, very incompetent and lying and propagandist because they don't want people to know how bad of a situation they're in.
If I can interject, if those countries urbanize and urbanization reduces birth rate, that would also reduce immigration to the United States, which I think was your whole point to begin with. And wouldn't that increase wages?
I mean, listen, I am down, right? But right now, that's not happening. Right now, the rest of
it was happening. No, but you just said it was happening.
Okay, again, it's happening right now. But again, they're not locking their countries down yet. They're here soon going to start locking their countries down. Yeah, I want it to happen now. I want them to stop coming now. Are you denying that
war doesn't have an effect on the birth rate?
War?
Yeah.
It actually brings it up.
That's what you said. You said it has nothing to do with war or floods. It's urbanization.
Yeah. War actually increases.
And I would also argue with technology, life expectancy increases. We don't have to have 8 kids because, you know, they'll survive.
No, that's all rural. That's all rural urban, right? But no,
what do you mean by urban? It doesn't make any sense.
Urban literally is like, you know, when you're in a city. That's what urban means.
So you have a community. Are you going to create communal laws which state that our community can never urbanize?
Yeah, you're going to have to grow a certain amount of food.
What if we live in a place where we can't grow food?
Then you probably
have to
shouldn't live
move
there.
to a place which. But what if there's already a community there? Is that community going to accept our community into?
Again, where do you live?
Or are we going to have to fight a war with them?
Where do you live that you can't grow food?
Oh, there are many places right now that it's happening.
Yeah, there are plenty of places
let me roll back here, Noid. Because you were talking about what impacts birth rates. There are several factors that impact birth rates in a country. One of them is and has to do with the accessibility of public health of women, especially women's in the pregnancy status. If those women do not have accessibility to safe and well-established mechanisms to protect their health during pregnancy, during the whole thing, yeah, birth rates are going to drop.
I hate to say this, that's actually not true, right? That's not true. Because like if you look at countries like places like Iran and Saudi Arabia, all these places, like they have like negative birth rates too, right? And they don't have any access to that shit either.
So you're telling me Iran doesn't have hospitals? Is that
I'm telling
right?
you, Iran does not. I'm telling you, Iran has a birth rate of 1.8. I'm telling you that like these places don't have
It's
access.
not negative. 1.8 is not a negative number.
Yes, 2.1 is replacement. 2.1 is replacement.
Okay, so it lowered the percentage, but that's sort of a global thing.
The estimate of Iran is 15.27 births per every 1,000 population. That's 2 years ago, an estimate. That is directly from their from the Ministry of Health. Death rate is 5.17 deaths for every 1,000 population. Again, an estimate.
Iran's birth rate is 1.69 births per woman, 2021.
Yeah, I think we're all looking at the same thing.
1.69 births
I'm
per
just
woman.
saying, you said it was a negative birth rate. It's not.
That is negative. Negative is anything below 2.1.
No, negative is anything below 0.
No. When you're talking about birth rates,
Maybe you should have
there's
studied some
positive.
math.
No. There's positive birth rates and there's
I think
negative
what you're
birth
saying is their birth rate fell.
All right. No.
It got
Listen.
less.
No. Listen.
But it's
listen.
not negative
Listen.
birth
When
rate.
you're talking about, stop talking. When you're talking about demographics, 2.1, right? Is
Negative birth
replacement.
rate means more people are dying than are being born.
No, that's not what that means. Okay. So like
Okay,
what
you tell me
happens?
what negative means.
All right. Negative means if you're below replacement. Positive birth rate, you're above replacement. It's like when you're it's just how it works.
Birth rate is 1.69. We all agree with that. We also all agree that 1.69 is not a negative number.
No. It's negative in demographic terms.
No,
it means you're not replacing your population.
Are being born than they die.
It means you're not replacing your population.
It means more people are being born than are dying.
No, that's not. No. 1.69 means how many kids per woman you're having.
So
that's what that number represents.
Okay, show me the negative birth rate then.
That is a negative birth rate.
Okay, so let me explain this real quickly. Let me explain something real quickly. Noid, yes, you're correct. The natural replacement rate of 2.1 is within the baseline to say, well, then you have a constant replacement on demographic levels. But at 1.6, even if it's considered below the natural replacement, you still have a form of replacement in that sense. In fact, just a question of what was it, about 10 years ago, we see that the data of between the 90 and 11,990 to 12,008 was that the population growth in Iran was approximately 17.6 million. And within the 90s and 08, you had a birth rate of 1.8 to approximately or getting there to the 2.0 in Iran. So fundamentally, in that sense, if we look at the sense of population growth, and if we look at the projections within the next, I would say, 60 years worldwide, there are three major areas of hypothesis. One of them is that in the next 60, 70 years, we're going to top off a population of 10.2 billion people. That eventually, to the turn of century, that may drop again to 2.1, but it will also depend on several factors such as accessibility to public health, economy, up to the events of natural disaster. So right now, the problem is, and here I go again, telling.
Okay, all right. Stop. Listen, all right. I told you to stop paying attention to the UN a while ago, and I'm gonna tell you why. All right. So the problem is China, India, Brazil, Mexico, U.S., Iran, Saudi Arabia. Right. The places on the planet with like the largest populations, right? And Iran and Saudi Arabia kind of throw away, but like it is what it is. Europe in particular as a whole, that 800 million people that are there. When you have a negative birth rate on such a large scale in these large countries, right? Where like you have China who's having, man, listen, it might be at like 0.6 We don't know because they're fucking lying, right? Legitimately, they keep releasing fake numbers, but then like real numbers leak out later on, right? And the UN can only go because the UN's relying upon like their relationship with places like China, these governments and stuff. They had to go by their official numbers versus what the reality is. If that makes any sense to you. You know what I'm saying? The problem that you have is when you have these giant populations, like, you know, China might not have 1 billion people anymore. Right, Brazil's at like 1.3 or whatever it is. The US is at 1.6. Europe as a whole is at like 1.4. Right, by the time 2100 hits, we might be below 7 billion people, but we don't know, and the UN doesn't know either. Right, and they're talking about Africa standing here having massive amounts of people. Here's the problem. The exponential growth aspect of like our economy, when you happen to say, you know, you go from like 1 employee to 10 employees, you don't get 10 times like fucking profit or production. You might get 100, right? But when you go from 10 back to 5, you know what I'm saying? It's probably not going to go down like a multiple of 5. It'll probably go down a multiple of 40. What happens when Africa can't get fertilizer anymore? They can't get machine parts anymore, tractors anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Stop there for a second. Because that's exactly what I was about to start telling you before you went into this particular exposition.
Yep.
You have a problem when you are exposing, and it's not easily caught if the person that you're talking to is not educated in that sense, but it's easily caught for me because this is also my work. So here's the thing. Number one, between the 11804 or 1804, if you use Gregorian, you'll hear me saying the dates under the Holocene calendar, so I add 10,000 years to the current year. So from 11804 up to today, how many years is that? 220 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so from that time frame, and why do I cite 11804 or 1804? Because that's the first indication that the world had reached a population of 1 billion people. So today, that's the estimate. All indicators show that by that time frame of 11804 or the beginnings of 11800s, if you feel more comfortable of giving a 10-year, 20-year period of start frame, we reached 1 billion people. So in the last 220 years, we went from that 1 billion people living in the world to 8 billion. And we're projected then to say in the next 60, 70 years from now, we will have reaching the levels of 10 billion. However, that cap is just an estimation. If you see, when I cited the information, I kept on saying this is an estimation. Why? Because there are various elements that will impact towards that. And yes, you are aware that you have economical, political, social, cultural, and natural disaster type of situations that will have an impact of reducing or impacting internal populations.
So I missed a lot of the conversation, but I just wanted to jump in just for a second. Like, what exactly are you trying to like? I understand what Pinoid is advocating for, kind of, but I don't understand like what exactly are you advocating for? I mean, like, the way I look at the whole situation is like, I mean, whether we actually have a crisis that we're trying to get ahead of with the fossil fuel / food production / population or not, we're not doing a very good job of it. So I guess what I'm saying is like, is that what you're referring to? Like for me, what I'm saying is whether they manufacture the problem or whether we have a real problem, like maybe they're trying to manage it, but they're not doing a good job. So I guess like, are you saying that whoever is running things is doing a good job, or are you saying they're not doing a good job, right? Like that's what I'm trying to comprehend. Sorry.
So in very simple terms, I, as somebody from Latin America who works on the real issues, I advocate for more freedom, more opportunity, but at the same time, responsibility and accountability of those who we elect to the positions of government. This means that right now, in a very simple term, I know the errors that are being committed because of different ideologies or different beliefs of those who reach power. And also, I'm somebody who is who works this type of issue for the past 25 years of my life, and I know very well where when I hear things that are misinformation or things that are trying to create this idea, etc. And also by being in Latin America, trust me, we have a lot of conflict with Anglo-speaking, conspiracy-minded individuals, because that has meant death to my people. So the conspiracy, exactly. So that is also part of this conversation. We were talking about abortion. I have worked to legalize abortion in different areas of Latin America with varying grades of success. I also work in matters of drug policy reform, meaning legalizing weed, legalizing all drugs, and changing the drug policies that have been implemented for the past 60 years. And I also work matters in more local sense of, for example, in my local area, secureness of water, secureness of food, etc. Those type of issues. And
So sorry, hold on. You said you advocate to legalize those things. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
And why exactly would you try to legalize drugs, for example? Like for what reason? I mean, just very briefly. Don't give me like the long. Don't give me the very, very short version. Like
60 years of the war on drugs. Thank you to the administration of Richard Nixon, who was a corrupt imbecile who betrayed the United States, but left us with his legacy.
Okay. You realize empires have been brought down by opiates, for example, and the opium war that hit China is hitting America right now. You realize that, right?
Again,
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is like,
yes.
How do you not see that as a problem? Is what I'm trying to say. Right?
Again, the problem is that the current drug war that was established by the Nixon administration and then shoved down the throat of the rest of the world through the United Nations and the 3 international courts since 60 years ago has created worsening conditions of livelihood, etc. And it's one of the major factors of displacement of my people here in America and the forceful mobilization of migration towards the United States. It functions as one of those major factors that pushes migration. Hold on, don't interrupt me. Now, that being said, and to conclude your question, the idea of drug policy reform is that we have to accept that the imposition and shoving down your throat of the United States, Russia, and China in matters of drugs, and Europe, may I add, of let's make drugs legal, and this whole pseudo-moral positioning in regards to drugs is just basically the 18th Amendment of the United States on steroids implemented to the rest of the world. And we have been suffering these consequences.
Are you like the depopulation guy? Am I right? Are you like the depopulation good thing kind of guy? Or?
No, I don't advocate for depopulation.
Someone else can jump in. I mean, for me, I'm just a little confused. Like, you say you're from Central America, yet you're in America advocating for, fentanyl in every vein if they want it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's just kind of a strange.
I think he said it was that
position, but okay. I mean, I'll let somebody else respond. I'm not sure exactly what you're saying.
Let me respond to that real quickly. One, I am in Central America. I am currently in my country. America is not one country. That's like saying Morocco, South Africa. That's just the stupidity of the Anglo-Americans that just wish to hijack the term American. Yeah. We are all, hold on, don't interrupt me. That being said, I as an American,
I don't know where you, obviously we're on the interwebs, and yeah, he's allowed to interrupt you, but you can go on, but it's fine.
That being said, antinatalism is the threat.
Anti what?
Antinatalism.
It isn't. It's just
antinatalism is for liberal idiots that hate white nationalism, that want to depopulate, degrowth, stop communism, and get with their liberal, radical, transhumanist bullshit and tell me not to have kids. You can not have kids all you want. You'll just die out.
I don't think that's what we're arguing.
I don't want to hear that Eugene Thacker bullshit.
That's not what we're arguing.
I don't want to hear that Eugene Thacker bullshit. And if you're calling the white nationalist enemy legalist, I don't know. You got another thing coming.
Oh,
kid.
dude,
No,
I
nobody's
call
saying
this
that.
enemy.
We're just talking about declining birth rates. That's all.
Yeah,
Nobody's
and there's
advocating about the
antinatalists
government
out
saying
there trying
how
to
many
stop
children
us.
you have or not. The argument is, does urbanization cause a reduction in birth rate? Nobody's talking about a government telling
Emil Durkheim's right. There's the suicide and it's stopping people, but there's an insidious antinatalist liberal elite from Timothy Morton to Eugene Thacker that peddle this antinatalist bullshit in, and they basically, well, I like it because it kills off the white liberals. And second, you know, if liberals want to go off and die, if they want to live in their transhumanist machine, let them. But guess what?
I don't understand
The
what
people
you
who
mean
have
by-
kids are gonna fucking show up.
Yeah, nobody. You're doing this silly replacement theory. That's
Yeah. Well, no, it's not silly. It's a
Yeah, it is
basic.
silly.
It's,
It
a,
is
it's an
stupid.
anti-capitalist.
It's stupid.
It's an
Well,
anti.
you're right.
Are you okay?
It's stupid.
Anti-capitalism. Is it a good?
Okay.
No.
You got to be against capitalism. Okay?
I'm all
If
for
you're against
capitalism.
capitalism. You got to be against Malthusianism.
Quick question, Phil.
Interesting. Malthusianism. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, these are points of CPI, Communist Party of America. We're against Malthusianism, and we don't like that transhumanist bullshit.
Phil, quick question. Are you against fascism? Are you against the project? So if you were back in the 30s, 40s, you would have rolled into your army and gone and killed Nazis, correct?
Well, I think whatever
Yes or no?
totalitarian system. Hey, guess what? If you don't follow the orders, you're gonna get a bullet in your head.
So you would have enrolled into your own military to fight.
I
against-
believe in Sorelian violence. If you don't get with the program, I'll fight back for my right of sadism.
Majority of people will answer immediately yes or no. But
I just want to let everybody know that there may be some baiting to get people to say certain things. So just be aware that may be part of what's going on here. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's
Get 'em,
actually it. I'm just playing a big joke.
Get 'em,
Bill Eater.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just playing a good
Now, I
joke.
realize-
I'm some violent maniac. Yeah, go ahead.
You said a term. So I'm sorry. Start with an S.
Sorelian violence.
I'm not familiar with that.
There's nothing wrong with violence. Violence is okay. Violence starts revolutions.
We are always fighting wars.
Oh, bad. Fascism's bad. Nationalism.
Fascism is bad.
I mean, what about communism? What about communism?
Communism is bad.
I mean, I don't think communism is fascism. I mean, Susan Sontag said it was.
Communism is the opposite of fascism. Polar opposite.
Listen, if you don't want to go against totalitarian systems, that's on you. But I think
you understand that
society and order is
communism
fine.
is the polar opposite of fascism.
Let me ask you something. In my country, in your work here, we had a man called Pablo Presben. He was an indigenous leader. He took arms against the Catholics and against the Spaniards. We killed the Spaniards. We killed their wives. We killed their kids. So, and we made him a national symbol. But also, within the decade prior to your Civil War in the United States, there was a guy here, North American, who came down here and tried to invade us, and we beat him, we murdered him, we killed everything that he was standing for. And your country, well, he betrayed. It's one of the few North Americans that was ever betrayed by all the people in the United States. Nobody stood for him, even if they consider him a hero of the manifest destiny. So you would agree on that we had the right to just kill those people. We have the right to kill. Back on the day, we had the right to kill the Christians.
I have incredible issues with ethno-nationalism because it denies my right for Asian sexuality.
What?
That's absurd.
It's a whole website. It's called pilleater.com. You better read my book on it.
Who was just angry at other people who have things, and so we're just going to blame it on people who have.
I mean, I wouldn't put it on Renee Girardian. Now you're going to Renee Girardian with that whole mimesis thing.
No, but that's what you're saying. White nationalism. So you don't like people like me.
No. I said I like the ideal of people like myself, and not all white nationalists like Asian sexuals.
Well, that's human nature. We generally.
I mean, good. I'm not an ethno-nationalist. I'm very critical of ethno-nationalism. I'm just saying white nationalists have the right to be angry.
No, they don't. Because what they
if they don't, then what's punk rock, dude? I can have my fist in your face. I can have my fist in your face and fight for my rights.
But
nobody's denying your rights.
Nobody's denying your rights, but
rights are
also.
Guess what? I'm the first with the baseball bat, and I'm going to start the violent revolution.
I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something.
Hold on. Against what?
I don't know, man. It's punk rock. If you deny my right to have an Asian wife and your Asian children, you're going to get it.
Nobody's denying you that right.
Some people are. Ethno-nationalists are. Ethno-nationalists.
So
Douglas Kim, tankies. Tankies are.
Now
the so-called tankies that hate the white male Asian female virus, they want me dead.
So
that citation needed.
Douglas Kim, dude.
Leader, real quickly.
I don't know who that is.
Is your logic applicable in every sense? So I am against white nationalists. To me, the white nationalist is the scum of the earth that should be. So it doesn't apply. It doesn't apply. I was just going to ask, does it apply the fact that I, as an anti-white nationalist, can be also angry against the white nationalists that I consider them scum of the earth?
Sure. Let me ask you a question. What country are you from?
Sounds like Costa Rica in Central America.
Say what?
What are bugs there?
No, we got big bugs. Sounds like Costa Rica, Central America.
Hey, can you speak English? Can you speak English so I can understand what you're saying?
Hello, mate. Are you top of the morning there, mate? Are you a man of the crown? Do you bow down to the ex-queen and now king, my good sir?
I think there's a far more likely scenario that you bow down to the crown than I do. I'm pretty sure. Go ahead.
I don't believe Costa Rica is a monarchy. I could be wrong.
We're not.
Yeah, Central America has been the hub of British Empire for like, I don't know, 300 or 400 years. So
it was Spanish. Not
Spanish,
British.
And the Spanish
it
are
was.
on.
It was.
The United Kingdom was not in Central America.
The United Kingdom, the only place in Central America that it was in Belize.
Yeah,
you guys bowed down to the king too, and you did it, and you had to fight a war of independence of 8 years, and you barely won.
So you just
but you still have relationships with the crown, and some of your people today modernly bow down to the king and queen because they want to be British. I mean, don't get me wrong.
But Panama and the Caribbean and Costa Rica have no ties to the British Empire. Are you kidding me? Come on, dude. Let's just be real.
No, the Caribbean does. You know how far the Caribbean is from Costa Rica?
1,000.
Well, I know there's cigar.
Yeah, this goes back to what our lawyer friend was saying before. This idea that us Americans just assume that the whole world is like us, without understanding geography or even any politics outside of the U.S.
Well, just okay. So this guy is saying that he's against white nationalism, but okay, how about I'm against
white nationalism, and I'm an American.
I think Israelis and British bankers should run Costa Rica. What do you think about that?
Well,
what does that have to do with white nationalism?
Like the other friend that came out. I would say.
Yeah, I think Costa Ricans should bow down and kiss the boots of British.
So should we start calling all the North Americans, especially the people of the United States, British Americans? I mean.
Okay. So are you okay with?
I'm okay with that.
I think that Costa Ricans should bow down and kiss the boots of British and Israeli bankers. Are you okay with that?
In the same way, you guys have bowed down to kiss ass of the IMF. And you've kissed ass of the bankers. In the crisis of the hold on. In the crisis of 2008, you guys pretty much saved the Wall Street, and you did not put any accountability. Weren't you kissing the ass of Wall Street, and how Wall Street stole all your money, and then yet you're still kissing their asses? I'm just saying, if you're gonna try to project the failures within the United States to us, at least have a little bit of a decency to accept you fucked up in more than one occasion, and you've kissed the ass, and your people have kissed the ass.
Right. So that's my point, though. Doesn't white nationalism try to address that? But see, you have a problem with us actually addressing the problem, right?
How does white nationalism address the issues of the?
How does Costa Rican nationalism fight against it? Tell me how
What is white nationalism to you? Let's first define that.
Yeah.
What is white nationalism to you? Because when I say I oppose white nationalism, I'm talking about those morons with the tiki torches at that stupid rally. But maybe what you're calling white nationalism is different than what I know it to be.
Well, all I know is America's about 50% or less white right now. That's what I know.
Okay, so what?
and it wasn't.
You know what? There are less Indians than white people in America. I don't go around with a baseball bat and try to kill people over that.
Well, I didn't say that either. But anyways, my point I'm trying to make is you're saying, well, if people get together and want to form a nation because of the color of their skin or because of their religion or whatever reason they want, you think they're the scum of the earth. So,
Well,
okay,
you know what?
I think
Then go to
Costa Ricans
Sweden.
shouldn't have their country.
Go to a country where
So I think
it's more homogenous.
So hold on, white nationalists of the United States want to secede from the United States and create their own nation. Is that what we should be understanding? Is that the end goal of white nationalism?
Okay, so Costa Ricans shouldn't have any independence. They should live in a global Trotskyist government, right?
Wouldn't this idea of white nationalism?
Really quick. According to the last census, 75.8% of America is white.
Is white. Anyhow, the point being here is real quick, narrow jack. So should we understand your definition as white nationalists as individuals of the United States that want to segregate from the United States and want to create their own country? Wouldn't that be considered treason against the United States?
Yeah, we fought a war once about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I know what you're
That's
trying
actually
to do.
why we have a holiday today.
I know what you're trying to do, Mr. Lawyer. I understand. I mean, I think that you should.
What am I trying to do?
You still haven't defined what white nationalism is. Let's start with that. What do you call white nationalism? So you want to start a country based on people's skin color and or religion? And that's what you said. So my question is, would I be allowed in your little club? I'm an American. I think he got disconnected. He didn't rage quit.
Probably. Anyhow, it was my pleasure. I'll join your channel. Come in and talk.
Do you have a channel?
No, I don't. I don't have much time to do channels. I just go around.
We're here on the Machine Lives usually. So go over there to the Machine Lives and go ahead and subscribe there. I do a show on Wednesday and Saturday. That's where most people are watching. There's 57 people watching on the Machine Lives. It's just like, I'm just restreaming on my friend Neurojack's channel here.
Oh, nice. I gotta leave too because.
Thank you so much for having me, and I appreciate it.
You, Lawyer.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm sorry. How do I pronounce your?
Oh, it's it's phonetically Ditso.
Ditso. It was good to meet you.
It means seed in the language of my people, one of the tribes here in Costa Rica. The word means seed.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, let me say goodbye like my people say, Beshko Woblava, which means walk with your eyes open.
Thank you. Yeah,
Thank you.
Blessings. Yeah, blessings, my friend. Yeah,
you too. Bye-bye.
Yeah,
Mr.
peace on
Machine,
your
I gotta
journey.
leave
Yeah.
too. I'm gonna go have some barbecue.
Oh, okay.
If you're still on, I might have some drinks in these, so then we can have some more fun.
No, I think as soon as Neuro comes back, we'll probably shut this down, or I'll throw an old video on or something. We'll see what happens. Yeah.
Sounds good. Always a pleasure, though. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, for sure, brother. Yeah. Thank you for
please
talking.
Say
to us.
thank you to Eurozone too, since it's history.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, come back soon, Nick. Yeah, thank you.
I will.
Good talking to you. Yeah, for sure. All right, guys. We're live over here on the Machine Live still. We're doing some things. But yeah, I'll wait for Neuro to come back here. And then we'll go ahead and end the stream with some interesting footage that I recorded earlier. See where he is at. Let me put some music on for you guys. Let me see. Okay.
truth into a vast barrage. I'm a cross between Master Fard and an astronaut. Murderous appetites, war games with transit cops. Virginal sacrifice, coronate satanic gods. Father of abomination like Mantis Pops. Blood ceremony, homie, make sure the dagger's sharp. Pocket down briefcase, exchange cash with sharks. Diamonds and golden guns, smashing you with hands of bronze. Grab the car with the cameras on. Trap between Tetragrammaton and Babylon. I'm 1,000 horsepower in the Magna bomb. With more than enough firepower to splatter y'all. It was a shootout at the crime of your boards. I spent 90 in court, attempted murder and a prior assault. Beat the case, rolled the dice and I walked. Like a 40 dude, she even played a corner with a mic when I talk. The conviction of my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid, experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph. The conviction of my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid, experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph. The conviction of my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid, experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph. The conviction of my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid, experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph. Gutted the glory, another young hustler story. Learn from the mistakes of my uncles that done it before me. Blitz out with razors, death horror, leave children crying. Skits out like slayers, felt form, seat cushion ride. Young shooters bring a pistol full, caught up in their crucifixion rituals while worshiping Lucifer habitual. The streets raised me, I'm from Brooklyn like Jordan and Jay-Z. To be where I'm from is a great thing. While I daydream, I make things happen, get things clapping, spray things laughing. 18, I stopped taking acid, but it left a stain on my brain that remained massive. Doors of perception open till they lay me in the casket. Until I stop making murder rap, because the Bible was written by those who were convinced the earth is flat. And I'll be dead before this war stops, praying at the author of the war gods, the war rocks. The conviction of my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid, experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph. The conviction of my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid, experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph. The conviction of my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid, experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph. The conviction of my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid, experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph.
Yes, give thanks and praises to the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, conquering line of the tribe of Judah. Elexibeli Romaskon, Lamlak Migos, Kungusa, Karamana, Ramana, Wadana, Suas.
From the vagina monologues, facial acne scar, and orthopedic headgear. Let your battery charger think you need a rest here, or give a candy bar to the engineer so your vocals come out in the final mix. Vinyl skip at your performance, but it just ride a brainwave, and you're failing to exist. You can't hide in the main stage. You put you on the manliness. So what are you doing here? You're a girl with breast reduction, acting like she said something.
Only a few sound true. Me and the crew know who. This isn't singular, it's plural.
You ain't really real, I can tell when I look at you.
Only a few sound true. Me and the crew know who. This isn't singular, it's plural. Me and the crew know who.
Sun got sun shines over all of y'all. There's more than Black Hawks down in Somalia. Military skill, visionary. The number of dead served MCs will vary. Different sizes, forms, and shapes. If they're not surprised at being horned by a tape, they're not knowing that hip-hop's growing into the next boxing. To max toxins, glistening to the missiles of the sound, whistling and listening the system of a down. Armenians are horrible, the medium, and the Taurus centaurs, I'm not needing them.
Fuck a Nazi, what the Nazi, I come with Selassie. Bloody up in my sheets until they're soggy. For your posse, your blood clot mugshot looking frosty. I thought I told your cats keep your fucking eyes off me. Your cats acting like you thought too much was a softy. Why y'all children cross the street? Cause they double cross me. I matched before they lost me. My presence is priceless, just costly. Your whole fucking squad needs some coffee. Y'all feeling better, making it a point to haul me and dog me. Your cats acting like you discard me, yeah, hardly. Judge your children, they not to starve me, I'm sorry. Judge your love, I like I love Marley. As is John the Baptist and Garvey. It's time to work, this work is play, I play in party. I'm a woman, always has access, so don't call me. I grab the gold medal, so rub it down foot and on me. Bloody up in white sheet, stained in white sheet. Get your ass up, boy, sit it in my seat. I say, why recycle white trash when they get reason that we sidetrack? Let some milk and no ice cap, taking our life back and present the son who gonna strike black. Lying at Judah, making your mic scat. Give me that mic back. I know y'all listening closely because my mic's tagged. Right in the rhythm like I was high-hat. Murdered the sample who wanna sabotage my death. Fuck where you from, this is where I'm at. 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 And I'm fed to be.
Hey, Neuro, you ready to?
People left. Hold on, I'm gonna answer something.
Your mic's fucking up. All right. Well, I'm gonna go back to my channel for a minute, but yeah, I'll talk to you soon, my dude.
Can you hear me now?
No, your mic's like totally staticky or some shit. Oh.
Alright, cool. I'll message you when I stop driving.
All right, for sure. All right, give me a second, you guys. Go back to my channel. All right. Let me. Okay. Okay, give me a second, everyone. Yo, back out here. Blessings. And give me a second here. Let me connect y'all to some shit that I was doing earlier. You know what I mean? Unpin that link out here. And yeah, let me show you guys some video that I made earlier. Go ahead and check this out. A video I made about narratives. You know, we were looking at some people who study cognitive psychology. And yeah, we were talking about how people form narratives. They got into an interesting discussion about that. And yeah, so the next 3 hours of the show are going to be about that. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this segment in terms of Christian nationalism. And, you know, we talked about some preliminary concepts about how it could be a psychological operation with the Brother Traditional Culture Preservation Society. The stream was his idea. And we moved on to some wider discussions on different topics concerning national health, what creates a nation state, and other topics. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this. And the image of the show is, the thumbnail. I changed the thumbnail midstream. That's actually a image of the British East India Tea Company. That's what the American flag is based on, a corporation. Anyways, check this out, guys. Have a blessed night. All right. And thank you guys for watching.
How you can calculate things on an energy basis or on a motion basis or something like that. Hey, what's up? How's it going, man? Welcome.
That's again, you went straight to how you can use it at like utility. It's how it's pragmatic. That's JE. That's not PI.
No.
But Ben,
I just feel like you're not getting it. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not getting it. I'm not getting either. What do you contextualize things into other than the narrative?
The truth is not what you want it to be. It is what it is, and you must bend to the power or live a lie. Sure,
No, truth is just a feeling.
For you. What are you saying, then? TML. What is your name, by the way? What should I call you?
That's Muhammad. But just call him TML or Machine.
Yeah, my name is just Muhammad, one of the most popular names in the world at this point. But yeah.
I think David Wood nicknamed him Media Muhammad.
Do you see the world through narratives?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're asking me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think the world is I think history is more reliable than science. And I don't think that they're the same thing,
Yeah, it's just weird with history because, like, depending on who you talk to, it's a different story.
Yeah. For example, you could subject science to history. Yeah, something happened. You dropped out and came back in. Fiery.
But Ben, it's the same thing as saying, well, facts don't matter because you could distort facts. So
I didn't say that. And I don't see how it's the same thing.
I know you didn't say that, but I'm saying that like anyone else could also say that. Right? Well, things can always be distorted. Doesn't mean that they're not true or there isn't a true narrative. There always will be a true narrative.
Well, no, because you decide to include things into the narrative and you decide to exclude things into the narrative and you decide to contextualize what you include. And then you decide to attack the narrative of someone else and things like that. Yeah. So, I mean,
the only absolute true narrative would be God. That's
oh my God! No, please don't do this. Like, so for example, this is more. This is very, very zoomed out and broad, but right, like, spring leads into summer, summer leads into fall, fall is followed by winter, and then the cycle repeats. Is an example of a fucking narrative that you can't break. It always happens. Doesn't matter.
I don't see that as a narrative. I just see that as the rotation of the earth and the influence of the sun on the earth and the axis and all that stuff.
It is a narrative.
It's the result of a deterministic process.
Which is a narrative.
Yep, it's a narrative.
No, it's not. Not for
What
me.
is it then?
It's just a deterministic process.
Well, okay, why is it deterministic? Who determined it?
Yeah, you can read it. You can read things.
I mean, I can write it out in terms of equations for you if you want. It's not like the equation will tell me what
you're trying to give like a mechanistic.
Yeah, that's right. Mechanics.
Yeah.
It's a mechanic.
A narrative is applying a
Can
theme
do
to
that,
something.
but it doesn't take away from the fact that it is a narrative that everyone experiences, right? So it's like no
Sure,
matter
I
where you
just
are in the
don't. I just don't perceive it as a narrative like you do. I get that you see it as a narrative. I don't see it as a narrative. I see it as a
It's a
mechanic.
perception issue.
I see
Yeah,
it as a mechanic. Yeah.
Well, Ben, also, pretty much everything's life cycle is a narrative. Okay, like I mean, it goes on and on and on.
Yeah.
How anything transforms.
I get that you perceive the world through narratives. I get that.
No, I know you do, but I'm just saying that. Like,
No, you do. You do. You do.
I know I
don't.
do. I know I do. But I'm just saying that like you're trying to say no, it's not that, and then try to do it your way. But it's like you don't need to do that because it is that thing. So I don't know like what we're arguing over at this point.
Yeah, I'm willing to allow it. So instead of a narrative, he uses a formula, a mathematical formula, kind of. Is that
POV intuitive?
I mean,
trying to
for
figure
the
out
winter, spring, summer, and fall thing, yeah.
Oh yeah, so modulus. You see, it's the modulus 4, rather than just the units going through the calendar kind of thing. So,
but like I do see people need to obsessively contextualize things into narratives, otherwise things don't make sense to them. I see that.
I'm going to contextualize it right now. All this is 3 intuitives trying to figure out a sensor. That's all.
Right.
But I mean, if say, you know, Benjamin were to view it through his own lens, no, it would just be it would essentially be just a sequence of events. You wouldn't need to throw a narrative over it. You wouldn't need to summarize it. And that's how he views things, and he knows that that's not, and he knows that that may or may not be how the world truly works, and he understands that he's subjective. That's what he's trying to explain.
That's exactly it.
He doesn't throw a narrative over shit. He doesn't need to, and that's not how he sees the world. Is there a narrative to everything? I certainly see it as so.
You can make a narrative for everything.
It may be my problem. See it as so, but that's again my observation of the world versus his.
This may be my problem, but I see a equation as a summary.
We could do that for every other form of truth, right? Ontological truth. We could do it for that. So like me and Ben could look at a thing. He could say it's one thing. I could say it's another, right? We could say that these causes lead to these effects and these outcomes, and they're totally different. Sure, we could all do that. We're never going to fully agree on everything. That's true. But there are certain, as far as narratives are concerned, there are just certain universal constants that like we all experience. So it's like to try to argue those is ridiculous in my opinion. And then as far as like axioms are concerned,
are you guys interested in this? Like, are you guys want to dive into this? Because I did okay. So I did it. Can I stop sharing your thing? I'm gonna unmute you for a second. I can see Jared's. David, can I share a video?
Yeah, I don't care. I'm doing a pointless video game.
No, it's not pointless. It's fine. It's like it's good background visuals. It works.
It's working. Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna share it. So I actually messaged you, Mohammed, with this, and maybe we can watch it here instead because it actually ties into this. So here, I made a mechanics video on narratives. How's that?
Oh Christ! All right, let's watch it.
All right.
Seems so meta.
I don't know. Let's see. Can you hear it?
Narrative and worldview mechanics.
Yep, I hear it.
Yeah, that worked?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Narratives and worldviews create supporting loops, like how a magnetic field will induce an electric field, and vice versa. All narratives and worldviews are originally sourced in reality. However, both are abstracted from reality in order to be contained in consciousness. Once abstracted, we can see how, on the one hand, narratives inform worldviews and justify actions, and on the other hand, worldviews project onto and evaluate narratives, potentially elevating or corrupting consciousness.
Okay, so let's stop on this one here for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so like here I took the John Wick thing, right? Like they killed his dog, so that in the narrative he is now justified in order to go and kill all of the people who were involved, like all of the henchmen, everyone who's involved in this dog killing, right? Like that's a narrative, right? And then yeah, the same thing, like the world is a certain way, but you can put on these glasses and see the world differently. That's
so
a narrative.
It's debatable whether the world is a certain way or it's all perception from the agents.
Well, I mean, it's from our subjective point of view, it's all perception. But if you believe in a world outside of ourselves, then you believe that there is a world that is a certain way.
I know, Ben, but we're
I
talking
could
about.
believe it, but don't have access to it. But I could believe
Right.
it
We have access to it only through our own subjective experience.
Exactly.
Right.
Right.
So
which
just,
is
we have
which
faith,
is true. Which is
objective
true.
will.
Right. Which is true. Yeah.
No,
It
we
is-
don't know if it's true because we don't have access to it.
But the thing though is this is already being a bit conflated into something that it's not. But let's see where it ends.
Well, I mean, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. One of the understandings that I have is that perception basically is duality, right? So that is one level of understanding. That's not at the level of, thoughts, and I think thoughts are the residue of consciousness, obviously, right? But they don't really contain, stories within them, like for example, right, like you could have information and then you have like knowledge based off of that information, which is a coherent like structure based off of the information, and then you have how that knowledge is organized, right? So like rhetoric is not exactly logic, you know what I mean? Right, like these are two different levels of understanding. Now what I would like to say about it is that whether we look at the world through glasses, right, not all like, first of all, there's a difference between a filter and filler, right? Like I like to distinguish between those two things, and there's also like the same as a difference between a window and a screen, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm talking more about a projection here. Like I'm trying to match the picture to the text, right? So on the other hand, worldviews project onto and evaluate narratives. So your worldview will project onto the narrative in order to evaluate it, potentially elevating or corrupting consciousness.
But Ben,
This
before
Mojave
you
guy
go
speaking my
on,
language.
Ben, right? Someone's worldview is not just created by narrative. Not
Exactly.
just narrative.
Exactly.
So there's other aspects. Of it.
So narratives are created by worldviews, and worldviews are created by narratives. Like it's a cycle.
Well, yeah. Okay. Go on.
Yeah. Okay, let's do the next one. It'll just play.
The ego may also attempt to protect itself during both worldview and narrative construction, including, but not limited to, confirmation bias.
I'm going to stop here just so we can look at it.
I know. Ben,
what?
Not always.
So these are the tricks of the ego, right? So you have confirmation bias.
You're talking about a neurotic, introverted perception here. But go ahead. But it's okay. Fine.
Yeah. So
perceives all things for the most part.
Ego is is trying to self-protect in certain ways when it's creating narratives and worldviews, right? When it's trying to create them, it protects itself. So confirmation bias. So if someone makes an assertion or has a worldview or something, they'll try to reinforce that worldview in order to protect their ego, because admitting that they were wrong is painful to the ego.
Right.
So there's also laziness. You can take the complicated truth or just a simple dismissal narrative or whatever. Like, and I've talked about this before on how that happens. Right. And so yeah, I don't know, what did I write? I don't remember what I have here. Sometimes people don't want to hear the truth because they don't want their illusions destroyed. Nietzsche. Yeah, that's from Nietzsche.
I can provide a good example of this. You know,
Sure.
my car breaks again. Techno Satan, whatnot.
Right,
Okay.
that's the simple.
Now I go. Now okay. Now what happens is when I blame that thing, when I blame my car breaking on Techno Satan, I allocate that problem to forces I cannot control, which in reality, but then reality will come around and tell me, okay, well, you allocated it, and now you're feeling less responsible for having to deal with it since it happened outside of oneself. And then I'm like, okay, yay, I feel better. Yay, I'm not mad anymore. And then anything else that will happen that involves technology that messes up, my doing or not, can be blamed on Techno Satan. I'll feel better.
Yeah.
That's not the reality of the situation, and I know that.
Yeah, so that seems like it's bridging to these two. So it's also here avoidance of emotional pain or trauma. So there's like comforting lies and unpleasant truths. And so like you're taking this comforting lie, not only because it's simple, but also because it's comforting.
I know, but Ben, I think you know that this use of narrative, right, is not the same as what we were talking about before. But go on. I want to see where this
Sure. Okay. And then personal beliefs about self, people who see themselves as an angel, their narrative will also paint them as an angel, and they won't be able to accept a narrative that doesn't.
This is all true. This is all true stuff, but this is all neurosis. Like,
okay, well, these are tricks of the ego. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go on.
Okay.
Individual narratives and worldviews are one thing, but we often strive to form a collective consensus around them. Our zealous consciousness against false narratives and worldviews originates in either a fear that we are delusional and the resulting pain of self-delusional acceptance, the fear that delusions may justify immoral behaviors, or that they could corrupt the tree of knowledge that we hold so dear.
Anything on this?
Keep going, Ben.
Yeah,
Okay.
keep going.
I mind if I have something to say about the neuroses?
Sure, go for it.
What I was gonna say is an example of neurosis is saying that it are two sides of the same coin, saying things are exactly as they are 100%, or that there's a narrative to everything, and essentially not attempting to see the other side. That's a form of neurosis I believe, and this is my neurosis, is that the lines are blurred between two such things, meaning that that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm trying to describe there.
No, yeah, you had a good point in there.
I think I understand what you're trying to describe too. I think you're probably right.
Well, let me try to put this on you guys, because it's like how I was saying about how I trust history more than science, right? Mm-hmm. I naturally also trust memory more than expectation.
And like simplifying that, that's just meaning you trust what's happened. Would you say, like Muhammad? Would you say that if science had more history in the sense of what happened, would you trust it more?
Well, I think the history is what makes it non-trustable, right? It's the fact that it's changed, right? That they've changed their story.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's what's problematic about it.
Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down there.
Yeah. That makes sense too. Ben, why'd you get rid of the video?
Yeah, and I know my memories aren't. I know my memories aren't real, but it's just that I trust them more than what's coming up next in the future. That I'm like, I don't know what that could be anything.
Yeah, 100%.